In the Tianshuan world, at the Danqing mountain of the Qingshuan Mo sect, Lu Dongli and Xiaoqiu riding a carpet in the sky, she told her to go with Xiaoqiu and before the area of Momen Danqing Shan. And you noticed a little bit Chu, also extremely listening to her, cheerfully answered, yes, 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 yes. Next, the two landed in front of Momen's gate. Lu Dongli carried a little Chu on his back and went inside and went to the same way and advised his disciples to be a little Chu. This is the first time you go to the mountain to want you to be more familiar with the situation of Dantan Mountain. At this moment, she suddenly stopped looking at Xiaoqiu at the back, gently saying that, by the way, reminding him a few things and rules to pay attention to the subject. Xiaoqiu happily smiled and responded to the master, my master would listen carefully. Lu Dongli used to use the air in the air. In the air, the face was changed from time to time, or she told me that I was finished, and I had to remember these rules. Talking for a while, the two of them were close to the gate, and then we were the current Mo men, which added a total of 10 people with 6 disciples, and one more person who was the disciple of the Grandmaster. Suddenly the eyes of the Dong looked far away from the Grandmaster's master. My elder brother was greater than 6 years old, so he had to respect him even more than me. It is a very serious eye, like a warning, the child on his back. Xiaoqiu was threatened with fear of death to imagine the scene of his master the devil who was not in the meat of the Grandmaster. Lu Dongli closed his eyes and shook his head. Not eating, but this is much more scary, but in her heart she secretly said that he was sick. Recalling that year, Lu Zhaoge stood high above, looking down with a dangerously calm expression, and declared, "Little liar, you will never know where I truly came from, nor will you realize that I had long since seen through the true nature of this Tianshuan world. This place is nothing more than a game, and I am merely experiencing the mortal realm." Lu Dongli said that his Sinjur had a long-standing illness, and always said that the Stranji words were extremely confusing at that time. He was still very small. Her face was too much, wondering what the real nature of the world was, what the song, "Wait until the day my parents lost Lu Zhaoge," kneeling on the ground crying and crying in the world. For more than 40 years, only 2 people told their children what is love, father. Lu Dongli Bai beside him need to remind the 19-year-old brother, only after his death. He not only remembered his age, but also said what he was the main character with the death of the mother who died with each other. Lu Dongli finally could not help but sigh. She thought that the brain of the brain had a problem that Mo men could only rely on her efforts to practice protecting the name of Mo men could only become stronger. Suddenly Xiaoqiu pointed to the other person who was the Grandmaster. She looked over Lu Zhaoge when he saw him standing on a high rock, causing Lu Dongli to shout in panic. He put his hand to perform some techniques, and then said a few sentences of the morality of the realm of real enlightenment. Lu Zhaoge Thine Hu Yen Van Ko Truong. The translated meaning that this heaven and earth did not have Lu Zhaoge. Tatain Hu Yen forever submerged in the illusion of the illusion. Lu Dong? Li immediately pulled his hand from the back to his back to make her startled, as if he was about to fall. The place then she covered her hand and said that she could not hear. Xiaoqiu widened her eyes and looked at the person in front of her extremely cool manner. She exclaimed, "So handsome." Xiaoqiu met a beautiful boy like seeing stars in the sky that his eyes began to sparkle himself silently, to tell himself that this was the master of the master, that the master mentioned stars. Lu Zhaoge turned around and told me that I could go to the Mo men. My fate is also lucky to accumulate my whole life. Lu Dongli's face darkened upon hearing those words. She just wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. Little Q, with her outstanding talent, could easily join any major sect she wanted. Meanwhile, our humble Mo sect sword school, one of the 300 small to medium sects, is barely worthy of carrying others' shoes. The fact that she's willing to be my disciple, now that is real fortune. Kassinger even said anything but fortunate for the whole life. I saw that Xiaoqiu looked at Lu Zhaoge passionately startled and clenched his hands and started to feel that the Chu was about to be infected and was about to be taught spoiled. Lu Dongli did not say many words, but directly picked her up and told Lu Zhaoge, the elementary brother, Chu was probably tired, and let me take her home to rest first. Xiaoqiu was carried up without pleasing to turn around to call the Grandmaster. Lu Dongli immediately turned her face to the face of the warning girl not to look back. The two of them left Lu Zhaoge to smile. He called 2 hours of Chu, then dispersed the magic. Looking at the girl on the character board of the system, he wondered where this little girl picked up this girl. So the attribute index was very high, but we seemed to be lucky to pick up her. But a girl. Lu Zhaoge thought that we pierced into the game. Tain Hu Yen. The world for 21 years, and also 21 years has passed. So he was a person who did not have any piercing before saying so many confusing words like that. Tain Hu Yen. The world is a virtual reality game in the opening world of the 22nd century that someone said it was created by the god who said it was the world, and the world told him that this was the world, but the player was just a point in that world. The more I think that Lu Zhaoge is deeper to 21 years here. We have never had any enlightenment to calculate. A little bit of this game is about to step into the test. At this time, the system shows the notice that is downloading the test of the entire unlock function. Lu Zhaoge smirked a voice that he had predicted. The notice table appears before the eyes of Lu Zhao. The player is entitled to check the character information you want to conduct a test. Lu Zhaoge looks at the notice board, immediately does not hesitate to press the test button. Shortly after the system offered the basic information of him, Lu Zhaoge level 10. Blood 5151, internal attack 1295 1300. Basic 1 can promote the maximum index. The current swordplay is 1 and can promote the maximum index of 10. Predestined 3. 121.59926 cannot be promoted. The maximum index is the maximum. The conclusion is a beautiful name. Thang at the moment. Lu Zhaoge felt running out of his ant. His face did not imagine the emotion that tried to turn out a few words. Other things that could be promoted, and then just a chance to look like a pi number. I ignored this. He put his hand on his chin, and his handsome smile, he felt excited, and then said that he would leave himself to look like he was very handsome and weak anyway. Life on the system shows the countdown of the countdown to start testing over the Earth, 30 days. The corner of Lu Zhaoge's mouth could not help but even seem to be excited, that the time the Earth was 30 days according to the time of Tain Hu Yen, the world, is 300 days later. Lu Zhaoge stood upright in the middle of the system, but a little bit of the Earth player tested was really the words that were too far away for a long time. I was also an individual on the pitiful planet. At this time, the status of Lu Zhaoge was revealed, the bustling image of the Earth again. I was Lu Zhaoge, except for the handsome beauty of the sky and a rich which made readers desire that female streamer cosplayer we want to play some girls. The imagery of the piano hugging with many girls is the dream of many people who do not make the previous life, not only like to play people who love the characters in the game. Of course, our skill normally has only one thing, that is the power of money. Lu Zhaoge's previous life was very extravagant and proud. He looked at his opponent when a sentence mocked 2 sentences that criticized the evil boys. How could you die all the floods of this waste? When he was just at home, he just finished playing the game. He did not do anything but opened his mouth to find a parent, and parents a child, and then have rice yet. In the middle of the silent space, people feel a little lonely. Lu Zhaoge pulled the game Momenheim down to his head, used to this silence in his heart, with a little thought of my parents, because too rich. Except for not taking the divorce certificate for a long time, I did not go home. In the game, he always has a thought that he feels the best. We are the orphanage without both parents who have relationships between us, and they only have money. Transfer money, and money transfer outside, when transferring money will not call us. Sometimes in my virtual world, Lu Zhaoge once said, everything, if we call them, will not pick up the phone. Even we don't even know where they are. Knowing that the children grow up in the situation as we grow up, the more they feel lost interest in everything. Lu Zhaoge's thoughts are very simple because we have all. That day Lu Zhaoge was still in the game as usual. Often the surrounding space is like a row of data that carries him away from nothingness. When he opened his eyes again, Lu Zhaoge was no longer in the real world. The first image he saw was a man and a beautiful woman looking at himself. The first thing that came in him was, until we woke up and we were born. Lu Zhaoge coincided with the body of a newborn who carried him as the mother of the client. His father looked at it for a while and happily said that I decided, and the name of our death is called Outside the window, the breeze carries the sound of a peaceful charging pole. His mother looked out outside, a gentle smile, and then gently told him to call the boy Zhaoge. The plump face in the small towel, Zhaoge is his name. In both the previous life and this life, his parents seemed to love him. He always repeated his name, Zhaoge, Lu Zhaoge. Sometimes he really does not believe in reality. We do not dare to think of us, but we have even achieved something that we have longed for a long time. The world is thousands of things, absolutely cannot help love and friendship. At this time, the system table has a new notice of the mission feature that has been unlocked to accept the reception of yes, yes or no, say a word. Lu Zhaoge, looking at the mission, immediately laughed. For more than 20 years. Now we have not always accumulated experience, but it is impossible to promote and cannot accept the task now. He quickly clicked on the word to receive the mouth, and also added a sentence full of confidence that was stupid. The system offers a new notice with the words to check the player's identity. Suddenly, a confirmation of the identity of the player's identity is the Momen Grandmaster. Then again, another system again provided the task of the player and received the mission of the Momen Renaissance. Click here to check the situation of Lu Zhaoge. Looking at this text is a bit suspicious, or revival Momen. Remembering this father's father, he could not help but admire and think that his father's whole life wishes that Momen Gia grows. Of course, we want to continue it. Thinking, he quickly clicked on the words to check the situation without hesitation. Immediately after that, from the air, a golden light appeared, making people feel blinding. Looking at the simulation of the Lu Zhaoge system, it could not help but praise it for the effect. After a while, the words completed the assessment of the mission appeared, and the 5 words, Momen, did not hit the eyes of Lu Zhaoge. Seeing this line of Lu Zhaoge's face, he immediately moved as if he had to eat the drought, and then the Momen mission appeared without the Zhaoge level to look at the words on the system without saying it into words. He muttered that although Momen was a real baby, but this level did not say pain, it was not hurt, but it was so humiliating. Zhaoge hesitated, as I remember in the world of heavenly world of the least rank, the 9 ranks, there are also 4 great swords of the most belonging to the history of the record of the book that has appeared for a super-level subject. Zhaoge doubted that he could not believe that the least rank was counting as the 9 products. Why his Momen was not the level of Zhaoge's face, he showed his doubt, or he continued his system of faults. Table of the palace system for an hour, and then showing the words, the conditions of the Cuu Tongman 1. The member of the subject achieved 10 people who have completed the conditions for achieving the 9-tailed monk. 2. The rank of Grand Monk achieved the most seen Momen Zhaoge. Zhaoge had to accept the truth that smiled wryly and unexpectedly, that the problem was that he seemed to have to go down the mountain tomorrow to break through. He jumped down while thinking about telling the Momen not to be granted, should not be called sword tongue. Then he went to the tombstone. Typing, Coke, he called out loudly. He still did not forget to say that in addition to the 10 official people of Momen Tong, we still have a position. Zhaoge saw the land on the tomb of the gas rising and then said that he was here so good. He secretly told the position of Trantong Mon, who was picked up by the 31st Grandmaster of the 31st Grand Mon. He continued to think that this was just a strong power that was strong and weak. And the bad thing, we still don't know if the person is dead in the end. Scenes inside the building. In the quiet space of the heads of Momen, the 2 brothers and sisters are sitting opposite to each other in front of the chessboard. The Grand Momen Lu Zhaoge darkened his face and said that the elder was going down to the mountain this time, but he decided to go. Elder Momen is the younger sister, her younger sister. She watched him show a suspicious face of the human life. Zhaoge angrily reached out towards her and said disrespectful order to the punishment. Seeing that Dong Li quickly retreated behind his eyes to show disdainfully looking at him, Zhaoge felt so panicked and stuttered, but I was so heartbreaking. Dong Li looked at his brother, who was not polite, but gave a steady point, say brother, clearly stated why he went down the mountain in a dangerous mountain, so he had to be bored in the mountain of cultivation. At this time, Zhaoge also angry and smashed his hand down the table. He gave his new opinion resolutely, because the duty to go down to the mountain to break through the need to bleach the medium of the subject, we can only sell itself. Dong Li heard that his eyes were as bright as a happy car headlight. Brother finally broke through, and then Zhaoge did not expect the reaction of his sister, but in security said that the child was surprising. Hearing him say that Dong Li shouted and shouted Hu Dai was full of fullness. For many years he thought that he had completely become a sick man, and did not expect it to be unexpectedly blue. He had eyes. Zhaoge, my hometown is the uncomfortable hometown saying that I said, that the less fortunate words for us, I told me that this big teenager went down to my mountain, not only to break through, but also have to break through. After saying that, he stood up and made a majestic appearance that made Mo Men famous throughout Tin Huyen, the world Huang Tong died to. Happy. Not long ago suddenly stopped and started. She thought in the heart of the brain disease of the Singer more and more severe. Shortly thereafter, 4 Mo Men Tong stood in front of the door to see off Zhao Ge going down to Donglei Mountain, saying that he was about to start. Chu asked, asking where there was a vegetarian dumpling where this trip was. In addition to Zhao Ge, Qiu Dongli also had more hating Lu, Zhao Ge, because he was too faint to skip the introduction. Zhao Ge turned to Dong Le, wondering that the elder of the elder must definitely wear so normal why he dressed in other people. How could we realize that we were a fairy? How to know how a fairy, in Law of Huang Lam, not to mention the whole sentence. He shouted loudly, causing the chicken to fly the dog's order as usual as the tall tree to welcome the big wind, so he had to be humble. He kept his view. Not far away, the two of them stared at them. They were noisy on the other side of the south, said that the name was still so noisy to hear the other person laugh. So what are you going to do? The 4 Lu Zhao Ge Dongli, Xiaoqiu Hei Ting sat in the leaf, flying in the sky. Q told his master forest under the red leaves and then explained to her that this place was HOA, died for lamb erasing, depending on the draft that we want to find, is here. Xiaoqiu looked up and looked at her to ask the master of the Grandmaster, why was it so stupid? Lu Dongli also did not regret the explanation that helped her. That because when practicing Dish Qi Long was a certain ability to practice the practice, he must have a little Chu later, so he should learn a little more. A little Chu's eyes glowed as if she had just picked up the golden master of the master turned out to be so dangerous. But Lu Zhaoge is currently considering the tasks that the system offers extremely unsightly face. Progressive mission. There are 4 levels of royal blue death lemon with 4 different colors. Lu Zhaoge thoughtfully looked at the system in front of him, then put his hand on his chin to stroke his chin, which was similar to his previous life. He had to proceed with this promotion mission this time. Most players will choose Hoing's mission to be both simple and fast, so most of them love yellow. The task of Lamb is the task of the top players who choose to be the element of the players with a specific career. Finally, Chant granted a previous life mission, heard that only Hung Mao Lan's character chooses anyway, only the most powerful players, with the dare to choose the type of self-seeking mission. Lu Zhaoju's eyes became increasingly sharp, and not knowing what he would choose. Finally, Lu Zhaoge's fingers have come from that what we choose will be the direction he is aiming for, is the lowest level of hoeing. Any doubt Lu Zhaoge suddenly changed the direction of thinking that he wanted to do the most majesty, but ding a sound of the task was successful. Lu Zhaoge smirked. The highest mission is not just like that. Why are they flying in the air, but there are still people closely watching the other two chasing and not forgetting to use stealth techniques for themselves to avoid being discovered? Ant King looked far away and laughed and said that the wind is really bustling today. Yu Yui face a little worried, 2 hands hugging the sword in front of the chest, asking the king to urge us to follow them so that it will not be discovered. Ant King was leisurely sitting and reclaiming that I just wanted to just wear the most brilliant clothes standing in front of the small dental house. She could not see me anywhere. Yu Yui next to close your eyes, silently sighing. You don't need to take such weird example. Ant King smiled happily and glanced at my nephew. But I was very curious. You came to the end because I admire or hate Lu Zhaoge and go with me to see it break through here. Yu had 2 eyebrows again, uncomfortable if really to say. As soon as he said he thought of Lu Zhaoge's image, the gaze becomes more and more cold, perhaps hatred. Ant King showed an extremely curious expression. Watching Yu Yui hatred could make a sword like you in the lower body of the first young man who was forever old and not old. This side Lu Zhaoge and the other 3 people glide like the wind. The leafy carpet landed at Lu Zhaoge first. Then he tings he did not. Forget to support the small Chu Lu on the above, to say that he entered the fire of died. We took the bleach immediately to leave. Immediately could not stay too long here. Lu Zhaoge showed a puzzled face to look at me, so I was hiding my strength. Not just now that we lowered so stable that I could not do that. I could not do so. Ludong, Blackface closed his eyes and smiled as if he was hit by a black heart. How could not forget to collect the leaf carpet again? Lu Zhaoge helplessly thought in his heart and appeared on his face, and then the male man could only rely on himself to not rely on soot. I thought, And then Lu Zhaoge turned around and went first to say that we could find the blinds, and then continued to talk, and happily ran after the cave to open the way on the other Ting, who was also carrying a small Chu on the shoulder, and followed. According to this time, the system of Lu Zhaoge shows that the content of the mission alone defeats the boss beast level 10. His face seriously thought that although he said this task was simple, I still discovered a difficult point of boss. So that here is strong how strong the boss is easy to find, but the fake is extremely powerful. But the wild chicken has the same power as the same power. Lu Dongli ran upwards to turn around happily, saying that our aura is so fast and fast, we have found the bone marrow, and more than the time when the 3 root always. Looking at the 3 root bleaching in front of him, Shakyu took a breath to run the fragrant saliva too much. At this time from the nearby grass, there were a crimson eyes staring at them. Lu Zhaoge waved his hand and ordered not to go anywhere. This grass today is mine, and everyone cannot take it to believe me. Lu Zhaoge just looked over to discover that he shouted loudly not to move with beasts. Xiaoqiu scared to shiver the beast. Lu Zhaoge walked forward, ding a system of notifications of the task, target locked. Lu Zhaoge happily walked away and secretly thought that we knew. And then the charm of 3000 more Hu Mao 159926 of our only illustrated 3 root bleaching, the root of the spiritual spirit meeting. The beast was suitable for the mission requirements. This is the temperament of normal people. After that, Lu Zhaoge was even more excited than walking towards the bleaching of the marrow, causing Lu Dong to widen his eyes, and his mouth was about to open to the ground, and then he dared not know what the hidden beast was like that, but so on. Xiaoqiu 2 eyes sparkling, constantly admiring the Grandmaster. Lu Dongli could not help but put his hand on the sword in a position ready to fight if the beast was not strong, so that the Singer would be resolved, and if he was strong, he would probably respond to it. At a tree not far away, Aunt King and Yu Yui still observed each act of 4 people. Manga, Yu Yui observed from the beginning until now, cautiously saying that the mother urged her to feel the atmosphere of the 9 beasts is also the elementary of the fullness of King. She laughed and laughed, so you thought that Lu Zhaoge would do what to do. Yu Yui responded to the realm of the beast compared to the monk, much stronger, so you have to lure it. Then a close, toad nod, nodding. You is right. Go back to Lu Zhaoge. He is standing under the tree of the blinds of the bone-born, saying that Ya Lu Zhaoge is gapped. Make 2 Ant King, and Yu Yui observed from the beginning until now, all kinds of tactics also have to be helpless, that the face has absolutely no tactics at all. From above to look down, it is easy to see that Lu Zhaoge is giving hands to pick up the blessing. The boss Bosch Tent Ember was annoyed and rushed out to open the big mouth to attack Lu Zhaoge. He is still kneeling there with a sinister smile in his hand and glowed silently, thinking that the high-class hunter was from the hunting way. On this side, Xiaoqiu and Ting were threatened to open the mouth of the girl who shouted at the Grandmaster. Lu Zhaoge absolutely does not care about the people behind saying what he plunged up with a black air from the surrounding gathered to the boss standard and probably had the bloodstream of the beast college. The black airflow has now gathered into a sword. Lu Zhaoge grasped it tightly to confront the big snake swinging a sword with a cross, section of the Xiaoge. This side, Yu Yui suddenly tilted her head to one side, making Aunt King notice. Aunt King glanced to look at Yu Yui, asking how Yu Yui put her hand up to support her neck. His heart secretly thought how could it be that for so long his body still reacted. Recalling that year Lu Zhaoge and Yu Yui were standing among a bunch of children, they were beaten to swollen, both your face, and then they took turns saying that the brother was bullied. What he said, but he was the sword. Ton Aya. He said he did not deserve to be his opponent as his opponent. Yu Yui looked up and looked at the person grabbing his collar and arrogantly said that you dare to be the one next to the sword of the sword. If I had not finished talking, I would have a Elu Jiao. Get hat slapped him in the face later than me. I was the brother who had the son of heaven today. Returning to the present, Yu Yui is still blankly slapping that slap. Also flies the arrogance of the child who does not consider anyone like, he just makes me subdue. Not that slap. Here the 10-level bar of the black bar has been beaten by Lu Zhaoge. Looking at the way he stood in front of the black literature of the sword smiling, Yu Yui thought but was an abnormal cultivation speed as well as his eyesight. Just now he slashed him out in the disadvantage of the other beast. Lu Zhaoge collects the sword in the ring. Then put your hand out to the black Van A level, which turn into the experience of the duty. That large bar can only add an hour, and then turn into a black airflow to be captured by Lu Zhaoge. Xiaoqiu on one side applauded. Ludong. Li. On the contrary, the black face is clearly impossible to be a close, but want to waste the spiritual energy that releases this sort of gas to fight straight, as the color, as if there is a child. How about one more? Lu Zhaoge collected his hand and smiled faintly. He still had the ability to spit out his poisonous bone. He did not want to be directly sprayed by him, and used a bad resurrection to scare him. At this time, the system of his system appeared to notify the player successfully destroying the heterogeneous heterosexual Van A received 100,000 experience points. The next notice also shows the task of toning to complete the task reward. Lu Zhaoge put one hand in the back to look at the notice board that is not bad at 1,000 points of experience and accepting the rewards. Din for several hours a charm appears. Lu Zhaoge received it without surprisingly conline, but it was the peak of conline covered by the prestige of a practitioner who had a sublime quality or was a certain force of heavenly or receiving an opportunity to start the spirit, was also the beginning of the path to turn into a fake power. Koi line can renovate the spiritual energy that makes the power of heaven, for example, will become LOI. Koi line, the hurricane becomes a style. Dongli is the fire. Lu Zhaoge grabbed the leaves in his hand and smiled as bright as flowers. What was his attribute that would be this Wulu? Lu Zhaoge collected his hand and smiled at fire-dyed sun on this four-sided risk that Koi line was afraid that he would criticize the life of the original spirit and find a safe place to start the new character as the main character to do. Lu Zhaoge touched the root of the spirit being glowing below. He picked a root into a circle of magic. Let's take one root is enough, and then the other two roots left for the predestined person. The four of them up a giant leaf flying through the forest covering is a red. Lu Dongli said the Attorney General was looking for a safe place to break the breakthrough. Xiaoqiu looked up. The master seemed to be particularly sensitive to two safe words. Under the creative flower tree into a sparkling circle, two shadows printed on the trunk of the tree, hastily left here to bleach the herbal marrow, and not all to want to break through immediately. Aunt King knelt down and touched her hands to touch the sparkling Harlem underneath. But the other is, because Lu Zhaoge cannot preserve them, to pick them up, just to see them ruins. Aunt King put the herbal bonbons in a wooden box. Yu Yui standing beside her to look at her heterosexual and the flexible box capable of putting this word with black giving them to them. At a large waterfall around the large cliffs, Soot checked the scope of the year around this place, without great beasts nor a person's temperament. Lu Dongli holds the sword in his hand to observe around in general, very safe. Lu Zhaoge stood below, confusing to look at the face, as if to tease and check the scope of the year. We are just a breakthrough of the scene. It is not the natural life, the uncomfortable screaming of thousands of safe roads is the right way. Lu Zhaoge sat down. Hing mastered the cushion down, making him a little surprised and then satisfied to smile. It seems that I have said that I will miss a way. Lu Zhaoge transforms the bone marrow to appear in his hand, radiating a circle of light that has an attendance in the brother who has a strong energy. Lu Dongli quickly advanced to the shift you really are about to break through. Xiaoqiu also proceeds to the glittering eyes full of admiration for small mouth because of the desire for the Grandmaster, who now needs to eat this kind of fragrant spirit. Lu Dongli stands and does not know what to say to his disciples. Q's eyes became more and more sparkling with water in the mouth, and more than two fingers touching each other full of lovely people who would not be divided by Xiaoqiu. Lu Zhaoge immediately swallowed the spiritual tree into the mouth, calmly said that it was not divided because once eaten, Lu Zhaoge suddenly chest painfully pale, making the little chew. Besides, panic will be very painful. Xiaoqiu innocently ran to shake the hand of Lu Dongli. His master quickly saved the masters to go to the teacher to eat the stem and was about to have abdominal pain, and then Lu Dong's beside the helplessness. A man stood inside the grove of the tree, squeezing the sword in his hand, and watching the crowd in the distance. Lu Zhaoge started cultivating. Yu Yui looked at the people far away from you. Aunt King stood beside her, hand crossed in front of Yu Yui's chest, and little Li too are all breaking the spirit right. You get nodded, the master is like that. Aunt King smiled. So you thought if Zhaoge could start? Yu Yui panicked and shouted, so I couldn't smile, and smiled and covered her mouth to cover her mouth. Yu Yui immediately respectfully bowed his head to the disciple of the disciple, that from the past to the past, The person who was 16 years old and older has never been successful in the continent's history, so many years, and still no one who thinks Zhao Ge does not start the spirit. Auntie King said, well, not so unfortunate, Zhao Ge, but breakthrough earlier. Maybe still started, but now hopeless. Lu Zhouge sat in a large circle below, was a blooming flower floating in the air around the brilliant light, emitting lights. Lu Dongli was astounding that this was Koi Line CA, but Koi Line. In the middle of a large space, a stream of light shines straight into the air to create sparkling aura oath. Aunt King and Yu Yui are extremely shocked with the scene in front of her, mouth gaping. The light shot straight into the sky high through the white clouds. Light like puncturing the clouds creates a huge light column. Everyone everywhere sees the scene of extremely excited people who have started the spirit. This time they do not see the whole life. The whole life will disappear quickly and go out to see the bustle of the practice of Tine, Hu Yen. The world and the people of other places is not the same, because the destiny is too long. Not everyone is ambition, but extremely loving. Aunt King became angry around, and radiating the purple power of the eyes. The eyes of the sky did not know that the sky and the thick of our people were also startled, but also dared to bother. The great power blows the people who are gradually coming to see the scene. A man immediately said that this is the prestige of the great power. So the disciple of this great powerful power is not waiting for more than we want to live very much. Lu Zhouge opened his eyes around him, that was turned into another space that was only black and blue, with long white colors around this place. Lu Zhouge was surprised to move forward, the heavenly force, the mind of Lu Zhouge on the body, without a piece of cloth that covered the body floating in the middle of the dim space area. Far away, there are sparkling stars, that each of them represents a spirit, which means a different kind of power. Lu Zhouge, searching around, is the new spirit belongs to us here. But strangely, when Lu Zhouge reached his hand to touch, no one told me that those who were competing to run away made Lu Zhouge be surprised and shouted, "The space in front of the smoke is so white, my skin is too white." Suddenly Lu Zhouge discovered something behind him was glowing. He was surprised to turn here. When you see it clearly, what is Lu Zhouge happily touching my spirit, to turn out to be that you are so unique. Going for a long time, Xiaoqiu lying on the lawn has now dreamed. Xiaoqiu saw his master, the hand holding the sword, extremely surprised to look ahead of Xiaoqiu, immediately asked the master's right. Then surely Dong Li will gently take out a piece of blinds to give to Xiaoqiu and say this for me to eat quickly. If the pain remembers the master, then the Qiu will eat the blessing, in the joy of the happiness of the master's expression. But it is surprising that I feel so awake, but the taste of the blinds is really delicious, but does. Because just now was just because the little Chu imagined that the dong was still gaping at the air in astonishment in front of the little Chu to wonder, the master seemed to look at the master who was looking at where. Then Xiaoqiu also turned to look in the direction that Dong Li was looking at when he was surprised to discover the waterfall. In the distance, the water does not flow. The fish to note that this is not a picture of the small. Quite unexpectedly, the waterfall does not flow anymore. On a large area, there is a blinding light from the ground to the sky through high clouds. But Lu Zhouge is sitting cross-legged in the middle of that light source. His whole body radiates the strong gas. The more strong the light is so dazzling that the Chu cannot bear to cover his hands and cover his eyes, and blinding the needle too blinding. In the middle of that light blooming petals like lotuses also appeared the word NHS Koi Line. Yu Yui stood not far away from observation surprisingly, but the Tyne Day Chi Len's king next to the side was equally surprised that only the first person to initiate the spirit of the heavenly force can receive the Tyne Day, instructing you and the little Li Tu, because you are not the first person to get the recognition of the fire and the style. Aunt King's unfinished saying made Yu Yui more certainly said that he could not mistake him not only to start spirit, but also the first person to start this kind of force. Yu Yui thought that it was just a brother who was given to them. Aunt King, as if reading Yu Yui's thoughts. It was always water that made Yu Yui look at her. Brilliant lotus platforms rose layer upon layer into the sky, one after another. The glowing inscription, Nu Kai Lin, still hovered in place, dazzling and unyielding, as if waiting for the entire population to finish reading it. In the distance, people from all walks of life, regardless of status, shared one thing in common, their love for excitement. Witnessing this once-in-a-lifetime phenomenon, the crowd buzzed with discussion. Today, our eyes have truly been opened. No one knew which sect this person belonged to, nor whose trusted disciple they might be, yet they were able to activate a heavenly mandate. Others began chiming in, one after another. How many heavenly decrees will appear? I wonder if there are 4 or 5 that would already be quite impressive. The light has not stopped from the dazzling yellow light, now it still appears other streaks mixed together. The surrounding light of Lu Zhaoge now has water prizes to contribute to the water source, and the light source racing with each other to create beautiful 7 colors. But Lu Zhaoge stood there silently, in his heart, could not open his eyes. Who is in the end, who is saying so? Sound is so loud as this. The lotuses are still expanding from the middle of the lotus to shoot a few more lines. Although Lu Zhaoge did not open his eyes, he could still feel everything that was happening for 6 hours. Lu Dongli stood outside, but his hands clasped tightly to the sword, trembling with an extremely worried expression. Urgently, 6th day. And then he tried to go to the 9 religion. Yu Yui until now. 3 parts, surprised, 7 parts. Like 3, based on the record, whenever the person who can launch the heavenly religion only has at least 6 paths that must be considered by each person. Aunt King beside the eyes, and deeply asked you to feel that Zhaoge was finally able to launch the heavenly religions, that the dues order, the helpless eyes in response of course the more haha, the master, I could not guess, continuing to have 2 more heavenly religions, 2 lines of brilliant spirit. But it did not affect Lu Zhaoge very much, because he was closing his eyes, and at the same time Lu Zhaoge was like, he had just enlightened something, he seemed to be understood. In a moment, Lu Zhaoge seems to be smart. The heavenly release is just a sound recorder. Lu Zhaoge is now floating in the air. The lotus in turn spread around the 7 colored rainbow lights into a circle. Lu Donglik monitors the whole process of giving sweat. Lotus flew up higher, then turned upside down, then created a heavenly religion of the order of the words, NHS. Koi line, again, light again. A light shone through the body of Lu Zhaoge, whether it is done. The bottom of the business is 9 to 9, the 9 paths. Lu Zhaoge is satisfied with smile 9 times the destiny, because we are not in heaven. This thing is due to our efforts, so that Lu Zhaoge confidently opened his eyes in the light, flashing a strong, steadfast light. Lu Zhaoge stood firmly in the air and waved his hand and shouted a sound of the sparkling strips of water flying at the signal of the direction of the body of Zhaoge. When the step of Lu Zhaoge was able to come out with the reality of the system at the same time, there was a notice to him to congratulate the player Koi Line's success, to recognize the heavenly force that they saw that Lu Zhaoge did not say anything but just laughed slightly, and the surrounding water rays suddenly changed around running Lu Zhaoge. Just seeing Zhaoge go out safely. Both Hating Lu Dongli are happy, but all the day to come to others happily ran to say, the brother saw how. And the opposite of that, Xiaoqiu said, the Grandmaster of the bone fuel was so delicious. Just heard the little Chu said that there was an extreme gaze of judgment to look at the little girl Chu, who was hugging the red cheek, but happily remembered the food and laughed, hiffy. On the other hand, Lu Zhaoge suddenly turned towards the waterfall in front of his hand and raised his hand, and there was a magic power that appeared to feel the world in my eyes. When Lu Zhaoge is still not all saying, all the rays of water from the waterfall increasingly flying countless counting to create an extremely beautiful scenery. Lu Zhaoge controls the rays of water flying into the other, into a very shimmering shimmer, at the witness of the unexpected witness of Lu Dongli and Hating next to him, and said that he is not as mysterious as before anymore. Just finished the sentence of Lu Zhaoge. He decisively crushed the sparkling sphere like a glass that shattered it and splashed everywhere. But it is very easy for a moment Lu Zhaoge to create another water sphere without much effort. Looking at the power of myself, it makes Lu Zhaoge also unable to hide the confidence and calmness, but the thought of our current water wants to have water immediately. Just that, there is a water source that seems to be more dangerous than our imagination. Suddenly, Lu Zhaoge started to develop the magic power in the hands of Lu Zhao. Immediately appeared another water sphere, that this time faster and fixed more than a moment after the water sphere was gradually formed. It looked extremely shiny, like a lake that could reflect the image of Lu Zhaoge. The water power will be extremely useful. Even the people around him, Hating Xiaoqiu and Lu Dongli, were also extremely happy but constantly congratulating the shift for the beginning of the water. but instead of joy, Lu Zhaoge was breaking up to a new level. The girl who was greedy to drink Chu was still extremely craving, immediately became awakened and not thinking about they line, that my mouth was saliva. But the taste of they, that is the number one, little Cho, who has just wiped away the drooling on the mouth, admires Lu Zhaoge, and constantly praises interesting even the country in the human body can control stars. Not long after Lu Dongli appeared looking a bit tired, she brushed the sand off her hands and said to Lu Zhaoge, I've cleaned up all the traces we left behind, let's go home. Seeing how meticulous and cautious Lu Dongli was attending, even to the smallest details, Lu Zhaoge couldn't help but be taken aback and said, You're being too cautious. Why erase the traces? No one can sense my divine presence anymore anyway. Upon hearing that, Lu Dongli frowned and hooked up the leaf and turned it big and told Lu Zhaoge what the god. But if the master was aimed at the end of the end, he only had to die, so he had to put his life on his head. After a while, all four of them were present and glanced at that leaf and rushed to the sky to fly away, without knowing that Yu Yui was standing on the ground with them. Yu Yui is full of resentment of hatred for the past of Lu Zhaoge and stared at them thinking that the old name once oppressed, probably about to come back. In contrast to Yu Yui's hatred, Ant King next to the side is a bit excited and also looking at them in the air thinking that this little boy Zhaoge has made big progress. Waiting for a while, Yu Yui suddenly bowed his head and frowned and thought that something wrong was wrong. Why did I feel missing? Moments later, Yu Yui again became shocked and turned back to tell Ant King, who was doing his next to the masters. Lu Zhaoge has not been breakthrough, but hearing that Ant King did not have any reaction but still calmly responded to Yu, also realized that it was initialized, but I still haven't broke down Zhaoge to encounter trouble already. Ant King still looked in the air but silently prayed for Lu Zhaoge, without knowing that he was very happy to sit with confidently sitting with Lu Dong, Li Liu Cho and Hei Ting, hoping that the boy did not happen. Unfortunately, in contrast to the anxiety of some Zhaoge people currently, there is only one question in the system that suddenly appears, along with the extremely much experience points of Lu Zhaoge, asking the maximum set of the promotion index, looking at the question and the amount of experience he saved. Lu Zhaoge has increasingly wondering that he has accumulated too many experiences and the current experience has been completed. He has completed the situation. Lu Zhaoge is still very vague against his chin, staring at the experience. But the problem is that he ultimately should increase these levels of experience. Not only can he help me in the end of the emergency, that can be promoted if I am too much to spend too many points later. The other side of Lu Dongli appeared with a pitcher of the lake water in his hands and jokingly eagerly told Xiaoqiu and Hei Ting, who wanted to drink water, raise his hand. Probably due to the long-distance moving, Hei Ting and Xiaoqiu are happy to accept the water that each person drinks all the glasses in just a moment. At the same time, Lu Dongli also brought a glass of water to invite Lu Zhaoge to think about the thought of being very unexpectedly stupid to drink water. Suddenly Lu Zhaoge was fresh and grabbed the water in the hand of Lu Dongli and said the sentence that made Lu Dongli unable to understand anything, but the face of the latch increased by this level. Lu Zhaoge started to raise his head to drink water. At the same time, there was a green light appearing throughout the body of Lu Zhaoge, and Lu Zhaoge's rank also increased from LV10 to LV11 to announce the system to appear in a primitive breakthrough. LV11 to LV12, LV12 to LV13, LV13 to LV14, LV14 to LV15. From the perspective of outsiders, it was extremely panicked and unexpectedly shocked to say that the brother had just had a cup of water breakthrough in a 5-story breakthrough. Lu Zhaoge also felt that his rank also increased and immediately admitted the response, that's right. So Strangio. Suddenly from behind them, the two of them also had to panicked to say. So Ant King and Yu Yui were all in a sudden panicked area, but she rolled her eyes on her mouth. She could not suck on the exclamation of the magic of Lu Zhaoge to drink a cup of water, breaking the 5 floors. He had not even sat meditation into the pure. Ant King one hand supports the great breasts to touch the chin, but even the genius wants to break through the 5 floors, and it is difficult for it. Yu Yui suddenly said loudly, I understand, and Ant King folded her arms to observe, Yu Yui tightening the sword in her hand, saying that her analysis, Zhaoge brother, was definitely intentionally stopping the brief breakthrough. So I misunderstood Zhao Ge, brother. He did not have to fall for him. Speaking of which, suddenly Yu Yui again contacted himself. If he put himself in the position of Lu Zhaoge, how will Yu Yui secretly complain to himself if you are you can hide the rings without breaking the scene for years, like that brother doesn't. The question of himself also, Yu Yui had the answer for himself to face this. Yu Yui frankly admitted that he could not do is still not equal to that brother. Aunt King from afar observed Lu Zhaoge an extremely satisfied face, as if predicting everything for Lu Zhaoge's situation. Nothing was too surprising to be able to explain that Aunt King was satisfied to judge this kid, a 5-story glass of water, actually not too surprisingly. Aunt King started to remember when Lu Zhaoge was a child anyway from a young age. It was not like other children. Stuck in the early years, no one can see in the boy's eyes a little disappointed or resentful Lu Zhaoge. When he was sleeping, he could see the smile and comfort on his face, or when practicing hard, he would still be calm and not complain. Closing a sentence, Aunt King said that this boy was unable to break. Lu Dongli was a little fun with Lu Zhaoge and Chu. After eating and drinking, he started to sit out with a drum behind him, and his other hand rubbed his round stomo men to ask Hei Ting. The brother said why the master was so excited. Hei Ting turned to look at the other brother. Xiaoqiu seems unhappy when he has not received the answer that he wants to be too frugal. As soon as he finished, the chew was just overheated out from the mouth to fly out a mouthful of green smoke. After that, apart from the expectation around the body of the chew covered by a flickering blue color, Chu put his glowing arm to observe, not to understand what was happening. Lu Zhaoge saw that it was happy to be happy, and the first reaction was surprising that the little Chu was extremely confused because he had never encountered a situation like this before. Xiaoqiu stammered to ask the master's master. Dongli did not warn, but rushed to hug the Chu in his arms and rubbed his cheeks so happy that his eyes were not seeing the sun, saying, that my disciple from today onwards, I have officially become the most prostitute, and the Chu too has heard the explanation. But it still seems to be buzzing the cell, but still have to obediently respond to a truth. He. The sound of a 3D screen shows an estimated notice of the subject of Momen, who is eligible to become the 9 commentaries. Wait for Lu Zhaoge to smirk and not hesitate to eliminate, but choose to press the level, and what predestined relationship is waiting for me to come up all. The screen turns blue. The old sign of the old sign with the words, Mo Men does not intend to show up, but the words are gradually blurred. A successful promotion words appeared below the sign that changes into the words, Mo Men Qu Duo Sac, the solemn features with the top of the dragon. The yellow 3D notification table appears with the content of completing the task. The task reward of 5,000 experience points the reward of the 2 tasks of the sword demonstration. Point 1. Lu Zhaoge finished reading the content of the notice table to speak. Alone, the indicator point is like hacking the game, but every time an increase of a point of the sword play of the sword of our swordsman will be increased by 10% of all aspects. Lu Zhaoge opened his own index to see the show display, 700 spiritual energy, 1500 under 1500, Lotus can promote the maximum level of 10. Swordplay, quality can add a maximum point of 10 charming. 3. 1.15926, fixed indicators that cannot chan. To the maximum of Lu Shao. Feel extremely happy in the heart of the swordsman who is not the best of the sword earn. Each imagination of the prospect can unlock the Italian sword, can also make Lu Zhaoge 2 eyes glowing like a headlight, unlocking the idea, I can fly right. Then Zhaoge rubbed his chin again if he remembered that he was wrong. Yu Yui was one of the main characters of this world that gave birth to a 10-year-old man who could do something in the sword. Lu Zhaoge looks at his indicators once again comparing himself. So his 10-powered 10 should be called Vio Ha Mi. What is the name that just thought that I saw that I used Zhaoge to fear myself? The speculation of my whole body trembling, the corner of my lips jerked away. Just a few seconds then, a ding sound rang to announce the jump of the mission 2. Lu Zhaoge looked up and mumbled so quickly and had a new task. The continuous Chanji notice shows the first types of content is the task of promoting Momen from the 9 products to the compulsory task. The reward of the task of experience, points of 2,000 points, 1 point swordplay quality. Next to the notice table to Chan Ju to the task requirements. 1. Accumulated 1,000 attendance of the subject of the schedule of the task of fame. 307 to 1,000 has not been completed. 2. In the subject with a minimum of 3 people who achieved a dual practice schedule of 133 disciples of the subject of more than 100 people, mission schedule 10-100. Lu Zhaoge read all the notice table without expressive expression to speak alone in attendance, but want to promote a bit of a bowl of bowls is a bit annoying. At this moment, another notice jumped to the player to reach level 15 to unlock the new function of the map system. Lu Zhaoge laughed. He almost forgot to lead to the disciple. Can also increase the experience, even though it is only half the disciple, but it is better to have more than nothing. Lu Zhaoge pressed the button. Ding sounds on the screen appeared the words, Master Lu Qingfeng. Zhaoge involuntarily, blankly looked at that name for a long time. The words that showed the name Lu Qingfeng is gray, which means that person has died. The previous memories rushed back to him, to watch the guard hugging me from the delivery room when he cried. He smiled loudly. We looked in the coffin, this time we cried. He no longer laughed at me, and Lu Zhaoge bowed his face as if he did not want to let anyone see his expression in his heart, suddenly became heavy and dreamy of this previous life. Thinking of the image of a happy mother and mother who is happy and happy in the distance, smiling and gentle Lu Zhaoge is more determined to her father. The two of them will be assured that the child will definitely make Momen Fat Dugong Huangdie. After watching Pastor Lu Zhaoge press to another item about my disciples revealing, the words appeared to be hating disciples level 10. Lu Zhaoge is a bit surprised, may probably focus too much on my own problems. And forget this disciple, why do we forget it? Hating. So I should break through. Lu Zhaoge sat cross-legged with his back to look at Hating's back. This little son seemed to have not let go of that situation. Kia Lu Zhaoge called too. Hak Hating heard the teacher calling himself when he immediately returned to respectfully listen to. Lu Zhaoge seriously asked you why he was still stuck in the first scene I remembered correctly. You could break through soon. The communal house could not hide the melancholy virtual look on the face of the master's face, but could not say anything. Lu Zhaoge said that always your speculation is you still not let go of the previous situation. Referring to the previous situation, Hating remembering the unmistakable memories. Hi. There was a mysterious person appearing in the village. His face saw that he was not good, but the mysticism pretended to point at Hating when he was young and said that this man had a deeper in the future. After saying that those poisonous words, he turned away and left without forgetting to leave a sentence of you to solve yourself, to make the people even more confused. The villagers in the village are more and less reading workers who have never stepped out of the village, so they know extremely low, because of a sentence of the stranger who pretended to be the mysterious that they believed right away, because they were likely their benefits would be affected, so they would rather believe that the man's words were more than believing a weaker boy. More feared he had a good sentence to him, or not. He all died not because he was dead, or why even if he was a nun, he should definitely chase him out of the village. Between Hating being surrounded by those criticisms, suddenly there was a person who appeared loudly, the voice of the son of the head of the Momen Lu Zhaoge, and did not quickly take water for the child's son. The villagers heard the movement immediately and massively turned to see who was talking. Looking out, it was a young man with a bright face and smiling with a lot of temperament than that of wearing a very valuable person who thought that anyone now claims to be the head. But it seems that the real fairy is so beautiful. Lu Zhaoge did not bother to pay attention to the other villagers, but walked in front of Hating, saying that I did not hear wrong, but you were the one who was deeply ingrained in the future, could lead to the karma of the sky. Hating at that time was not understanding anything. Tears still on the corner of his eyes saw that the person standing in front of him was so anguished he did not feel maliciously just. Gently nodded, as if testimony. Yet the person in front of him did not show discrimination against the opposite. He would reach his hand towards Hating, saying that he is currently lacking a pupil whose swordsman, whether you are content or not, whether you have a deep ghost or close to the sky, later it is. Do not wait for Lu Zhaoge to finish the sentence of the villagers who want to protest the first child. This child is not normal if the future actually causes great painting. How to do? The fairy should not lead the fire a little bit of hope in Hating just now. Now the other says are really strong and broken, are the stupid people that Hating has no way to object. Lu Zhaoge heard that angrily shouted all of them, "Shut up for us." So the new people were quiet again. Lu Zhaoge's next sentence made them gaping even more. From today onwards, he was the disciple. Lu Zhaoge later, regardless of what arose, not only the other villagers, but even He Ting, and he was not believing in his ears, but someone wanted to receive He Ting as a disciple. Lu Zhaoge's sentence confidently pointed to himself to say that we are responsible. He Ting no longer cried this as a miracle that was so unexpected. He Ting followed Lu Zhaoge to look at the shadow of his back firmly. Lu Zhaoge brought He Ting the river across the mountain and said closely, and fell down, and then we also ignored it. He Ting at that time was just a child who had never had to climb the mountain anyway, to keep up with the speed of an adult. It was not easy, so He Ting climbed and panted with pulse, but when he stepped up to the next step, He Ting was stumbled again. But I thought it would fall. But there was a solid hand grasping He Ting. It was Lu Zhaoge to save He Ting, and did not forget to make a sarcasm. "You're hideous." Lu Zhaoge dragged He Ting to stood firmly to continue this child the road in front of the folding manor. Just a simple sentence like this made He Ting touched. The escape has passed many years to the present. He Ting is now much higher than Lu Zhaoge, standing beside He Ting to observe the scene ahead, with the saying that the best way to create the first ghost is giving him a bravery, to give him a lasting tragic fate, to give him a ray of light later. Lu Zhaoge turned to look at He Ting, who was moody, and said that the fishing ray would turn off. Next, Lu Zhaoge to reveal a chaotic smile. "But you are different because of this ray of light. Is the most solid support of the heavenly holy realm in the future." This confident saying has successfully attracted He Ting's attention. He looked up and looked at Lu Zhaoge, who was surprised to be touched by Lu Zhaoge to his face for He Ting, whether he felt like there was a fog covered or not. Lu Zhaoge lifted the clouds in front of him in a circle and then disappeared. He Ting opened his mouth in surprise. Looking in front of the beautiful scenery, how many birds fly, and the rainbow is brilliant. He Ting touched the tears of happiness, and then around his body was surrounded by the blurry blue light. The sky is brilliant as the fairy of the calendar in 14921. He Ting, the great disciple of the Momen, because of observing the sky above that died which not Egan broke the scene. The announcement shows that He Ting's disciple successfully levels up to receive 5,000 experience points. Lu Zhaoge immediately laughed at the glittering light appearing around Lu Zhao. The thought that he was not ashamed of us teaching disciples permanently. Number 1. Xiao Qiu immediately clapped his hands to give him the bright eyes and said, "The master of the master." Yu Yui suddenly stammered with the exclamation of Master Lu Zhaoge. "So dangerous, so could it be used to use it?" Yu Yui thought that at first, I thought that he was not scary at first. Aunt King beside you looking at you, you're smiling and thinking, "Ha ha ha, these two children is really grim." Lu Dongli appeared from the back of He Ting, and Lu Zhaoge saying that the elder brother and He Ting were all broken through the first time he could. Lu Zhaoge immediately put out his hand and said, "Trouble here, what did you fly by, or tell Aunt King the most limited one?" Lu Dongli immediately wondered what the limit is, that Xiao Qiu has 2 bright eyes and asks to eat. Qiu's abdomen immediately cried out. Xiao Qiu immediately hugged his stomo men and said that he was hungry. Lu Zhaoge immediately crossed his arms and said that today, the duty of the elders to find somewhere down today, we will personally show their talents. Lu Dongli and He Ting with both eyes were extremely sparkling. The leaf-carrying people flying in the air cramped in the sky. Xiao Qiu hugged at his feet and asked his master suddenly so quickly. Lu Dongli immediately answered, "Not to waste any more. Wait a while again and I will understand it all." Xiao Qiu looked at the dong, bewildered, thinking that the master of the master cooked well. Store at He Ting looking for something from the basket of He Ting. The temple immediately took out the cooking food neatly ranged on the table and swung on the table to look at the basket of He Ting the brothers' storage box. Lu Zhaoge is on a chair, calling the Qiu Xiao Qiu here to come here for the Grandmaster to teach you how to be the right priority. Xiao Qiu immediately raised his hand to wonder. Lu Zhaoge immediately smiled. Lu Dongli happily ran back to show off fish shifts, see the sisters catch 2 children. At this time, Lu Zhaoge is asking the little Chu to defeat the opponent, but the opponent still stiffened with you how to respond to him. Lu Zhaoge immediately said the example not to fall at the number. Xiao Qiu immediately folded his arms to answer all at you stupid. Lu Zhaoge and Xiao Qiu immediately smashed his hand. Lu Zhaoge and praised the young Chu to teach. Lu Dong Li immediately petrified on the spot and spoke, and then small Chu was infected. Lu Dongli immediately stared at Lu Zhaoge and asked the little Chu that he felt a bit cold. He answered that he would answer. It seemed colder. Lu Zhaoge immediately asked back. Lu Dongli immediately held 2 fish to attack Lu Zhaoge, shouting away from the disciple of the sister. Lu Zhaoge immediately said, "Great fish dish appears on the plate." Lu Dongli immediately reminded Xiaoqiu to absolutely not learn from the Grandmaster's Grandmaster. Xiaoqiu immediately stood on his shoulders and claimed not to be afraid of Momen. Lu Zhaoge immediately raised his hand to look good to Xiaoqiu to say 10 points. Ludong, 2 rows of tears and stuttering, then Xiaoqiu completely couldn't save it anymore. At the top of the high mountains stand out with the line stretching through the foot of the sun and the far away from the top of the mountain. Lu Donglin and Lu Zhaoge Xiaoqiu and Hing are standing on a dong leaf and said loudly, "We arrived," and suddenly burp from the throat. Lu Dongli immediately shyly covered his mouth. Xiaoqiu immediately looked at Lu Dong. Li asked a master who had just burps. Lu Dongli immediately pointed to the head of the fierce Chu, saying that we didn't have that like that. Xiaoqiu laughed happily and responded by the fish of the Grandmaster. Lu Zhaoge recalled the other silhouette. Lu Zhaoge thought about how hard it was to learn to cook famous dishes of both the East and the West, just to increase the sympathy with the other person there. The leaves gradually landed in front of Aunt King and Yu Yui. Aunt King calmly said, "Zhaoge Dongli." The children came back, and Yu Yui, beside the thought that clearly went silently after them, all the way now wanted to pretend to meet at the door of the Mo Men. The master did not go down to the acting world. Lu Zhaoge stepped down to make a bag. Lu Zhaoge and Lu Dongli immediately respect Zhaoge to ask us for Aunt out for a long trip. Auntie King smiled. Aunt King, she answered, that I just came to the breakthrough, and not bad at Aunt King's acting. Yu Yui could not help but exclude the master's fake technique. Lu Zhaoge, with a plot, immediately bowed his head to ask Aunt King the breakthrough, or the one who gave the child one of died, which chat as a reward. Aunt King pointed to Lu Zhaoge's forehead, saying, "This kid Aunt King agreed with her children." Lu Zhaoge immediately turned to look at Yu Yui. "Questions, huh?" Lu Zhaoge immediately beat Yu Yui a plum and said that this rotten kid. Yu Yui immediately smiled and said, "Hee, brother." Zhaoge immediately thought that this young man Duel was so Jew if he would definitely argue with him. Lu Zhaoge thought that today, why did it look a bit enjoyed? Zhaoge imagined a horrible thing. Lu Zhaoge continued to think, Yu Yui, it would like the male star. Lu Zhaoge immediately stepped back and stammered and said we coughed in talking. Aunt King immediately answered that if the monks have any places, Aunt King will help the children to indicate a little bit. If the monks have any places, Aunt King will help the children to point a little bit inside Aunt King, saying that there are a lot of things to ask, so that the child will lead the way. When he came inside Hating, he was more tea to Lu Zhaoge. Dongli happily said, "Thank you, Auntie King, I have finished asking." Aunt King immediately turned to look at Lu Zhaoge, asking me not to ask me. Lu Zhaoge gently enjoyed the tea and wanted to ask if there was a monk who was not considered to be very high, he should focus on breakthrough or enlightenment for a good idea. Aunt King immediately wondered that the idea of Yu Yui, also startled to think of the idea. Lu Zhaoge thought that this question was mainly because of unlocking the idea that lost 3 hour experiences enough for me to increase the 3 levels, so it was finally a breakthrough or a dangerous idea. Aunt King immediately regained the calm and responded to Zhaoge according to the reason that said the sword as soon as possible. Auntie King explained that ancient herself, the peak swordsmanship, were the ones who could enlighten the idea earlier than the mortal after enlightenment of the idea every time a breakthrough would make the strength increase the tu, without any intentions, after the increase in the monk increased like pouring an additional glass of water. But if there was an idea, it would turn into a glass, or a half. Even 2 glasses of 2 glasses, 2 glasses of 2 glasses, 2 glasses. Aunt King thought it was just that. Even though the sword was very important to the sword, Zhaoge's strength wanted to enlighten the idea that it was too far away, if it still let this concern for this fear, that it would be useless to waste time wasting time. Lu Zhaoge immediately stood up and stated that Aunt King I understood, and would quickly enlighten the idea of certain ideas without helping her. Aunt King immediately choked on the coughing up the voice. Yui immediately got up and asked quickly to find this idea. Lu Zhaoge calmly asked why you could not say that it couldn't be, that it was impossible for you to find an idea, that I would not want to enlighten it. Yu Yui recalled myself, before thinking only to enlighten a little bit of the idea that I had to pray for myself to put myself in the boundary of the life and death. If compared to the AG, we enlightened the idea earlier than the contemporary swordsmanship 1 year. Yu Yui recalled the image of himself bowing his head in front of the name Kiev Ton. Yu Yui thought that I could not say what you want to say. Lu Zhaoge thought this boy. Lu Zhaoge immediately angry it turned on and dared to know my hand. Lu Dongli looked at Zhaoge thinking about the disease again, but now I can't say that brother is not right. Lu Dongli is determined to think, because he has to protect the face of the Singer. Ant King immediately laughed and said that these two kids were a bit conflicted. I heard that Yu Yui had gained a little bit of a good idea. Ant King calmly continued to continue the two of you fighting a match. Lu Zhaoge and Yu Yui overwhelmed the will to respond. Ant King immediately made the law we only compare the idea of Yu Yui to suppress the realm, to come down to the similarity with Zhao Ge, to ensure that Yu Yui's justice will answer it. Lu Zhaoge and Yu Yui each one on one side. Yu Yui immediately clasped his hands and said that he was invited to be invited to the sword. After saying that, Yu Yui pulled out a blue and sounded a tinkling. The sound of the wind blowing through creates the courage of Yu Yui. Lu Dongli immediately's eyes widened and exclaimed that Yu Yui's good sword was so good. Ant King said the three children were all the top swords of the sword. Of course, it would be no less surprised at what it was. Lu Dongli immediately laughed. Xiaoqiu immediately pulled the skirt to ask Master Yu Yui and Master. Lu Dongli immediately explained, many Yu Yui. Hu is one of the most prominent people of this generation of Thanchao, can also be considered the strongest person in this generation. Xiaoqiu thought to the whole generation. Xiaoqiu immediately crossed his arms and said that it seemed that the Grandmaster Ba Than was sure. Lu Dongli immediately bewildered at this affirmation of the little Chu. Yu Yui pulled out the sword and then asked Lu Zhao, Gezhouge brothers, still not exported to the sword. Lu Zhaoge shook his head and said someone would die. Yu Yui immediately used the ability to ask, did you think we didn't deserve it? Yu Yui flew a rumbling high sound of the sky as if it was flooded by the flames. Yu Yui's eyes want to burn. Yu Yui angrily shouted loudly, Lu Zhaoge! Lu Zhaoge immediately said, no, you will misunderstand me. Lu Zhaoge thinking that I am looking for 9 years not to wait for you. Lu Zhaoge holding the sword has not pulled out the shell to surf the sword, that has not been friction with the ground to create a sound. Lu Zhaoge fifi tong talk, loudly not to talk anymore. Yu Yui also flew to shout brothers and sisters who did not want to withdraw the sword, and they had to withdraw. The two of them rushed into each other due to fighting with water sparks still appearing on the floor with the sounds. The sword of two people touched each other to form a huge tinkling. Xiaoqi's shining eyes spoke of the Grandmaster. Ant King immediately exclaimed only based on these techniques. But now it is really not easy to worry about saying if they continue the shift, they will lose. Yu Yui attacked Lu Zhaoge. Yu Yui said loudly to find a sword I told you to export. Yu Yui slashed the sound of Lu Zhaoge and went down to create a sound. Lu Zhaoge said you have not made your intention to get out but I want to force me. Yu Yui immediately responded to me. The flames were gathered to one place on the sword. A shock rang out the flame, stretching from the sword to the blade. In the pocket of Dong Li, the tinkling sound of a tinkle loudly thought that his sword was influenced by Yu Yui's intention. And this is the idea. But Strangely Lu Zhaoge's sword was stable as not. Lu Zhaoge immediately sarcasm. Suddenly the red flame immediately turned into black. The fierce sounds of Yu Yui. Only the white iris says, this is the most powerful way of Lu Zhao. Go to beat the rumbling sounds still fiercely, the black flame emanating from Yu Yui surrounding the field. The flame surrounded by Lu Zhaoge created the sound of Lu Zhaoge thinking, so this is the distance between, and there is no idea. Lu Zhaoge immediately responded to understand. Lu Zhaoge continued to unlock. The notice resounded the opening of the idea to accept 100,000 XP. The notice resounds the level of an idea of 1,000 XP. Yu Yui immediately used her skill to find a rumbling sound. Yu Yui shouted here. Yu Yui thinks Zhaoge brother please review yourself, you can only chase me. A black missile appeared to attack straight to Lu Zhaoge. The rocket flew to Lu Zhaoge just standing. Lu Dongli shouted and carefully shouted at Ant King, thinking that Yu Yui's sword once it was performed would not be able to get back today, seeing that it is not ashamed to be the sword art that is passed down by the sword. Just no one is allowed to hurt Zhaoge in front of Ant King. The posture is prepared to use skills. Ant King immediately surprised Ant King was bewildered to think Zhaoge. I was going to make Ant King surprised again. Lu Zhaoge has discovered the skill of Yu Yui. Lu Zhaoge to create a light round. swallowed the black rocket of Yu Yui. Yu Yui immediately bewildered that this was the sound of the black fire in the hands of Yu Yui. Ludong's bag began to move faster than the tinkling sound, keen on the sound forever. Ludong Li immediately shouted the enlightened singer to find the idea. Xiaoqiu immediately said that the master of the masters was like a fairy in the water painting, and no one expected that the little Chu had seen it, then made the girls many years later feel that the boys they met were not worth it to mind. Lu Zhaoge's eyes slowly opened. Lu Zhaoju's 2 fingers are still clamping on Yu Yui's sword to stop the attack. Lu Zhaoge calmly said to find the idea. Yu Yui could not help but eagerly. Yu Yui recalled the silhouette of my master, thinking this familiar feeling. Lu Zhaoge immediately smiled and continued not only to spend a little gray matter. Zhaoge waved a black flame of Yu Yui and scattered Yu Yui and shouted to be a complete idea of this. Yu Yui shouted loudly, I didn't believe it. Yu Yui continued to shout loudly, I did not believe, and slashed down a sword. Lu Zhaoge immediately waved the black flame from the sword again. Yu Yui even more attacked. Yu Yui still says I don't believe it. Yu Yui swung the sword, a loud shout, I did not believe. Zhaoge again. The sword immediately flew up to hear a crop. The sword falls to create a sound of the sky. And the sky is also the moment that marks the end of this battle. Lu Zhaoge, at this time, right on the neck of Yu Yui, saying you lost already. Yu Yui was defeated slightly out of the person who couldn't help but wonder why this is like this. How many things he had to do to get, as he used to manipulate the monk to practice the sword. Each with the same player of the dangerous talent has also used to the same animal. It is because of how much I have to pay for. Recalling the calm face of Lu Zhaoge just now, he just said the 3 words I understood, and this made Yu Yui feel that he was humiliated with his 2 teeth bite tightly together. His dark face seemed to also giving off the intense killing intent. Yu Yui bowed his head in a low voice, but he had something to do. With Zhaoge. Lu Zhaoge performed the magic of the relaxed person who appeared in the middle of the wind in front of Yu Yui. He did not say much, half of his face glanced at Yu Yui to say a word. Yu Yui stood with the sunlight behind him, his face and expression hidden in shadow. Only his voice could be heard speaking slowly. Senior. Brother Zhaoge, Yu Yui, was reading in the sword pavilion. Since ancient times, those who came before have said that upon reaching the 3rd realm, one should not hastily yearn for sword intent, but instead focus on diligent cultivation. I, too, once sought guidance from the sword venerable. The venerable told me that with my aptitude, being able to comprehend sword intent at the 3rd realm is already a great achievement. He suddenly raised his head in his eyes, and still red silk resentment to losing his mind towards Lu Zhaoge questioned. Yu Yui not understanding how Zhaoge brother ended up. Lu Zhaoge stood in the yellow leaf wind in the direction of flying on the clothes of both of them. Also fluttering at this breeze, his voice resounded. Yu Yui, you can freely refer to the records of the previous people who have the senior instructing the disciple as if standing on the shoulder of the giant. So, the sunlight shines on the half of Lu Zhaoge's face. He glanced at. Yu Yui's eyes calmly asked if he had stood on the shoulder of the giant. The star did not look far away. He stood in the sunlight of the sun as if he emitted a glory. His mouth looked slightly smiling and asked, Yu Yui, another question that was created not for us to overcome. Nguyen heard this words. The eyes were wide open, as if enlightenment was something muttering to the last sentence of history for us to overcome. Not far away, Lu Dongli looked at the silhouette of the 2 people under the light. She suddenly saw helplessly and began to start again. And then, Yu Yui put hands on the ceremony, with Lu Zhaoge, the shadow of teenagers eager to learn and absorb it. So the mind of Zhaoge brother is still too far away. Lu Dongli saw this scene. The warning bell in his head was panic to the eyes and not broken. Yu Yui was assimilated already. Yu Yui looks at Lu Zhaoge's back and seriously asks, Yu Yui still has a question that wants to ask Zhaoge brother, since he started to feel the idea. Lu Zhaoge suddenly brought his eyes down to look at the sword in his hand without answering the question of Yu Yui right. He did not show any expression of long hair hidden at the bottom of his eyes. Calmly speaking, since we started holding the sword in hand. Hearing the words that Lu Zhaoge just uttered, Yu Yui Aunt King Lu Dongli was shocked for a while. All 3 muttered in her mouth from the time of holding the sword. Sword Lu. Zhaoge found. This expression of them were a bit satisfied, but thought that I did not lie. But I used the experience of unlocking the sword. but the experience point was because I had accumulated from the beginning of the sword to be completely unable to speak, even though I was hacked, but I was a hard, working hacker. Yu Yui once again bowed his head to celebrate with him respectfully, saying, Yu Yui understood. Aunt King put her hand on the tears on the corner of the protest, with very touching thinking that Zhao Ge always knows how to train the mind for Yu Yui. The two are good friends of each other. But now, Yu Yui has approached Lu Zhaoge once again, opening Zhaoge brothers, but still has a problem. But Lu Zhaoge started looking at him with his eyes and thought like looking at the strange creature. His head was full of questions, so many things. But Yu Yui's gaze on the sword of Lu Zhaoge asked the brother's brother to borrow your sword. Suddenly, Lu Zhaoge looked at him with an eye that seemed to be threatened to be dead. He looked at the slow-hearted sword speechless, and spoke 9 years without shell, and this sword was not what we were preparing for the disciple. Unuyen suddenly remembered something suspicious, or thought because of that. It happened a long time ago, and that year there was a mysterious love that made Than Chao encountered Lu Zhaoge's parents. Two people who have the power to overcome love for the same because they die. At the moment, Yu Yui seriously thought that if he really did it because the other loved one brought all his enthusiasm for 9 years, he told himself that he was not worthy, wearing the sword on the shoulder of Lu Zhaoge, walking forward to say, with the voice, that it will be the day when the shell will be the day we reveng. Yu Yui, standing behind to look at his resolute back. The bright moon shone down on the climbing rocky mountains to reveal the beauty of its night. Lu Zhaoge walked on a secret path to calculate a little Aunt King and Yu Yui who wanted to stay here for a few days. Aunt King was okay. She probably wanted to help me cultivate the Dharma to the astronaut. Somewhere Aunt King was practicing the legal battle in the room, suddenly sneezing a loud voice. She reached out and swiped her nose to silently muttered, speculating according to her own life experience. So she left Zhao Ge a more defensive battlefield of the boy's appearance that was easily harmed by others. Thinking of it, she couldn't help but sigh for an hour, but her hand was still cultivating the legal battle for Lu Zhaoge to a cube box that appeared with many charms enough to see how much enthusiasm. But on this side, Lu Zhaoge is both helpless and depressed when I think of Yu Yui and the name of the young son Yu Yui, because compared to me and the third enlightenment is my third time, and a match that enlightened the third time. Remember the image of Yu Yui Lu Zhaoge showing his face to hate this little boy, looking at him as if he looked at the idiot and saying something that would be able to ponder all that he could master the idea of the main character of this world. Suddenly Lu Zhaoge remembered that he was not an ordinary person who was enlightened to the truth of life, but he used to hack. But why did he admire the main character? He put his hand up and rubbed his chin. The corner of his mouth showed a more cunning smile, and was even more satisfactory that he had broken through the new time, and then the new law was waiting for me. After a while, the moonlight went down to a simple tomb on an empty ground. Lu Zhaoge went to the front of the stile with a smiling face, happily using his hand to knock cock into the beer, and then asked if he could serve it. From the higher earth tissue to a purple image, it is still be bewildered with naive. Lu Zhaoge stood in front of him to observe his whole person, and asked the servant who discovered that the Grandmaster today had any difference in his heart. He thought that this palace was not very good, but heard that his strength could see himself, not just breaking out. But the pastime went like a dog running outside the field of Hing and Lu Zhaoge, looking at each other full of love, were silent, but it looked very dumb. Lu Zhaoju's gaze suddenly became a criticism, clearly releasing the judgment eyes, and opened his mouth to say that you didn't realize that I was breaking through. Why did you not show anything? Suddenly the tail of the hung point pointed to his hand to look in the direction of the tail. Lu Zhaoge helplessly, his body winked like losing all his energy to live, and trembled to look at the servant like a man who did not wear heavenly heaven. Without giving the blood to the person, he would not respond to us, not to afford the effort of the person who helped Mo Men for a few hundred years of life. After saying that, he put his hand up, he developed the magic on the ring on his index finger. Then it formed the shape of a Lu Zhaoge to recite the steadfast gaze in the heart of thinking a few things. Although this servant was robot, but also estimated with Mo Men Ta. She protected Mo Men safely, but every attorney general had to pay a little price. Later on, the 2 fingertips of Lu Zhaoge appeared a small spot here is blood. It seems that this is very expensive. So after finishing the fact that he has to stop breathing for a long time for his father every month, he takes her a spiritual spirit that does not know why the thing to give to her is to give her the blood of people. Says that the planet mixes with 10 drops of blood to produce a drop of Luo Ge, as if turning into a ghost, with all blood, with all people who lose her life, and throw the blood of the palace of Feng. Seeing the drop of blood flying towards me, I was excited to fly to it. Welcome the drop of blood into the mouth of the nest, but chewing your hands and waving. Contentment is full of life. On the contrary, Lu Zhaoge looked at the palace filled with vitality, showing that the weak price lamented the happy person. So why our spirit is all sucked by the person, and buzzing here without medicine. If the condition of the person who is too big, we really do not want to meet. As soon as his words had just stopped above the stone stile appearing, a hole inside was the source of power being released outside. A moment later, a roll of paper appeared. It was called Moisture the Second, class of medium class. Holding the paper roll in Lu Zhaoge's hand, is quite pleased to think that this robot not only helps protect Momen can also give the Dharma level why he is satisfied with this practice in Tian 01 25 01 Huyen. The French world of each sect is not fixed. Each person has the same way of self. Population a lamb level is difficult to find, and so that it can make the book of the book happy. And our determination can turn the surrounding spirit into a liquid and then enter the body like drinking water. So the thesis of 108 ways to drink the east wind, and even the thesis on how to turn the air into water, is very suitable for our water power. Lu Zhaoge smirked the corner of her mouth that showed a smile that the smile was that the decline of moisture for even the top swordsman of Tan Chao was considered to be the Qibao, but at this time Lu Zhaoge just paid attention to a point that made him astonished. The words of the middle-class death in his eyes. Lu Zhaoge stupidly thought he looked at the wrong middle-medium product. He looked at the eyes of Hing a little gently to ask for the wrong person who brought the wrong star. This is the middle class. But the offering floating opposite him said not a word, its whole body dazed and blank. Lu Zhaoge too remained motionless, his face unreadable, neither joy nor sorrow, yet just as dazed. Did you really give the wrong one, sir? He asked, stunned. A moment later the offering still said nothing, but its head tilted side to side, making crackling sounds, crack, crack, as if to express disagreement. Seeing its strange posture, Lu Zhaoge froze in place, his whole body stiffening, and asked, "What on earth is wrong with you?" The book in the hands floating emits a mysterious purple light. Lu Zhaoge looking at him. He does not take his eyes off and thinks, in the heart of the moisture atmosphere of the servant, each of the book has a different level, after the benefit even has the potential to become a god of law star. Come to think of Lu Zhaoge's face showing a look at his promising future, a deep smile so deeply. If it is really so, my blood can still try to squeeze a few more drops. Lu Zhaoge's face revealed the mountain and laughed at the Feng to open the seduction, or the one who gave the remaining decisions for us to go again, to bring the blood to the people. But the offering at that moment was still frozen, saying nothing at all, looking so lifeless. It was as if someone had created a statue perpetually stiff, like a Momenhind stuck in standby mode. He turned his back to be complacent and pretended to say why he could understand that the person was, because he was not only so, he was too familiar with it. The tail of the Feng raised up a few times, as if waving goodbye Lu Zhaoge. He leaned slightly to the side, watching the offering's stiff movements, then let out a chuckle. Still know how to say goodbye, huh? You only cheer up after absorbing my essence blood, but looking at it from another angle. I'm technically still a virgin, you know. Another places collapsed, and sitting on the ground, both of them, without lamenting vitality, can be like that. But Xiaoqiu stood beside her, hand on her shoulder very well, and confidently said that the master should not cry later. Lu Dongli turned his head with tears full of tears, because he was like that. So I was desperate in her heart, she was screaming in despair. Momen. We were alone, she was more than enough, and now added a disciple like the one on the street, would be beaten to death by people. Xiaoqiu is still very optimistic that the master is praising himself. He is attached to himself to a height to be a unique child who does not look at his disciples and cannot say a word. 2 rows of tears streaming down the face of Lu Dongli wrote on the words that No longer raw to live, this child's brain disease is also equal to 3 parts of the singer. And then, I have to change the way to protect the girl. She took her hands to grasp the shoulder of the little Q. The gaze looked straight at her, and then said very seriously, "From now on, after the mountain, I was not allowed to say that I was the disciple of Ludong Li Xiaoqiu, wondering my master for a long time." The eyes of Ludong slightly narrowed her eyebrows and frowned into the deep voice. Xiaoqiu listened to the master's instructions, that his eyes widened his face. Until the time when master carried the collar to throw out the door of the Chu, he still stupidly did not understand the words of the master, who said that he did not explain much in his heart. Ludong Li recalled the image of Lu Zhaoge telling her bedtime stories, and her whole body suddenly trembled. In the stories he used to tell her, there were countless geniuses, yet none of them had any particular hobbies, only a deep passion for showing off. They'd provoke others, get into fights, first, beating the disciples, then the masters, then the elders, and finally the patriarchs. In short, they followed the family tree and seniority line, beating their way up, generation by generation. She looked at the little Chu, who went out of the small silhouette and danced very hard, and could not help but think about the future, whether anyone later because of Xiaoqiu who came here. The more you think you are afraid of biting your nails and your heart is extremely insecure, or I transferred her to the shift. But thinking about the cute face and gesture that could not be discussed by the small enemy, hesitated to the face and eyes when eating anyone who could not love. She sighed and muttered a few options that seemed more feasible than 2, or increased the amount of knowledge for her. So if she had hit the child, she had to play old. So I just need to make sure no one can beat the child. So if no one will beat the small Chu, I don't have to worry about it. At this method, 2 eyes are bright, as if they have found the philosophy of life. She looked at the moon that was illuminating on the porch, making a great determination, and then putting her hand on the moon starting from today, looking up to get the moon's witness to the voice of Ludong Li. If the Chu was not cultivated into a certain talent, it would not be able to go down the mountain to avoid her causing trouble. I would like to get the sentence that was interrupted behind the dong just now, but now my eloquent now drops and lost half of the weapon. She shook her head to be awake. While confusing in the beginning of the dollar, there was a new idea, right? As a younger sister who loves his brother, he bravely raised his hand to make a note that I would like to take the life of the song of Ludong Li to make a very deep brotherhood. After completing the procedures of anti-2 hand-to-hand determination with myself, everything is prepared, and I absolutely cannot teach a disciple like Luo Bing anymore. In another place, a regular body, sitting alone around the lake of trees and flowers, are enough to create a romantic scene of the young girls back in the water slightly joking with the butterfly. But the saying of Ludong Li seems to be only this girl, who definitely cannot have an additional disciple that it is a disciple it wants to make my sister. The young woman joked with her butterfly her lips with a full smile as if she was enjoying her herself. On a cliff, Lu Zhaoge is sitting and cultivating in the big moonlight a beautiful scene that is hard to describe, in his words being broken by his sneezing from saying that he is using his life experience to think who is talking badly in me. So, Lu Zhaoge sitting on the rock, he said to leave. The new experience of the new experience is the most important thing. Lu Zhaoge started to close his eyes to use the method to cultivate the spiritual energy of the incarnation. When conducting cultivation around him, there were many blue lights hovering around Lu Zhaoge when cultivating adventure weapons. Experience scores increased quickly. Zhaoge leads the spirit of the spiritual energy to accumulate experience points in a fast, washing manner. But in fact, purifying is no different from direct injection of air and blood vessels to think that it feels painful. Why the moisture gas is also known as the sutra. He painfully stopped cultivation and thought that it was so painful tonight. He tiredly leaned on the stone. Lu Zhaoge looked up at the large and splendid moon, muttering to cultivate the law to accumulate experience could not be a little more comfortable. Then he told him to silently wish to give him a dharma to be religious. He secretly wished to give himself the dharma after finishing the practice. Would he think that if it really happened? As soon as I thought, Lu Zhaoge thought of every day I was Tiu and a few dozen long-legged sisters. And then he immediately thought of the outcome when he was exhausted, and each set of dry corpses was worried that he would not be so excessive and died. At this moment, there were 2 familiar airflows flying to him, or it was suspicious. From far away, Aunt King, along with the younger brother, is using the leaf to fly to Lu Zhaoge. Lu Zhaoge saw what he immediately asked Aunt King Aunt here to come here. Auntie King, in the moonlight like a fairy, said the Dharma of her son had trained and then prepared to return to the subject, so she wanted to personally come and give it to the younger brother on one side to speak up, but he did not care about the disciple. Lu Zhaoge just made and unable to rush to his Aunt King nucleus. Aunt King, she really has to go. Hearing him say that, Aunt King immediately put his hand on his head and said that his son, King's King, was so free. Then she took the Dharma to give Lu Zhaoge which one was my child to preserve it. Looking at the leaf in Aunt King Lu, Zhaoge extremely surprised, because it belongs to the laminating line of the most information died, which chat the hidden effect once launched the great battle after using automatically returning to the original item. More horrible for him when he realized that that died. Which chat was the Dharma bow to move the Emperor of the Royal Aunt King, also helped him down a hidden battle that made it a lower Dharma, level Dharma. He was happy to hug Dap Bao in his heart to think that Aunt King was most sorry to himself, and was so touched with a joyful face. Aunt King saw him silent for a long time, asked why she liked it, but she thought with Zhao Ge's ability, now maybe she had not seen the Dharma battle she prepared for him. Zhao Ge immediately replied that I just felt that it was a bit unusual, and then he immediately collected the Dharma to go to the ring. Upon hearing that Aunt King told me that I had to practice well later, I could see through my Aunt King. That thinking that I could see the chap Bao, a little abnormal boy. Lu Zhaoge heard that and raised his fist. The spirit of said certainly, but also because the whole life will definitely practice well. Hearing these two words, Aunt King also ignored his sentence because of his life. The old memory immediately appeared in the minds of Aunt King A. The goal of life is to live up to 500 years old. This is the purpose of the fairy Tu. She remembered the image of the first battle with the monster, could not help but think of his dream, so why then defied the life and fighter? On this side, Lu Zhaoge also looked towards the moon over the high nostalgic mother, once said that she had to live until 500 years old, but she went so early we would wish her every year, so at least I had to live until she was 500 years old. Referring to the sister King, also a little sad, she said she knew, and turned out to be so. Aunt King gave Lu Zhaoge a secret book to tell Zhaoge in my NGO, Giant Hat, recorded the method of training 10 simple types of guarantee. If I liked it, I could try a little bit more, and more, if I could see through the office that I could lower myself and cultivate the instrument training. Receiving the secret book. Lu Zhaoge. I couldn't help but be surprised to think about nothing, but I was also skilled by the skill book. After that, Aunt King turned to say so what to go home. Receiving the Dharma with the unexpected book made him happily waved. Yes, please, go smoothly. The high-ranking brother, who was still eaten with butter, still said that his brother also, Lu Zhaoge, absolutely did not care about Yu Yui, to now and then glide. Lu Zhaoge waved goodbye and said that Aunt King was free to remember to play. When Aunt King had just left a sword from flying, passed through Lu Zhaoge. The sword is tightly plugged on the foundation ground. He looked at the serious face, clicking his tongue with the liver not small. Introducing a little sword tong is the strongest subject Tan Chao. One of the 4 great peaks of the sword tong dominated 300 sects. These subjects turn into the upper class, but Momen in Habach tong is low at the bottom of the skirt, the most powerful subject from the bottom. Zhaoge frantically tore off the letter that Momen sent to him to say, Habachmon, the honor of what the demon. But the fake, as much as the blooming, is not the same. Not as if it was true that the names of this lack of blow were in a little higher than Momen, the middle level of the lower level. He glanced in disdainful eyes and said that the middle level was strong. Zhaoge slammed the down Kiev bar in his hand, saying a middle class sect of the middle floor now dare to be greasy to the Momen. Why is it more and more crazy? He explained the ancient result of ancient consequences of Kangjinmen, Momen the Daemon, and 3 sects that coexisted within a radius of 100 kilometers around here. But in this area was the scope of Momen, originally Momen, so they did not expect to stay and want to counter customers into the owner. He darkened his hand and used the spell that he had previously been Momen Mo, who invited 3 factions to compete with Kangjinmen to see his father falling down and wanted to climb on the head of Momen. If you want to do it in front of me, you are worthy. After saying, Lu Zhaoge wrote on the sword with a word. Then he waved his hand to return it to the owner from the right place. The sword flies through the mountains and lands at the Kimmon. Inside, the owner of Lin Long and Xiatu Mon Kong Jinmen, who was sitting and played, she turned to Xiatu to flatter him and said that he said the owner of Kon Kim became growing and becoming the top of the 100 miles around here was just sooner or later. Hearing that the name of the man who laughed and laughed, ha. Mo Men now only relied on a great name as full of fullness, like Lu Zhaoge, the road of the Monde sect. But only the great monastery is not the jokes of the world. When he was talking, his sword was returned. Xiatu glanced at the eyes. Quickly catch the sword. He happily said he was quick, but that wild name was probably trembling in a corner now. Lin Long on one side, curious to see if it wrote something to want to worship, and then she laughed happily, ha. If it was now a new age of morality, Mo Men had to be humble for a long time. Hearing that Xiatu happily agreed to let us see what this name did, just say he opened it. Make the intention inside the illusion massively flowing out. Create a word scene, making the two old grandparents bewildered, crazy, and annoyed. Lin Long did not believe that this wobbly name should have written things like, they want to submit or what. Seeing the attitude of Lu Zhaoge so arrogant, Xiatu furious, smashing the table. It is true that the illusionary green beans are also vanished, and at this time, Jia Tiyu is angry and cursed at the unfortunate man. Lin Long on one side is also cold. Nothing excellent but still confident, like that is really a man. She immediately turned to tell Shatuman. It is true that Died Ke heard that Ha's head also agreed. We were quickly planning to tell him what it was to be the strength of V-tone. Scenes to Mo Men peaceful. The high-ranking conference of the two Gate Zhaoge and the ceremony are discussing with each other 3 days later. The 3 monks. 3 sects needed to go with you. Lu Zhaoge's face now clearly showed the contempt for the tea, saying no need to rely on that force that was hidden. Hearing that she obediently consulted him, so I was less hidden from the TU, showing more and more. Lu Zhaoge narrowed his lazy eyes and said that he did not obediently look after the good sect. The two of them were talking when suddenly the space became extremely romantic. Roses flying in the air. Zhaoge could not think of the green sister, and this sexy feeling, Li at the beginning was bewildered, saying that Luo Bing broke the official and saw the actions of his disciples, like that was a bit frustrated, and said this first how quickly it was breakthrough, and he should have been in retreat for 30 to 50 years, but so frustrated. Seeing Dongli a bit uncomfortable with his disciples' retreat, Zhaoge showed his quick question marker Sut, who disliked his disciples so much. After saying that, he quickly pointed to the disciples and compares to look at the beauty of our disciples, and then looking back at the disciples, but still not satisfied why his owner pointed at himself. Hey Ting, he proved to be difficult to understand. Hearing the words of the Dongli, not only was angry, but also angered to beat the table a banging up angrily. Looking at Zhaoge, seeing his Sut, angry. Zhaoge immediately scared and difficult to ask why his Sut was so angry like that. Dongli quickly ran to Zhaoge and immediately taught him a lesson. She had just pinched her cheeks on the cheeks of Zhaoge and scolded me to like her, but I would not agree to hear the confusing words from Ms. Zhaoge. I did not understand anything, but because the pain was so much, I just told me I did not agree with the demon. But I stopped my hands. I stopped my hand. I stopped my hand. I could stop my hand. I could stop my hands. I could stop my hands. I could stop my image. But it seemed that Dongli could not hear Zhaoge's pleading words. But now her mind only thought about the disciples of the disciples. With her singing, she was even more angry to think more and more painful why her disciple kept wanting to make her sister-in-law riding her neck. The conversion is the colorful frame of the outer wall. Thang Lao. Along with that is the introduction of Bing Nhi. We are 6-year-old Luo Bing. We are sold by our father in the long bar. And after that introduction was a splendid lady with the loan on the beginning, from the gate of Than Lao. No one else was Luo Bing. When she grew up, she was raised by her grandmother in Than Lao. 5 years to teach us a lot of words, from reading books to how to lead the mailman. Seeing that the splendid beauty has come out, everyone is extremely noisy, but appreciates even if she has just seen her figure. This is the name of this time. The appearance is so beautiful that today is her 11-year-old birthday, is still the first night. This time I will definitely have her equal to her. Listening to the words of slump from the strangy and infamous Gate Luo Bing, a little fear of clenching his hands again. Not only that, she immediately breathed gently, and so, as not to wait for a long time, PhD, Ba quickly delivered Bing NHI and started the auction for tonight to sell thousands of gold from Bing NHI's golden year to officially start the starting price of 10 taels of silver. Hearing the auction, everyone began to fight for Bing NHI, and the auctions immediately spoke from one person to another, 15 taels of silver, and gradually increased to 20 taels of silver, of 21 taels of silver, hearing the man next to him, who was also competing for the woman who was excited to fight with each other quickly, and challenged the challengee that you need to make a little bit of the price. Seeing that there are so many Bung children's paintings, other prostitutes upstairs are extremely jealous, and jealous of saying bad words with Luo Bing. This name, the appearance of the first night will make these gate have such a gesture that is listening to the price, as much as that is also alternating to the upper 30 of the first night. There are many people who have the two people, 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 who have the two people. These are all names that only look at the appearance. Listening to the words of the prostitutes, there was a prostitute who also participated in the conversation that continued to come here and did not look at the appearance. Referring to her appearance, there is a prostitute who feels discontent for herself and then speaks up, and flattering ourselves not only is the superior talent, but also as pure as the flute flower, but we do not know anything but more. She stopped a little and pointed to her chest and continued. The new chest is a bit so comparable to us, the mailman does not know how to look at the goods, and continue to transform the return to the auction that is happening. Extremely exciting, with the increasing auctions of 35 tael, 32 tael. When I was looking for a very happy atmosphere out there, the woman was waiting to be sold after that curtain. She was extremely deep. She was not happy, but thought that they would complain about how much they were bustling. We were suffering so much, the sadness of humanity was not the same inherent. The one of the most vigilant among the chaotic trash will have a prince like an angel that takes us out of this place, but escaped from his thoughts of delusion, is a devastating truth about her fate. But more than anyone else we know that dreams are forever just dreaming. But after her lines of thoughts, there was a sound of a stranger that resounded for 1,000 taels of silver. Everyone was extremely surprised and curious of the owner of that sentence, because 1,000 taels of silver were too large for a girl who was extremely confused and turned around to look back. Thanglau's main door opened, and a boy was clasped his hands behind and casually walked in, and continued to say 1,000 taels of silver of this girl, and no one else. The owner of the sentence just now was Lu Zhaogei, and next to the side, there was a dong. But when looking at everyone, a young man cursed at this boy who was crazy, and how many thousands of taels of silver for the first night, so much money, were so much, there was no place to spend so crazy, but stupid. But in contrast to the bewildered scenery below above, Tuba is extremely happy to face, because she has received a big relationship immediately. Welcoming this prince, a moment of spring pepper is also worth the eye. And Bing NHI immediately opened the curtain to look at the person who was preparing to buy himself. Seeing the shape of the young son, Bing NHI immediately thought this prince was not bad, but probably no different from the people here. Hearing the words of Tuba Chauga, he said that anyone who said that we only bought this golden night, this lady will lead away. Hearing Zhaogo's words, the space is like standing still. And more than anyone else, the person who is extremely surprised is that Bing NHI thinks. Hearing such a request, Tuba did not think but agreed to say 1,000 taels of silver, of thousands of taels of silver, leading to actually, we still have a bit of words anyway. The back and forth was so good, Tu immediately did not hesitate to push Bing NHI to Zhao, Ge excitedly said, and stood out to do anything quickly to the owner of your owner. Because of being pushed, unexpectedly, Bing NHI's head forged accidentally fell, but she did not care. Now she only knew that she had been kneeling and knelt at the owner. Seeing that, Zhaoge smirked, and loudly ordered to pick up. After 2 words of Zhaoge, suddenly the wind blows up the flying papers around the four. Bing NHI was extremely bewildered and looked at that wonderful scenery, and immediately remembered that night my birthday was like the angel of the angel. The measles were crazy and smiled and offered the contract in front of Lu Zhaoge, saying that this was a contract of sale. From now on, she had belonged to him and was led by a handsome guest like a prince. Another girl in Thanlao stopped in the ears, whispering if he said he wanted to buy me the will to give up the ransom of another girl. Tuba Nu played Luo Bing to remind me not to quickly call the owner. Luo Bing, through the blurred head towel, looked at the figure of the man in front of the hand holding a smiling contract. Luo Bing thought he was from now on as his owner of his own contract in his hand. But not waiting until Luo Bing spoke up, Lu Zhaoge suddenly tearing up the contract, making many pieces of pepper swinging and throwing away, and even more from now on, she is free. Lu Zhaoju's medium actions made everyone witnessed in astonishment, especially the other gate, who uttered this kid crazy, and then tore the whole contract to sell themselves for 1,000 toils of silver to buy back. Luo Bing also widened his eyes, and no one would have expected that Lu Zhaoge would make such action. She smiled as if she had her own decision later. She would follow the prince whether to have a semi-body contract or not. Lu Zhaoge politely put out his hand and told Luo Bing. Luo Bing was also very obediently, then put his hand on the ivory pearl table to be carefully cared for. At this moment, Lu Dongli was disguised as a man and broke in between the two people who laughed and grabbed Luo Bing, saying that the little girl would take me to lead me. The night falls on the moonlight hanging high like a giant glowing ball. The beautiful cancer will be more beautiful when people feel happy in the three people Zhao Ge, Dongli, and Luo Bing take each other out of the long bar in the street, higher hanging lanterns, more brilliantly adorn the night sky to create a beautiful scene in the picture. Luo Bing, curious, mixed with happiness, watching this scene exclaiming, "Beautiful lighthouse. This is the first time I have been coming out there." Lu Dongli stands next to him and says he will see many more beautiful places in the future. Luo Bing did not respond but stared at Lu Zhaoge in his eyes filled with love. Make the dong from the position between the 2 hours, naturally the bright light bulb even brighter than the moon. Lu Dongli frowned and carelessly think why she kept looking at the song forever without looking at me. Meanwhile, Luo Bing has completely turned to Lu Zhaoge, but we have seen the most beautiful thing in this world and do not know whether Lu Zhaoge has noticed the conversation of the two of them or not. Now making a suggestion, if you want to go for a walk. Like that. Not so beautiful. It is not very unfortunate. Luo Bing excitedly agreed to always look at Luo Bing, so happy to make Dong Li so angry that the two ends of the eyebrows were about to stick together in the heart of Dong Li, silently swearing. Lu Zhaoge seems to have noticed the discomfort of Dong Li and asked the old man to see this kind of comfort and he went between the two people who tried to suppress anger and responded without any concern. Lu Zhaoge said nothing more silently, observing Luo Bing's interesting appearance. I thought this time, the qualities are not worse before viewing the information board about Luo Bing. There is an 8-pointed swordsmanship of the 7-6, piteous sister, with a certain probability of opening the hidden details. Lu Zhaoge read the information board with her mouth smiling and rubbing her chin, saying that there is certain probability of opening a certain hidden episode. There will be only 1,000 tiles of silver. But if it is necessary to clean the whole Momen, at home, Dong Li is riding on the back of Lu Zhaoge in an instant, using the fullness of Lu Zhaoge's cheeks to the fullest, of Lu Zhaoge not to the restlessness, to the floor. Please do. Lu Dong Li more frantically trying to pull more strong hands to say who craves your face. Suddenly a strand just scent faintly flew to the small nose of Dong Li. Dong Li quickly sniffed to see this abnormal dong, immediately forgot to go away from his anger, panicked and shouted and rebelled with the map of the empty spirit, which was more and more clear already. At that time, at a mountain, the sky was far away from the sky and fell into the whole river. In front of the river, there were also butterflies and dancing to create a picture that was both painted and extremely gorgeous. From the door of the cave, there is a lovely figure to step out, the slender fingers touching the stone to make a fulcrum. Long, slender legs stepped on the grass and walked. The girl turned her eyes around the surrounding scene and finally reached the scene. The petals glided lightly on the blushing cheeks of the young girl with a little lips for a few months, and had not met the sun. From a distance, there is a sound that is transmitted to the bamboo chamber of the duty to set a trip to the bamboo chamber of the duty of a trip to the bamboo chamber. That girl was Luo Bing, who heard the words and happily carrying skirt. Luo Bing kicked the flowers and fluttered towards the brightness of the morning as a flower blooming in the eyes of the prince's expectation. He is waiting for me only. Meanwhile, at the tea room, Lu Zhaoge and Dong Li are sitting opposite He Ting on the side, serving the tea, pouring the stiff arms, and folded with his arms, seems to be determined. Lu Zhaoge now feels extremely helpless to think for you a bit. As soon as she heard that Dongli was already on the verge of exploding, thinking for your sake, 3 sects joining forces, and instead of taking me, you're thinking of bringing Luo Bing along. Lu Zhaoge asked again to be jealous. Dongli tried to be like nothing told anyone to be jealous. After that, no one said, but the whole cup of water took a couple of unexpected moves that made Hei Ting a bit startled. Dongli pounded down the table, making Hei Ting's fragile heart trembling and trembling. According to Dongli, asked you what you want to do in the end. The tough attitude of Dongli, even Lu Zhaoge must be afraid to swallow saliva, as if seeing through the heart. After a while thinking and arranging words to be careful, Lu Zhaoge he spoke up with the 3 subjects to compete, but did he know its true meaning? Dongli frowned slightly. Lu Dongli heard it, but she was far from understanding. Still doubtful, she questioned back. Treasure-seeking sect, Starfrost. Sect, what even are those? Right now, the door suddenly opened a cool breeze with countless flying petals. Luo Bing entered. According to the rules of the disciple Luo Bing Bai Qin Attorney General Bamaster, Luo Bing breathed out a breath to wipe the sweat and could not even fall to the cheek. The soft gaze plus the pink cheeks looked tired, and combined with the breathing skills that Luo Bing learned in Than Lao is a master. Luo Bing now noticed in the room, and one more person was so faint that he could not exist. Hei Ting was busy serving the water for the other 2. So faint that it does not exist is that Hei Ting is busy serving the water for the 2 Kia Luo Bing, to be confused hurriedly at the ceremony, A and the brother. Lu Zhaoge, though not as frankly as it has been silently observing Luo Bing every time she saw her, not understanding why she always felt like she was looking at a selfie with real-life photos. Lu Zhaoge thinks of Luo Bing only wearing a thin skirt combined with the expression of the other look that this temperament is indeed a perfect coordination. Luo Bing observed the attitude of Lu Zhaoge, thinking in the heart of the dude who was so highly respirated for the sound posture of everything he learned in Than Lao was used up, but the prince still did not react. Luo Bing is very determined to lead Lu Zhaoge and think if the master can avoid his face so he can stay with the prince for a while. Lu Zhaoge finally spoke. Luo Bing, I called me here to want me to go to the last 3 days, to go to the 3 subjects to gather in my heart. I thought it would almost forget about my girlfriend in my previous life. There was a little bit more. It was a loophole already. Hearing about being able to follow Lu Zhaoge, we are outside. Luo Bing continued to be happy, but on the face she shyly lifted the bangs and said, Obedient master. But in the eyes of Dongli, Luo Bing is really a green tea. Hearted green tea, just need to look at Luo Bing laughing and laughing at the sky, so angry with the teeth that is not self-control and grinding this harsh thing. Why is this smile so much? Anger turned into actions to crush the cup of water in his hand. 2 sons were present at the scene. Dongli frustratedly stood up on his face and wrote the words that were furious and died in the world. Dongli blends hard on the floor to go out in the indignation of Lu Zhaoge that it is difficult to understand where I guilty of the girl. Lu Zhaoge was not happy to glance at you smartly, but I dare to teach my master's life. Why did Hei Ting hear that? Then all the sweat hastily Thang Min. Hei Ting quickly earns an excuse to beat the master to let him pour tea for people. Hearing pouring tea, Luo Bing's eyes immediately flashed more brightly than the Stranjakar headlights to jump to the Hei Ting, to rob the trouble to say that the brother was too much to add more tea for the teacher instead of the brother. Hei Ting also did not prohibit the teapot to. Luo Bing took the opportunity to show off the skill of pouring tea. With both the body and the expression of the face of the tea pouring straight down, the cup sounds very smoothly. This is called the green tea industry, the fake ton of the fake ton, which accidentally looks charming while adding tea. Hei Ting standing behind and read all of Luo Bing's face, is extremely confident with what he has just expressed, that he said that the sentence that leads to others is devoted to his hard work in Than Lao, even though he is the Grandmaster. But contrary to the delusion of Luo Bing Lu Zhaoge, it is very indifferent to her from the beginning to the end. It is not interesting even thinking about the other issue. Lu Zhaoge muttered, Why did we feel that the first dentist is not angry with me, but is jealous? Luo Bing silently sighed. So why was he eating butter again? Lu Zhaoge brought the cup of tea to her mouth, actually still secretly evaluating the actions of Luo Bing, only regrettable. Luo Bing met them, who experienced Lu Zhaoge. Here, Luo Bing's turmeric tea is also quite unfortunate that I am in my previous life. There is something that has never been experienced, but a bar is not familiar with me. Luo Bing widened his eyes and closed his eyes to look at the person in front of himself, poise so unfortunate when he loved into nature. People will be attached to the love buff that looks at the one who is the best Luo Bing, and no exception. That's right, if the prince, because of a bit of his tricks and his mind is still a dude, why is he still a deeply loving prince? Luo Bing regained the spirit of holding hands, determined to try to use your actions that made the prince really like you. Luo Bing, you need to make more efforts because of your head of love. Looking at Luo Bing, the atmosphere was bright as two electric balls that made Lu Zhaoge bewildered that this looks like this is determined to have to be able to give it to it. Why is it all over the previous life? The night was silent, fireflies drifting high above the quiet mountains and forests, peaceful in every direction, except for one place. There were still 3 months left before the grand assembly of the 3 sects, and during this time, Luo Bing came up with all sorts of excuses to go in and out of Lu Zhaoge's room, leaving Ting completely out of a job. Ting was wiping the table when Luo Bing jumped in and robbed the brothers so that we would take care of. Then, Luo Bing both wiped and showed off her chest shape and bloomed the eyes of the heart of this is the green tea industry wiping the table and accidentally seducing others. Lu Zhaoge go. And seeing this scene, just let go of a sentence without wiping and not wiping it anymore. It loses that table, that makes Luo Bing feel in pain, but that does not discourage a Luo Bing's will. When he saw Ting, he was carrying the bath water for Lu Zhaoge. She ran to take the pot of water for me. When carrying Luo Bing water pots, he deliberately fell on his body and pretended to be weak. Of course, the performance of Luo Bing tried to make a weak look, that the person who protected Luo Bing was so nervous to say who was wet, and this was a part of the green tea industry, so she was not careful to wet their clothes. Well, whoever hesitated, Lu Zhao go to bounce for Luo Bing, another cold water, pouring water, but also did not finish, Ting chasing her out, making Luo Bing stand the picture always. Ting quickly executed the order of Luo Bing to throw out, but the 2 rows of tears were so failed, but Luo Bing was still considered as no separation. Still hard with the ideal of beautiful living is charming. Lu Zhaoge this time, Ting is cleaning the bed, Luo Bing happily running into the job of the brother to give me a job. Done of course must be seen by Luo Bing's fake performance when she deliberately touched her knee on the edge of the bed. Relying on the Luo Bing ego and the whole person lying on the bed in a very indescribable posture is still part of the green tea industry. Luo Bing's performance seemed to be highly appreciated by the audience. Lu Zhaoge, and even seemed to hate Lu Zhaoge red eyes, and said rolling around my bed, so what? Ting, instead of another bedsheet for us. Fleeting 3 months passed. Lu Zhaoge is still working hard to practice the indicators increasing continuously. Luo Bing stood observing the relentless exclamation that he was a prince even if he was cultivating as well as a fairy. After the end of the cultivation of Lu Zhaoge let out a breath. Luo Bing must have just waited for this sentence immediately in response to the prince. Lu Zhaoge took out a treasure-shaped dish like that treasure leaf enlarges into the air. Lu Zhaoge is filled with hope of the upcoming journey of the Tamon. In the early morning, Lu Zhaoge and Luo Bing sat on the boat, crossing the 9 clouds of high mountains and mountains, undulating white clouds. The eastern sunshine was shining with the rainbow. Lu Zhaoge, this dark face, this dollar dared to be so angry that I did not see me and wait for me to come back to see how. It turned out that he was hidden with his disciple Luo Bing, following the very happy mind Hu Ya. This was the first time I and the prince went together. Luo Bing hugged her face and thought in her mind because she saw Lu Zhaoge's back in the back. The more she liked the man in front of her, Luo Bing, as well as many other girls, she also brought a dreamy soul and a boat with only her and the prince. She was self. Acting in her head Luo Bing, who only thought of her. She also blushed with an extremely shameless ear Luo Bing. Lu Zhaoge turned his head faintly. This made Luo Bing cover his mouth and could not get lost and embarrassed, and shyly, if he became a lost word and was too stupid. She scolded herself. She was confused and did not know how to explain this. Lu Zhaoge is not very expression. He looked at her with confusing eyes. You just said. Luo Bing raised her head to stroke Mai's hair. Gentle gesture, her voice. Her voice said so excellent in the 3 subjects of a gathering would shock the 4 directions of the martial arts. Martial arts will definitely make those two sects terrified to try to go up. Suddenly, Luo Bing turned to all praise, Lujoga Luo Bing to laugh over to solve this awkward story. She thought about the old days when she said, and at times like that, just praise the man who gave it to the story, but the best encouragement for them was that he was so great that I said such a crush. Luo Bing always thinks that he is doing so, just applying in theory that Luo Bing is still very confident with his speaking screen, until Lu Zhaogei waves his hand not heavy and not light to her, that it is enough to not flatter Luo Bing as shocking to the brain, to flatter the brain. The big question in her head said that Luo Bing's face was red, and her lips moved without speechlessness. In the mind, Luo Bing seemed to understand the other idea. Luo Bing shyly looked at the lower body of Lu Zhaogei. She was so bad that it was what she often said. Luo Bing's mind now was so happy, so he kept fond of his lips, if he was not sure that Luo Bing knew that this was an illusion, for Lu Zhaogei Luo Bing was stranga from just now until now. He turned his head to see what happened. Suddenly, Luo Bing gripped his eyes close to him and his lips toward him. This atmosphere was so embarrassed. Fortunately, Lu Zhaogei is enough to wake up. He coldly emits a pure mindful of Luo Bing Aya for an hour, because he is naturally pushed back. Luo Bing felt extremely hurt. She cried in the back. Lu Zhaogei passed through the last tribulation and breathed a sigh of relief. Hair. Not long after, Luo Bing gave Lu Zhaogei a glass of water. The son drank some of the water without Luo Bing behaved as if nothing had happened. Lu Zhaogei, the tone is not cold, but Luo Bing, you do not need to take care of the duty so much. Luo Bing has a little low self-esteem, but we are inherently a prince who bought it. Lu Zhaogei drank all the glasses of water and looked at Luo Bing. His eyes somewhat sympathetic, because her previous fate was probably in her heart. She always considered herself lower than others. Lu Zhaogei thought to not betray the kindness of Luo Bing. Lu Zhaogei happily say more cups. Yes, Prince Luo Bing, replies the person holding the cup to pour water. Lu Zhaogei has a question, he asked. Luo Bing, you like to call me with a son. Luo Bing was bewildered, for some reason why Lu Zhaogei asked her like that. She naively answered that the prince did not like it. Luo Bing started to think about it, so the prince wanted us to call more intimate. Luo Bing was surprised and passionately looked at Lu Zhaogei, so I just laughed at Luo Bing and laughed in a cunning way. She seemed to have thought a lot, did not say that Luo Bing beside him gently called Dad Lu Zhaogei, which was surprised by her to turn back to his mouth. Lu Zhaogei launched his mouth-locked Luo Bing to let her speak again. He tried to calmly tell me. Lu Zhaogei thought. This stuff in her head was broken, and Lu Zhaogei coughed a few hours outside. He was a passing away, but inside he liked his mouth. He said that, but the man liked to be the father. The place where Lu Zhaogei and Luo Bing are trying to go to is Ting Wangdong, the venue for Tam Mon to gather here for, surrounded by the majestic nature of the cloud covering the top of the mountain. And after a journey of laughing and crying, Lu Zhaogei and Luo Bing also arrived in Longdong, Lu Zhaogei's communal house, to say this is the place where the tranquility is to organize the 3-year-old subjects. Entering the main gate is not a shadow against the absence. Lu Zhaogei is satisfied and sad and angry that we have come close now, and then these guys are dreadful with me. Luo Bing looked far away. She pointed to her hands and said that there were people coming. 2 men and women also fought to escape them on their way here. Men are the remaining 9, tailed. Shen Qing Qing, the closer they come, the more the face is clearly visible. Lu Zhaogei went forward to block in front of Luo Bing, saying no need to take the exam with them, is just the one who was sent to deceive my disciple. Luo Bing, standing behind Lu Zhaogei, showed a sinister face in his heart to think of this person to do so, to be majestic with the prince. The current situation is Luo Bing standing behind Lu Zhaogei, facing the 2 of them. Shen Qing Qing and Zhang Chou Luo Bing thinks, but at first I was about to give them a little bit of the main character. If it was like this, it was still flat. Zhang Chou smirked a very sinister face, thinking that the master told him to come here to threaten this name. A certain Fen must show well to see here. The 2 Shen Qing Qing people solemnly rescued people together. Not yet. Waiting for the 2 of them to finish talking, Lu Zhaogei turned around and did not notice them, making Shen Qing Qing and Zhang Chou bewildered. Lu Zhaogei looked up and sighed for an hour. Phone line. That has performed. Lu Zhaogei clasped his hands behind the strong wind blowing, causing yellow leaves to fall in the air to fall to the ground. Shen Qing Qing and Zhang Chou, with an O. Mouth-eye expression, don't look bewildered by the two of them, what the demon's face is distorted. My cheeks have not finished yet. After that, Zhang Cho came close to Shen Qingqing, whispering that he was showing off to us what to do now. Shen Qingqing nodded and said that he turned his head to plan. The two of them cupped their fists and bowed at the same time, adopting the respectful posture of junior disciples. Zhang Cho and Shen Qing pay respects to Sect Master Lu. They were deliberately using their status as juniors to arrive late, offering polite smiles and greetings, waiting for the other party to respond, just so they could find fault afterward. Shen Qingqing and Zhang Cho looks respectful, but his face laughs extremely satisfied because they think that the danger of this way is that the more polite people are, the more they cannot dig the story that we can only be shut up. Only. His only choice is as long as the ceremony. No matter how disgusted, can only say the ceremony. Hong Lu Zhaga just stands still without speaking out, the extremely quiet atmosphere. Zhang Cho started to whisper impatiently to Shen Qingqing, why haven't he said, as long as the ceremony fake? Shi Qing responded to the shelf to get up and then count. The two of them were about to stand up upright, but suddenly, their actions were stopped by the two of them in their hearts that were difficult to understand what this body suddenly did not move here, to be able to raise their heads, to feel like something holding on to their bodies. Lu Zhaoge turned away from them, smirking disdainfully, playing psychological games with us, forgetting that we can control the water. At this time, at the foot of Shen Qingqing and Zhang Cho is a puddle that makes the two of them unable to move, despite trying to struggle. Lu Zhaoge wavered his hand, causing the water to disappear enough. The two Shen Qingqing and Strong Save immediately fell to the ground, painfully shouting Hu Ya. Luo Bing stood on one side to look down on the two of them, huffed with the heavenly power of the prince, to deal with the people not so light. The two of them stood up and kept angry, saying that they were just 3 trivial fake tricks. Zhang Cho stepped forward and clasped his hands, and then said, the Grandmaster of the subject. Seeing that Lu Zhaoge had no intention of returning to the story of Zhang Cho, he did not bother to reverence for his hands. He tilted his head to the side to say, the 100 miles around here was the Grandmaster of our Grandmaster and the Grandmaster of Tui. Shen Qingqing stood on one side to see Lu Zhaoge's disdainful attitude, thinking that this low name seemed to be the same in the low rumors of the religious rumor that did not make any empty game I will go up. The name Zhang Cho continued at the back of his back and was prepared, and then Momen. Mi just did not wait for Zhang Cho to say, Lu Zhaoge immediately raised his hand. Lu Zhaoge swung his hand and pointed to Zhang Cho. One side of Zhang Cho immediately swelled up. Suddenly a gore. A part of Zhang Cho's leg was exploded with Zhang Cho lying on the painful ground, hugging his leg and shouting on an Shi Qing nearby, and was hit by blood and feared by the eyes and eyes. Shen Qingqing immediately trembled and fitted 3 corn and said something like this. He just pointed out. Lu Zhaoge swung his hand to create a noisy mouth. Zhang Cho was immediately shouting by the water to make his mouth shut. Only the sounds. Luo Bing looks at Lu Zhaoge's back shadow in his admiration, as if the prince only can use this heavenly force like this. The prince is so hegemony. Zhang Cho and his hand towards Shen Qingqing for help, but can only make a sound without a word. Shen Qingqing at this time was afraid of death, and blushing, seeing Luo Bing and Lu Zhaoge together entered. Shen Qingqing to dare to move back to Zhang Cho. Shen Qingqing both sweats and soup with Luo Bing and Lu Zhaoge. Go just thought that he could stop him with the bleeding that he did not remember the name, pointing to his brain. Lu Zhaoge sat down on the chair to say tea enjoyment. Shen Qingqing bewildered at him. This is implicitly agreeing. Shen Qingqing. Try the acupuncture point for Zhang Cho to see the reaction of Lu Zhaoge. Zhang Cho to be the acupuncture points in pain and scream. After all, tired Zhang Cho fainted and Shen Qingqing took a sigh of, but suddenly thinking about what makes Shen Qingqing's face amazed. This is the Grandmaster in rumors why there is a type of gas that makes others terrified like this. Lu Zhaoge still calmly sitting and enjoying the tea, and seeing them still, there was no intention to leave. Lu Zhaoge asked why he was thirsty. Shen Qingqing shocked his blue face without blood. But Shen Qingqing reflexively, immediately carrying Zhang Cho, ran away, as if he stayed for another second. They would not be able to return to the pants. He asked me to be thirsty, or did. Luo Bing just poured tea for Lu Zhaoge. Just smiled as if she also understood the idea of the prince, and Lu Zhaoge did not show any emotions in response. We only lacked the way to write the sentence, but we did not go on the face of the dog. Luo Bing reached out and lifted one side to giggle his hair. He said he had to say it. Lu Zhaoge still has a cold face to turn to. Luo Bing to sit here and there are no outsiders, but the scenery is very beautiful after a while. The Kangjin men. They comes there. Luo Bing replied and then sat down on the chair. Luo Bing put his hand on his chin to look at Lu Zhaoge, saying that the prince was just now of a very dangerous flattering daffa, flattering forever. The light of the page shining on the Lu Zhaoge people exude his handsome beauty. Luo Bing sat next to himself, unable to control himself, but peeked a few times in his heart to think that a dude watched Lu Zhaoge drink tea in his heart. Luo Bing constantly. Today he was so beautiful that he was so beautiful. Seeing Luo Bing Lu Zhaoge's attentive looks, this map is really possible everywhere. You can generate the feeling of this drama. I don't know what there is anymore in her head. Young woman dreaming of Hoax Xuan maybe later when she recalled. The secret thoughts, even if not suitable for the situation, will automatically turn into peach blossoms blooming around the communal house. At this time in another place, Shen Qingqing is still carrying Zhang Chou, running all the speed in his heart and scolding his mother. His father is definitely a monster. Perhaps running for a long section, Shen Qingqing lost a lot of strength on her face, sweating, but still gritting the teeth. Running all the speed of Zhang Chou on the back of Shen Qingqing is not quite much throughout Zhang Chou's surface section, constantly being hit by low branches and trees that just shouted in pain. Ai, pain. Shen Qingqing tried to run in the heart of the heart. Zhang Chou on the back of Shen Qingqing was hit continuously with a swollen face, like a pig's head could not bear the match further. Zhang Chou just crying and say. Shen Qingqing was startled. Shen Qingqing shouted, "Don't talk to me." Then the two of them went back. A while later at Kangjinmen, Shen Qingqing finally brought Zhang Chou to the two fellow subjects, who just saw their appearance, was extremely surprised, and immediately asked the second brother. The subject saw countless scratches on Zhang Chou's face, and was still frustrated and scratched by Hugh. Inside the Kangjin Men Lin Long, the confident face said, "Hundreds of miles around here will belong to us." Xia Tu heard and laughed happily. Ha ha ha. Suddenly the Shen Qingqing people pushed the door and rushed into the Mong, carrying Zhang Chou, who saw Xia Tu and Lin Long, called out loudly, an extremely urgent tone of his master. Lu Zhaoge assaulted other people's face. Hearing the disciple said Xia Tu was angry on the forehead, all the blue veins gripped his hand and shouted loudly, "Lu Zhaoge, you very well." Then Lin Long stood beside him silently and glanced at Xia Tu, thinking that he was so excited. Xia Tu threw a pill into Zhang Chou's mouth and then loudly swallowed. Zhang Chou's face was scratched quite a lot because of the pain that his face became twisted after trying to swallow the pills down his face. Xia Tu's face grimaud at Zhang Chou was very impatient to say what happened. Zhang Chou immediately struggled Mao, saying that I was so hurt, don't make you read the above chapters, but the other subject tried to keep Zhang Chou sit quietly. Xia Tu frowned and bit his teeth and said that he pointed out his left hand. At this time, Zhang Chou just continued to talk, and the disciple felt something else on Lu Zhaoge had a heavenly force. Two people, Lin Long and Xia Tu, were shocked at the same time, saying what a preliminary waist guy could. Shen Qingqing stood beside an anxious face to tell Lam El, who had a problem that he did not know, if he did not know that Lin Long turned to look at Shen Qingqing. His face was a bit frowned, and said that he would hide anything else, quickly say it. Shen Qingqing immediately reported what she knew a few days ago in our area. There was a genius of the world when Koi Lin had 9 heavenly religions that everyone could hear. Lin Long and Xia Tu finished listening. They were shocked to widen their eyes. Xia Tu thinks of that terrible power. 9 heavenly religions indicate that people are so horrible, people who seem to turn this whole place into a basin. Xia Tu recalled the old year when Mr. Phi Kiev went there to determine that power ended up who had the heavenly order instruction if he was a person of anonymous sect. At that time, Xia Tu was in the air and was immediately emitted by a stream of power that covered Xia Tu, causes Shadow to be threatened with a fenny. Xia Tu immediately drove the sword, flying in the opposite direction. Xia Tu had just left there, just glancing behind the hand to control the flying sword, also trembling constantly. The great practice was running quickly by the pressure of a great practitioner that we could not come to see the place. Returning to the reality of Xia Tu Black, his face frowned in his heart. He made a speculation now. Xia Tu immediately patted his head on his head. Finally, Shatu sat and trembled in the silent chair, thinking that he dared to see him. He did not blame him to dare to throw his feet and then go to this country. Zhang Chou and the other disciples who saw Shatu kept sweating continuously, like bathing in their hearts, or masters so much too much water to drink water. At this time, Lin Long's expression is also extremely worried about the 9 heavenly religions. Unexpectedly in Lin Long's heart, I admire Lu Zhaoge. How can I be able to match the sandals for Mo Men? Lin Long turned to look at Xiatu trembling on the chair and thought only at this ugly father. Lin Long again raised his shirt to smile and laughed on the beauty, and his heart just need to be able to join Lu Zhaoge. Xiatu sat trembling in a chair that was difficult to speak out, where the entire elderly elder was negotiated. So how many pleasures for Mo Men? Zhang Chou and the other disciple heard he suddenly spoke out to advise Xiatu attorney, but he was not mistaken, but yielded to Mo Men. How much should he negotiate? Xiatu stood up and shouted at his mouth, and shouted for us whatever he could see. Xiatu furious, and the other disciple only had to listen to obedience. Lin Long glanced to look at Xiatu, who was patting himself on his head. In contrast to other places, the system bell rang. Hearing the bell, Lu Zhaoge wondered the warning system. Lu Zhaoge still sitting on that chair and the cup of tea still in front of him. Just now he did not drink anymore, but focused on thinking about something, and Luo Bing was just sitting next to admire the beauty of Lu Zhaoge in her heart, constantly excluding the death of the world. Moment's announcement of attempts is 501. Lu Zhaoge put his hand on his chin to touch the face of a lot of thought exceeded 500 points, and not badly seemed to see Kang Jin Men and the They Mon both understand his implications already. The system of announcement of attendance is 502. Lu Zhaoge again stroked his chin. Unfortunately, the small sect of fame and fame will not be much forever. Must think of a way to find a better thing. After making a decision to Lu Zhaoge, he returned to a normal state to hold a cup of tea and drink. Luo Bing beside him is still passionate about watching Lu Zhaoge forever. He finally noticed Luo Bing's naked eyes for Lu Zhaoge a little surprised. Lu Zhaoge to put the cup of tea down and continue to look at Luo Bing saying why on the face with star flowers. Luo Bing fell in love with the lake and then nodded continuously. Lu Zhaoge saw Luo Bing. Luo Bing was startled at the beginning. Lu Zhaoge gave up, not knowing what to say in the beginning, asking some more questions in this baby. We just need to be stressed, so do not make a frank person a little bit more and more unhappy than stars. People like Lu Zhaoge cannot understand that the person who thinks himself is inferior, when love can be reserved as much as he cannot understand. For some people who say love far away, at moment then, Lu Dongli boring to sit on his chin on the table, bewildered that now he is playing with that map to do what is behind him is a small Chu Dong sitting on his own. Imagine the scene of Luo Bing and Lu Zhaoge had sex, causing Lu Dong to die. They dared to do something nonsense, then know his hand. Lu Dong pondered, and then went to discuss the division of Tunguyen Tam Mon. But the body was the elder Mo Men, so he was more concerned about this issue. Having been up to the blue sky, I muttered alone. I did not know what the 3 subjects were. Seemingly remembering Luo Bing Lu Dongli, thought of himself his sister-in-law's sister-in-law from the past, until now. The lovely Chu sat obediently and asked the mastery to see the switch right. Lu Dongli waved his hand to say that the gas was urinating Chu to listen to his master's words. The kid rubbing his hand and thinking in his stomo men tired of death, he would flatter the master, please forgive the master. So he is definitely not wrong, or is it possible? Lu Dongli approached the cup to the baby's forehead that made him cry out. She reminded me. The little girl Chiu pouted and did not dare to go against words, only dared to refute in the stomo men, clearly because the master did not pay attention to why the person who was hit by him was always me. Only a while the Chiu was good at the body of her body, covered by a bright yellow light of the metallic metal standing and observing. It was also fun, as the disciple of her disciples who had been known for a few days. After finishing, this small body was tired of Chu breathing out. Lu Dongli stands and does not stingy applaud that the kid is not bad. Not bad children, easy to teach. Xiaoqiu is really a clever child. When he was praised by the master, he hugged his face and appeared to be lovely. Please see the teacher who tried to see if he could go down the mountain as the second master, and the master. The words of the little Chu made Lu Dongli a little hurting. Why did everyone want to follow the masters? So the little Chu observed the face of the master's face, and saw that she was shifted and panicked. But Lu Dongli suddenly remembered the image of me and Lu Zhaoge in the past. And when I was young, I was also the tail specializing in grabbing the singer, and I could not blame them. The dong still could not agree with the little girl, Chu Xiaoqiu, in front of her eyes. I can't go down the mountain. Xiaoqiu wondered why. Lu Donglai explained that he was a disciple of the monk. Xiaoqiu still does not understand the master why the disciples' officials can't go down the mountain. Lu Dongli Ta Tri deliberately answered this child to play this child because there is no door. Xiaoqiu still did not understand that the teacher said that the real girl crouched herself in an autistic corner. The disciples of the disciples mean without the door. The disciples of the disciple had no door to stand there and did not have the consciousness to soothe the child at all. Anyone told the good children they did not learn badly if they did not do it. If it was no more than me, do not go down. Lu Dongli sighed a little, thought that she was so small, so I was a bit too much to comfort her a bit ago. Suddenly Xiaoqiu stood up. The little girl Chu smiled and turned around and told the master, I understood that this was the hidden place that the Grandmaster said. Lu Dongli did not understand what she said. She was bewildered and asked the little girl Chu what did the child say to her. In front of the Lu Dongli, little Chu proudly patted her chest to say the teaching of the hidden man. But later, he had to let the people imbued with a moral morality that was not good to ask any morality. Little Chu who carries the Attorney General? The teacher answered outside. Hello Kitty inside is a tiger. The new little Chu was Lu Zhaoge for enlightenment of many truths to hold hands, like adults looking at the sky. A large shadow standing towards the sub, Q. Xiaoqiu feared to turn his head. Little Chu thought that master wanted to beat him with fear of his hand and hugged his head and shouted. Lu Dongli embraced the child, sobbing. Sobbing he was the best, so he was with the master on the mountain to grow old. A little light in the sky attracts the attention of the Lu Dongke. In the sky, a male and white man wearing a white price on the sword. Ludong is surprised, is the person of Kiev Tong. The idea on the face is the super sect that makes a sense of dance. Super subjects, of course, indispensable classes in the disciple class, are divided into foreign disciples. With the disciple of the leg, it is just why there is a meeting to make money. But the name suddenly appeared in the sky is the disciple of the legs that speak in another way. Is the disciple who is personally the elder of the sword, Tong or Tonchu, teaches the noble status. Lu Dongli looked at the person who suddenly appeared in silently judging this name that seemed to be a great fullness of the second Kai. Trunk Lu Dongli observed that it was Tam Kai Trung Jiji, so I can still deal with real strength a bit. I will hide the monk to the middle of the second stage to see how he said. The person who came to the sword was still standing high and did not move. Lu Dongli feels stranga why that guy doesn't come here. Suddenly the person standing in the sword and crying out, this broadcast radiates the horrible power echoing throughout the mountain. This hour helped Lu Dongli understood this guy who wanted to use a sword to inform that the foot of the sword disciple had come yet. This has made Lu Dongli remember the singer of his house and frustrated the name of the foot of this sword. Why is it like the song? But it is just the same thing. Just showing off the singer only makes others feel that the singer is showing off this name, but I want to skewer him too. Little Chu also feels discontented by the teacher who catches the attorney master. It is true that teachers and students think that they are very similar to laughing and rubbing the head of the little Chu, haha, very similar to that master. Then Lu Dongli blurted out and smiled wickedly. Ha 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 ha. How could he be disrespectful to the guest from Kiev Tong like that? But let's say hello to him. After saying that the pages were tied to the side tightly, suddenly Lu Dongli looked out something seemed to not need to take action. Standing on the other is the disciple of the foot of the sword, and the sword waiting for the two teachers and students to have any movements. What are the movements? Chen Xiao gradually lost patience and anger. We are the legendary disciples of the sword, Ton Kiev Tong, that competitor fans with Yu Yui. Chen Xiao, these guys dare to wait for us to wait for stars. Chen Xiao turned away, seemed to not want to stay. So do not attempt to receive their practice resources anymore. Inherently, we are just a way to Momen. If we are so rude, do not blame us. At the other side, there are two silhouettes also go towards Momen. A beautiful lady appears. Luo Bing's eyes are Luo Bing's beautiful appearance, which seems to have touched the right G point of Chen Xiao, making him blush. Chen Xiao was surprised to think in the Stomo men in this world there was a royal lady of the pearl like that. Then he also discovered that the person standing next to the beautiful lady looked like the attorney Mo Men. Chen Xiao arrogantly smirked this trip without waste. Lu Toga signed in a breath. Standing to block the sun, a handsome black body, handsome hands clasped on his back, pretending to be mature martial. Looking at the appearance of Lu Zhaoge like that, Chen Xiao also bewildered. How could that person be so immersive? Chen Xiao grabbed into punching the other hand that seemed to be able to enlighten anything. So I understood, and then I had to do so and learned it next time. Suddenly discovered that the beautiful girl, like the other, was looking at her, twisted and shocked. She was looking at her. Chen Xiao shyly thought to greet first to tell her that this was the legendary disciple of the sword Tong. So Chen Xiao came to block the lotus leaves of the two Lu Zhaoge and Luo Bing under their marks. Chen Xiao introduced ourselves as the legendary disciple of the second apostle of the elderly. Chen Xiao happily laughed in her heart and thought that so many titles she would admire me very much. The male disciples of Mo Men did not have the door with me. Lu Zhaoge basically did not care about him, just coldly, while Luo Bing was next to his sparkling gaze, looking at him as if he had touched and passionate about love. Both then a flyaway to squeeze Xiao to stay in the eyes and not understand what happened to him being him. Butterstar Xiao is petrified. Turning around behind, looking at Lu Zhaoge, he just flew away and could not directly kill people right now. This spirit told me to hold back, but just thought of Chen Xiao's hand and tightened. Chen Xiao did not say much quickly to chase after both of them, so they flew to the front to stop the person who was in the face. Lu Zhaoge waved his hand. To raise the carpet of yourself higher than Chen Xiao was threatened with both bewildered people thinking about what. Look at the direction of Lu Zhaoge Chen Xiao, which is blinded by sunlight to cover up his hand. Lu Zhaoge from above, looking down to talk to Chen Xiao. I am the grand magnetic moment Lu Zhaoge high in the upper. Being humiliating by Mo Men, he grinding his teeth and his high anger in the upper side, just the Grandmaster of the small Mo Men, the subordinates of the subordinates, but he dared to confess that he was in front of the disciple of this sword-hearted disciple in his heart. He still swallowed himself in his heart, because he was polite, because he dared to climb his neck, to ride his neck. Why? Chen Xiao thought again and tightened his hand so tight that he was trembling to death. Even though I would like to learn this acting. But if you were so rude, do not blame me for pinching you. After thinking, Xiao immediately looked up and said that I loudly served the destiny of the Mon. Lu Zhaoge frowned. What you called me? Chen Xiao annoyed to answer him. Lu Zhaoge is still so high and looks down and asks who you are. Chen Xiao used his hand to point to himself to confirm to Lu Zhaoge this is a disciple of the foot of the sword. Finally, Lu Zhaoge also controlled his leaf-shaped flying carpet from lowering his disciples. It was just a disciple. Lu Zhaoge continued, this disciple, you are teaching the master. Chen Xiao was told by the person in front of him to be bewildered. As soon as I thought I still remembered myself, when I was in my subject, my legendary disciple became the elder of the sword Tong, which is just a matter of time than that in terms of the monk among the disciples. I don't know how many of these names have been angry at this time, but don't flatter me. This side is helplessly using his hand to smash his face and then give him sickness. Tiu stared at Lu Zhaoge. If he did not flatter me, he would have a special place for me to check. Thinking that making Chen Xiao immediately used consciousness, Lu Zhaoge smirked to check my monks. Then he immediately released the monk of the first scene. Chen Xiao laughed at the new disciple, using the consciousness to consider the Grandmaster of the Grandmaster, maybe the first scene. Lu Zhaoge did not object to ask again. After that, he turned around, causing Chen Xiao to be bewildered. Lu Zhaoge in turn launched the first monk. Make Chen Xiao with A, mouthed wilder, surprisingly screaming the first scene of Luke Trunk Tine. Doing again immediately became the first scene. The expression of Chen Xiao this time is even more surprised than the previous time, until the end is also bigger than the first scene. Lu Zhaoge does not look at him, just tilting his face to ask you how to see how. Chen Xiao was threatened with both cold sweat that he could not see him hidden. Lu Dong's this side is extremely surprised to see that the case has just happened to break the scene again. Remember the previous things? She could not help but smile, and was still the Singer that day. The image of both smaller and smaller showing up to chase Zhaoge is the person we admire in the world. Under the sunshine of Lu Zhaoge, as if he was glowing in this world, there would be no more than the Singer. Chen Xiao on this side of the mouth has not closed. The cold sweat then relentlessly poured out. Lu Zhaoge glancing at him, thinking silently. Thinking about this previous life we have heard of it, because This guy is a genuine spare tire. Chen Xiao, who has been leaving his body, has not returned in time, so he still has that amazing state until now. Lu Zhaoge remembered him in his previous life. He liked jewelry, but his strength did not come to the place to escape, nor should he be the best to make people uncomfortable. Chen Xiao chased after Yu Yui. He is also a fan with the number of Yu Yui's cheeks. But this little disciples because she likes jewelry but does not know how many things do. Yu Yui help him go to the market to cause a big deal with the big animal for Yu Yui to come to save Lu Zhaoge with his hand and claws, and holds on this time. This man works as planned as every time the main character says otherwise, not afraid of strong enemies. After that he turned to look at him with a disgusting face, so I had to waste the experience of accumulating miserable 20 years to wheeze a pig's head. In the end, it is still a sigh of shaking your head. Not worthy of this world. This world is very good. The resource must manage. The experience of the experience must be used for things like the new idea. Lu Zhaoge suddenly turned to look at him and smirked. But if I had any... Anyway, this guy had not given the name of the pig's brain. Like this little guy came here to worship the money. But you could go, but the money could not ignore Lu Zhaoge. What was thinking about how expressive the Xiao still kept his face with a lot. Chen Xiao immediately clasped his hands and obeyed obedience to the Grandmaster. Looking down at the flying carpet, the other leaf Chen Xiao secretly thought that it was not the most dyed. Which Chat, the most dyed king. Chat was the poisonous Dharma security of the elder. Chen Xiao blackface eyebrow again, annoyed phase and look like this must also RRP 1 waiting already. At this time he suddenly remembered Yu Yui and Aunt King this time. Yu Yui brother went down the mountain with the elder king, but not the same. Thinking. Then he looked towards Lu Zhao. Maybe the main subject is the mysterious brother that Yu Yui said. The more he thought that he began to fear himself down the mountain this time, besides going to work a bit of the task of distributing cultivation resources for several small sects of Kiev, Tong. There was a secret task of investigating the mysterious brother of Yu Yui, brother. Recalling the conversation not long ago of the two Yu Yui brother, once told himself among the sects of the sword Tong, with one who was the rival of his brother, who was the big jest opponent of that brother. But for a few years, Yu Yui did not mention that brother, even though only one word of Chen Xiao began to pale a few more. But recently, after Yu Yui brother and the elder king came back to travel, Nguyen stood on the rock and took the sword and told Chen Xiao this time, even though we earn a great idea, but the same brother was always a step before me. Yu Yui grabbed the sword tightly for Chen Xiao in the back. Bewildered, we have to try harder. Chen Xiao's cold sweat began to pour out. The mysterious brother always a step before the step of Yu Yui, the brother who achieved the idea of the mountain. The story of this brother became more and more exaggerated in The Wanderer, so I rushed to investigate the news. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat on his forehead and asked Yue brother to know that the mysterious brother in the dragon fruit area of the southern region, where the dragon fruit area was not the upper subject. Chen Xiao hurriedly chased after Lu Zhaoge, but it was very clear that the name was capable of. Seeing the person in front of the eyes, Chen Xiao frowned regardless of how we have to look up clearly just to find that mysterious brother. From now on, we have a common secret. Thinking of this drawing, his face began to be extremely strong. He thought that with Yu Yui brother to share the secret. Luo Bing glanced back to look at him, feeling something wrong, why this guy kept looking at the prince. She hurriedly told Lu Zhaoge the name of the name behind us, to use the bizarre eyes to look at him, so that we can teach him a lesson. This statement made him extremely surprised to look back at Lu Zhao. Ge tightly clenched his hand and said that he did not know where to come from, to let him teach him a lesson. Luo Bing began to think improperly to ask the lesson like that. How did it be? Lu Zhaoge frowned and uncomfortably glanced at Luo Bing, who was blushing and sucking the beak for us to talk more about the subject. Luo Bing was scolded and bowed his head silently and quietly, thinking that he had thought about that kind of bizarre story. But after all, after she looked up at the person in front of the shape of the prince, she was engraved in this heart, and everyone did not attempt to rob. Suddenly something had feathers flying across the spot of Lu Zhaoge and Luo Bing. Lu Zhaoge was startled to shield and slowly opened his eyes. It is a huge bird on the top of it still carrying another person. That person holds the bottle of the lake constantly drinking water. The woman in front of Lu Zhaoge, as if she could not believe his eyes, he was bewildered for a few seconds. To put his hand to call two masters, But after saying that the big bird flew away at speed, causing Chen Xiao to be in the sword, and the cardboard was also shouting and shouting, Lu Zhaoge looked at the person in front of him, but could not reunite, extremely uncomfortable in his heart, silently intended to seem to be the fate of the two of us. Yet if the person had appeared here, so we would definitely have a day to meet again. Lu Zhaoge looked at the person in front of him, but could not reunite, extremely uncomfortable in his heart, silently intended to seem to be the fate of the two of us. Yet if the person had appeared here, so we would definitely have a day to meet again. Below this, Lu Dongli and Xiao Qiu observed from the beginning to the end, extremely attentive to the little girl. Qiu asked the master's first person to return to the same way. Of course, Xiao lost his sword. He was dropping free to fall into the ground. Rumbling a sound, he appeared a hole in the place where he fell. Lu Dongli and Xiao Qiu saw the first person down, as if he predicted he was happy to beat his hand. At Kangjin Men, the elder conference, Xiatu sat at the top of the conference table, saying that the people kept arguing. They finally decided to make the last one to bring Mo Men. How many resources to be enough here? The gray-haired beard, his beard stroked the beard, without a man who had a way to show the heart of my sect, and did not lose too much. The remaining people immediately folded the level quickly and said that he was so long that it turned out to be still planned. The elders frowned and said that each of us sent some beautiful disciples a little, and then sent through it. The remaining three were helplessly black-looking at his grandfather. If he wanted to die, don't pull us. This side in the Lin Long they talk is like that, but the man... She smiled wryly and glanced at the back, without a man at all, but a little flesh could not be solved, if it was really not a little bit. The disciples behind everyone are excited to blush and take turns to scramble for us to choose. Now, this is a matter of great fact that it is necessary to send the most beautiful person among all the foreign disciples and Shen Qingqing from in the crowd to come out to send some things to go to this socialist. Please be more secure, asking people to be more assured that I meet you more. Lin Long used an unpleasant slanted eye to glance at the thought of a bunch of things that you did not intend to let me go and want to monopolize the bait of the stone porridge bowl. Shen Qingqing eyes glowed with the master will definitely choose to go to the rain to surround the body. Suddenly the sound of Lin Long shouted at Phi Swordmail. Shen Qingqing saw that the thought of Phi Kiev could not help but look at the appearance of Phi Kiev. Just why transmitted the letter at this time? Lin Long took the Shin to open and watched it. She was extremely happy, too good. When reading the content in the transmission of both Lin Long and Zhang Chou, both smiled sinister and said that the disciple of the Sword Tong was also the legendary disciple of the second elder to the place where we divided this story. This is also really... After saying that, she pointed to the disciples and told everyone that everyone told the master to tell Lin Long and Zhang Chou to turn to look at each other and continue to laugh and smile. The disciples bowed to them and prepared to go on duty. It is true that any teacher who heard the good news from his owner immediately turned to the second face to think of the moment of shine and the disciple of the foot of the sword, the fiancé who did not want to become a phoenix. How could he be the elder of the old lady? Why did anyone think that he felt fascinated by the headline and followed by Zhang Chou's instructions to the feet of his disciples all the time to take care? That transmission to us at any cost must find out to be new. He will continue to say to find it all at all costs to be assigned to him with a special situation that allows the use of forced strength. Lin Long's prostitutes heard everyone excited and said bad things. The only one who had only one person stopped dividing. Why this still did not know what to do, who did not like the girl around. But another technique also spoke and said and touched his chest. Just need to be meticulous enough to grind the iron, and even if he wanted to go down, Long Cuyu's disciples standing beside hearing those gossip also felt disgusting and talking to each other, but still not found the person who had started to be Pebbles, and everyone who had thought that the man we were so disgusted, why would we find him, and he would have a peach garden. Hearing every word of the other gate, the girls just pleased anyone, immediately raised their sexy legs to provoke, and said that the Singer they will not hesitate to interact with you a bit. Just criticizing those women who heard that invitation, they all lost all their faces and rushed to each other to compete for us. The other only knew that they were helplessly to tell you guys. The scene is that while Kangjin Men and the they rake offend Mo Men, who is also fighting against the fight. Next is the scene between Luo Bing and Zhao Ge. When he saw his attorney, he returned to the dong with his disciple to welcome the elder brother to return to welcome the Grandmaster. Suddenly from the ground, anyone who is crawling up is Chen Xiao has just stood up. He immediately angrily scolded Momen, the people who made him superficially Momen very good, but dared to dare, but immediately saw the imagery of the two beautiful beauties of Momen. He blanked out. The eyes widened, all the silly nose bleeding, very silly thinking that Momen tiny and two beauties have two such great female monks revolving around that guy is what? Thinking back so unfair instead of his life, immediately muttered, not right. He immediately, and his face to talk to the sword, Tong was the first galaxy, the death of the elder of the old man, the future of Kiev. Tong is the powerful arm of the head of the sword Tong, who admires this tiny Momen. In his own, he confidently stroked his hair and talked, but seeing the fate of the girl, he once again gasped and shouted at the second sight. Looking at that girl compared to that face, he again opened his mouth to think that his AG was smaller than Lu Zhaogui, but he had the strength that he could not match if it was compared in the ranks of this Momen disciple. As soon as he thought he was afraid of Momen, he was really crouched to look at the two of them in front of him as if he did not believe his eyes. Looking at Chen Xiao so scared, Zhaogui immediately proudly his disciple was not bad at home. 2. Letu really knew that he could help him to blow his face to the sky. After praising, he and his two disciples were prepared to go to the representative. Afterward, he turned to look at Chen Xiao, thinking that this was the best opportunity to seize Chen Xiao. He could not miss him to the last minute after the last minute. The money of Chen Xiao is not all the Grandmaster. Dong Li invited Chen Xiao to go with me, that he was embarrassed and blushed, and saw the expression of Chen Xiao Dong Li, who thought of the three disciples. The conversion is to the magnificent great palace that has just come to Chen Xiao, overwhelmed with the image, and thought of Momen's architecture compared to some of the central sects they visit through even more metal, and see Zhaogui's shining image when standing in the shining sunlight. The more he doubted and thought that this Lu Zhaogui's name was really mysterious brother, Yue said. Lu Zhaogui sat there dressed in a careful tailor-made outfit that floated with a solemn temperament. His face comfortably offered all his hand. Chen Xiao saw Lu Zhaogui saying that there was no guest, but pulled the chair and sat down to sit down Luo Bing, to see that he was about to sit down. When he held the teapot with a hospitable face, he came forward. Chen Xiao saw the appearance of her behind, when turned out to the face full of astonished face, on the handsome face full of embarrassment, she came to pour tea for himself. Why did he wonder if the distance was almost like smelling the fragrance on her body? He continued to ask himself in his heart, and then he smelled something, and closed his eyes, and enjoyed his real smile. He exclaimed, "However, life is not always the way we want." Soon he realized that there was something unusual. Why did I not smell anything? He inhaled his nose to try to smell again. The face of Xiao was bewildered, and turned to search for the shadow of Luo Bing. She is now standing away from him 2 meters away, and in some miraculous way, Luo Bing is pouring tea without letting any drop of any drop. He looked so bewildered, surprised to turn on his back. Lu Zhaogui Dongle exerted her exhausted face, looking at her actions that needed that, but he wondered if the other boy was not hurt. She wondered, but contrary to the attitude of the two small people, she looked at Luo Bing with a brighter eye than the bizarre tutors who wanted to learn tea. Chen Xiao looked at Luo Bing like that, then bowed his face and signed in a breath without saying that she said that with everyone. Maybe everyone should not think too much. He thought of himself to encourage himself. The stream of thought that had just raised his head to see Luo Bing, who was welcoming, stood close to the brother pouring the prince to drink. He was filled with his head, and questioned whether this scene was real or blurred by the side. He looked at this screen, he was angry, and gritted his teeth and his hand. He could not help but squeeze the cup more and more. The more he looked into the pieces. Could it be that because the fate of the foot of the sword of the second elder sword, Tong? The future of her swordplay is so threatening, the person she can't stand, why he still tries to comfort himself? Seeing him be bewildered, Lu Zhaogui could not see any more, but had to pretend to cough a few, to pull him out of the world of imagination. Chen Xiao also noticed his appearance, and immediately became another new person just now. But this time, this moment, has shaped a big disciple of the throat of the Grandmaster of the Grandmaster. He asked the slightly sip of tea in his surprise, looking at him in front of him. His heart was full of doubt and dissatisfaction with this wobbly guy. Why didn't he have money to spend money quickly, and when you still want to stay at Lu Zhaogei screaming in your heart? Luo Bing stood beside him to notice his attitude. The friendly smile opened his words to the brother to Mo Men, with the same why she asked Chen Xiao. Seeing that she asked, she also made the president's hand on her mouth to cough a few things that needed to discuss him briefly, but it was not good in her heart. She was an underground wave. She called me a brother here. Finally, the two new people in this issue this time, we come to distribute cultivation resources for the subjects of the sword of the Mo Men. Mo Men. Then he spoke out to take out a ring and then said, "This is the part of Mo Men in this spirit. With spiritual spirit also has gas training materials." Lu Zhaoge saw that he took the ring out, although the outside was serious, but in his heart he was filled with excitement of the material training material that Aunt King was playing or practicing. Okay, then waved a stream of water surrounding Lu Zhaoge. Chen Xiao saw that the water appeared surprised the heavenly force. He did not believe in his eyes that water took that ring. Then transmitted to Lu Zhaoge Chen Xiao to look at this screen. The eyes of a mouth. Oh, he used to start the spirit already. Chen Xiao saw that his face was happy and tricky. He was definitely a mysterious brother, and thought that his heart was jubilant like opening a festival. But he doesn't know in Lu Zhaogei's consciousness is countless genius gemstones to the gods. Despite excitement, but in the face, you still have to do the price of the duty to receive items. And then there is another disciple you say the duty to know, in addition to going to distribute your resources if you have any tasks. He asked for the welfare of Kiev Tong to also help the disciple of the sword, Tong, who is the responsibility of the sword Tong. Thinking that I could not hide anymore, Chen Xiao finally said that my mission this time was because of the love of transit. His words made the three women in the room surprised to widen the eyes of the race in transit. Q asked. Lu Zhaoge smashed the sword on the table. Make it radiate tremendously, where he asked in a scary but solemn voice. Chen Xiao saw that Prestige also had to step back a few steps. Others heard this story, probably soon came back, but he only asked a question where he was horned with fever, without believing what his ears had just heard. He heard that then the satisfied smile was the sword from a battle of misery, which was that metal, love. Tu is not an essence nor love of two people, but a practice of force to reconcile their own blood with the beast, but Than. Lu Zhaoge heard what Chen Xiao said, began to think of the information that he had, because after reconciliating with the blood of the beast, they became great, but at the same time, drinking blood and flesh. He remembered the scene of a loving child who was shocking the arm of a person. Why is getting more and more wrong? Finally becoming a monk, leaving the establishment of this world, but why let me get blood vessels associated with this monster? Someone wondered if the strongest point of love was that they could manipulate the blood vessel beasts that were connected to them, making the battle energy several times, so that... But the beast at Tain Huyen. The world is a completely different species, then the love of the beast does not have much specialty of bloody aggression, especially mature, thanks to eating rice and forgetting to eat human meat. The beast based on the annexation to strengthen if you fall into the hands of a monk will definitely occur, so the love of cultivation in the spiritual world is recognized as the champion, except for a few super-level geniuses. Most people do not dare to face them directly to face them. Because not only high strength can also both beat the elevator to say blank is to turn on the hack. Moreover, the love of the clan compared to the practitioner on the planet when practicing into a fairy taboo is also a bit different, without a limited ink paper that does not want to mention so much. So all the practice sects are instructed by his disciples if he encountered a monk of the same level with him. Back to the scene where the male lead, Lu Zhaoge Chen Xiao, seriously said the information of this mission of the Grandmaster according to the news that Kiev Tong has this love name. The second scene has a few beasts to follow. Lu Zhaoge heard that did not say anything, just too weak, it was not it. He was disappointed, and unfortunately that state had caught the eye of Chen Xiao. Why he was a bit disappointed. He wondered if he could dig any information about it from this love name. Lu Zhaoge picked up the sword. The face of this disciple thought that if there was a need to ask for help, let's talk. But we were forced to go, he was determined in the heart. Chen Xiao saw that he found that there was a hard face that did not know what to say. Discovering the whereabouts of the love of the Long Lu master can accompany us a trip. He clasped his hands in the direction he offers the request, but who knows in the heart of the boy is the other intention that leads him to accompany his true strength if he is definitely the mysterious brother. If it was not so strong for the disciple to spread the second sword of the second scene, the fullness of the fullness personally took action to take care of the monk to remove the dignity in front of him, as expected, of an arrow hit the two targets. At this moment, the notice of the player displays the player to activate the mission. Of the love of the transit clan accepts the task of 50,000 experiences, the French repair coupon X1. Lu Zhaoge looked up at the notice bar, in the heart of thinking like we data indeed activate the mission. Successfully accept the notification system again. This disciple is duty to meet the requirements of people tomorrow, and you come down to the mountain to love, Lu Zhaoge said to respond, but his eyes did not bother to glance at people, and also thanks to his sentence that made him blankly, as if he was obediently, he reluctantly responded to the face full of unpleasant cravings. He was sobbing in his heart, and finally he left him to look at his back and left, but long speculated that he would go to the mountain to become a fairy of this place as Mo Men's land. He affirmed that he wanted to cause a disaster to ask the sword in his hand that allows you to not kill his eyes. Kei Sin-ger forgot to ask how the tam gathered. Then, at this time, Lu Dongli went forward to open the breaking at the atmosphere, like the string. Just now, she said that she glanced at Luo Bing and stood in a disgruntled side filled with the opposite of me, and the intimate sin-ger was so bad that I did not quickly avoid my face. Lu Zhaoge saw that then all talked about Luo Bing to tell his master. Hearing him say Luo Bing just waited until this minute was happy with the Grandmaster, and she still swelled her face full of angry. This is like the Grandmaster. Ba tu 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 tu. They Mon and Kang Jin Men even more solemnly rebuilt for Mo Men. She said her hands and hands were happy and happy like a fairy. Lu Zhaoge heard Luo Bing say that the nose lifted to the sky so arrogant the sweet and small mouth made others agree. Lu Dongli now stood on one side, then rubbed his chin to ponder the prediction. No 1785, the they, and Kang Jin Men. He saw that his younger sister was silent for a while, and was Stranju, and couldn't help but ask Dongli the elder's dreaming. Seeing Lu Zhaoge asked her, also quickly turned around in a daily appearance, but who knows in her heart she is thinking about having hundreds of thousands of people who have confirmed that they Mon and Kang Jin Men are unable to come to the place to do not need to worry too much. Thinking about something, she looked down on her face, seriously watching Lu Zhaoge asking the shift tomorrow to go down the mountain, to accept for the love to lead, so that she could not love the great cultivation. She thought that the person who made him, Lu Zhaoge, did not know what his sister thought, but he glanced at him, and knew what he thought in his heart was worried about himself. As soon as he thought, he looked at a serious Dong beside her. She saw him staring at him, but did not give the answer. The question of why he did not say anything. If he dared to refuse himself, he would pinch his ear. He really hurts. She truly thought about the scene of her pinching, and her brother was so painful that she knelt to the ground. Lu Zhaoge also did not refuse, but did not say the agreement. He just said it. But just a saying that made Lu Dongli excited and cheerful like a child was so great that he came back somewhere to hear that he laughed, pampered, to take the personality of the East. How could he not go? If he could not go, if he was no more than Chen Xiao, he still had a secret weapon that really liked soot. Lu Zhaoge exclaimed that Luo Bing stood on one side, so the anxiety appeared on the beautiful face of the prince and the master. All of them were discharged into Danqing. How could she sit still in one place? Just broke the line of thought Luo Bing, who ran after the two Grandmasters. She said, but did not say the sentence. Lu Dongli knew what Luo Bing wanted to do, but turned around angry, but interrupted even just straight at her face, making you bewildered, not dreaming that Luo Bing saw that. So shocked, I was not even said it all. As if she knew that Luo Bing would continue to follow her to decide to reach the end, not to not dream of robbing my singing. She was determined. Lu Zhaoge noticed the two of them, but also moved up to rub Luo Bing's head, making her heart again this time. He said Lu Dongli stood on one side of Engarad cheeks without looking at more terrifying love than what he thought so much with his current monk. Not only did he not help, but also become a burden of us. He clearly stated that the situation she is beside also responded to the effort to wait for children with us, and then count on. Ending the two people's shoulder and walking out of the door, leaving Luo Bing alone standing there. Luo Bing looked at the silhouette of the two of them when they were sprawling with the thoughts they had forgotten the sun for a long time and did not break through, so they were kept by their monks, but now they can break through. Moreover, the breakthrough is too fast, and then it is so fast that the face of her face is worried if the gap is increasingly bigger and bigger, it will be like what the teacher still says, not only to help anyone, but become a burden. Luo Bing thought of that. But the sad face must make more efforts that he had to stand beside the sun. He had to become the only one that the dude needed Luo Bing to look at the silhouette of the two more and more determined in his heart. The night gradually falls. In the room of the male lead, Lu Zhaoge. At this time he is cultivating the cave full of drunkenness of every green air surrounding his body, as well as the experience room, plus 999, experimental points, plus 998, experience points, 1,000. But suddenly from his mouth he took a mouthful. Before he could calm down to other people, he lost his own reason to lose his own resources. Suddenly, from the gap of the window, a thread of purple smoke gradually flew in, global in front of Lu Zhaoge. He just looked at what this was, the smoke on the tomb of Hing. He was not sure that he asked his face worriedly, looking at that smoke to find me. Why did he ask the smoke as well as the answer? At this time at a moon tomb, now the scene is so scary. Lu Zhaoge went to the tomb speculating for a while. He asked if he wanted to give us the current blood. He couldn't know whether he had refused immediately. Purple smoke did not answer him, but pointed to a certain direction. Lu Zhaoge looked in the direction of it, only to see a room that was brightly lighted by Chen Xiao. He wondered if he did not say no that turned into a knife at his surprise. Then it slashed 2 lines to form an X sign. Lu Zhaoge looked at what it meant, but his face looked exhausted and was so helpless to kill him. But he only received a shake of his head from the purple air, seeing its denial of Lu Zhaoge in a state of doubt, or to the extreme not to kill him. He asked again, and then the person who talked about the last love Lu Zhaoge also understood, but very quickly he asked what you need to love from. Purple airflow does not say just on his body, seeing its actions. Lu Zhaoge opened his eyes to be surprised that you need the body of the love of him. He did not believe it again. Please do not ask why Lu Zhaoge can guess the idea of the servant. When pointing to the person who requires the body of the story behind is always very terrorist. Lu Zhaoge stood in front of Hing to ask him, so you want to complete? Or Hing nodded and was startled when he heard him say, it turns into a human identity, and then explodes the head to make up for an hour. Lu Zhaoge nodded his face as if he had understood, without understanding. Then he showed a sigh to say to the palace, you also knew that the mighty monk, even if I face them, also need to take action in such a situation that you ask me to only slash his head. Lu Zhaoge's voice suddenly changed his terrible face and raised his hand to signal with Hing to add money to see the appearance with his purpose. Seeing it has no reaction, Lu Zhaoge the set goes away, and then says how to play the game that extends the time. Why you this time, if you do not increase the money, and see his tone of Feng startled one. Finally it stretched out his tail to bring in front of Lu Zhaoge a book. His face winked to Chanje 180 degrees, smiling immediately with his hands reaching out to hold the book. But the Feng is not easy to give it to. Jerk the book to make Lu Zhaoge dive into the air. Lu Zhaoge Tu Sei I looked at the palace and pretended to be the person's personnel, and the army huffed for a, you still want a hand to give a hand of a jade hand, though not intelligent but not stupid. The words had just stopped, his eyes suddenly widened in surprise. The Book of Feng is that the sword of Lu Zhaoge's voice is full of horror when seeing this, the legend of the secret sword of the sword of the sword of the middle Bach Mon. Lu Zhaoge's eyes lit up in his mind full of this secret, higher than the life of the second Ma Tucan. It seems that in the house there is an old man, as if he had a treasure of this work he received and added some rewards of his system's mission. He was considered to use all its functions already. Lu Zhaogu's hand put on the chin, a bit excited, and thought that Lam's sword was a little waiting for his previous life, to use a large amount of money to make a technique of using Jiao Long to enter the middle of the medium product. Recalling the intersection of long HAI has been used, Lu Zhaoge, unable to exclude the quintessence of this technique of using this spear, is to shoot out like a dragon. Lu Zhaoge's pupils are still full of reflection, but not leaving the book. Lam lower products, that does not know if this meditation is the most revenue-earning, the most sword-of-sword meditation. He stopped thinking that he wanted to own the other thing and pretended to be generous, and said that our feelings of this work accepted in his heart, that he was silently justifying himself, not because of the power of Lam Sword Dharma. Hung listened to Lu Zhaoge and nodded in agreement. After completing the transaction, it dissipates the style in front of him. Lu Zhaoge, his mirror showed a very greedy smile that had just completed a slightly big mission. Now in the beginning, could not help but think that in this hand, how many treasures he had, to think about how to earn more treasures. At this time, Lu Zhaoge suddenly asked if you want this ghost's body to have any intentions. But in front of his eyes is a quiet array of no noise, which has long disappeared for a long time. After a while, under the moonlight, up Lu Zhaoge also went down the mountain and muttered to anyone who could have doubted, but I also had a day to become a tool for others. The sunlight gradually pushed down the night to retreat. A shadow appeared in front of the door of the room. Lu Zhaoge voiced. Lu Zhaoge, so he was on the road. Lu Zhaoge sitting in the whole body of the whole body, also radiating the energy as if he had just finished practicing the call. He heard the call, the discontent, and said that early in the morning he came to say some words like that, soot, really hoping to go on the road. Outside the door of the dong, dressed like a male and smiling, he just wanted to experience the feeling and the villain a bit. Lu Zhaoge opened the door to let out the sound of Long Ten looking at Lu Dongli. Referring to this, Lu Dongli laughed very brightly and clapped the set into the small pocket on the side and looked at him and answered temporarily, and then to go to sleep, to beat his teeth, to wash his face, lime-haunted, to fight against the enemy, to escape the paper man was ready to finish. Hearing her tell a series of items that cowered, fear. Lu Zhaoge put his hand and patted my soot to say that my soot was too cautious, and finally, so how to live a lament. But she smiled and followed Lu Zhaoge excitedly saying, Helene quickly called the disciple of the sword. Hearing this, Lu Zhaoge looked up at the sky and then responded to a word that seemed to be taking care of something serious. Face. Shortly thereafter, the whole subject rang the sound of Lu Zhaoge, the voice diffused to every corner of the gathering. The disciple came before Sun Man, which gathered before Sun Man, the voice of the voice that echoed in the ear. People had to remind many times the name. Chen Xiao woke up from the sleep that was still lying in the bed, but the ears of the whole word were very urgent. The morning bird was horrified by the collection of Lu Zhaoge, mixed with the words, without ending, and hearing the angry screams of Chen Xiao's name, not to call that disciple. The sun has risen, and Lu Zhaoge is going out to the outside of the observation surrounding. A while Lu Zhaoge just tried to think a little bit more, then forgot to wear the subject. I was also the place where there was a great paint in the battle. He went to a big tree to reach his hand to touch its surface. Lu Dongli stood beside Lu Zhaoge as if comforting him, not in a hurry to study the battle. And sooner or later there was a day when he would repair and restore the Hosun Diemo Dan Than. Dan Lu Zhaoge bringing his eyes down to feel the dust and dust that was flying in the wind. Hearing the words of Lu Dongli, she glanced at her side to look at her face, and thought that she would forget that soot did not have an attribute to 10, but each of them had 9 schools that were good at sailing. Thinking, he put it on the touch of Lu Dongli gently, and gently said that I know that I want to be done after the mountain. Lu Zhaogu's eyes are calm. The corner of his mouth is a bit smiling in the rumor, please satisfy his wish, is also the responsibility of the singer. Lu Dongli could not help but look at Lu Zhaoge in the sunlight, calling a singing of both eyes to look at each other. Lu Zhaoge's eyes drooped down behind his inner hair, thinking that if he was a little far away, it would be a bit early. It would be good anyway. Suddenly, from afar, he ran as if he flew to the place where the 2 gate had just shouted at the Grandmaster, but did not let him say all the sentence. Lu Zhaoge had opened it if this disciple had arrived. Then we started to go to Lu Dongli, and also responded to the Grandmaster, seeing that the 2 of them did not want to pee at herself. His face was very satisfied to tell the 2 brothers and surnames that did not have me. How could you start? Before the eyes of both the Dong and Zhaoge Chen Xiao, he raised his face to the sky to show off, to look carefully, to find a bit of the whereabouts of love. Tiu. He suddenly raised his hand to summon a glowing ball in the air, not knowing what he was going to do. From the hands of Chen Xiao there is something long, showing off her bragging voice. Lu Dongli showed a stupid face looking at Chen Xiao. Lu Zhaoge also looked at him, and then cut off the color of the color that was preparing to start the blood of specialized objects to find traces of the owner of the blood. not to say quickly start the duty of not knowing anything of a long sentence of Lu Zhaogei, making the hell of the blood of Chen Xiao hard. After that, he brought the blood to start reciting magic shortly after appearing a burning fire in his hand. His face was definitely thoughtful, and thought that every time he gave himself a Lu Dongli looked at Chen Xiao practicing the magic behind him and couldn't help but wonder why he knew how to wear it. Lu Zhaoge heard that, worried about sweating and fuming up a reason for the fact that we were actually the first time I saw real things, but we have seen in a certain live stream in some special situation, seeing a few people, especially using the gap of this blood gas. Lu Dongli was manipulated by his brother's psychology. At this moment, Zhao in the hand, holding the blood of the gas, emanating the sound of suddenly speaking up, and then Lu Dongli forgot what Lu Zhaoge just spoke back to look curious. Chen Xiao flew up to the sword to go to the face that was very satisfied and excited with the gap. With the owner of the blood of this blood, the faster will shake quickly here. The blood in Chen Xiao's hand is even more intense. Lu Dongli stood in the air. His curious eyes stared at the blood of Chen Xiao and asked us that this item still had a special way to use it. Lu Zhaoge's face is like no longer being alive, sweating and sweating silently in the heart of MD, not careful to say a lot and then unable to teach children. He was bindish. His mind turned to look at Lu Donglin and stabbed garlic, and thought that this item was very suitable to stab the garlic, to hear Lu Zhaoge say that she believed that it was really enlightened, and replied, so it was so. The blood in the hand of Xiao's hand is now more and more moving, making him hold with his hands and then tell the two people behind the aerodynamic blood. Very strongly, we are about to be able to grasp, and maybe here is. Hearing that, Lu Dongli looked down and surprised to ask for the forest. The bottom of the three people is a large forest of trees that all cover a firm red, so it is called the fire forest. Lu Dongli thought to the shot of the bronze is to kill the beast here. She turned to look at Lu Zhaoge and then said, in this fire forest hidden a lot of beasts, if the love here will be more powerful, or we are. Hearing the hesitation of my sister's face, Lu Zhaoge standing against the sun showing an excited look, then down to the ghost, not to let you taste the taste. Lu Dongli raised his hand to look bored with Zhaoge's expression, but complained in his heart. Chen Xiao stood on his sword and looked down at the forest of fire and thought, in the heart of fire. Died filled with the spirit of the beast, if he was fighting with love here. Come to think of it, Chen Xiao brought his eyes and glanced back to evaluate the name Lu Master. What was he thinking? Lu Zhaoge, the excited face, said that then down, so that you can try the taste of cooing the let. Hearing this words, and not from surprising why he was so excited. A few seconds later, if I was enlightened to something that I understood that my body was not a fear, and then looked at Lu Zhaoge and exclaimed that the Grandmaster. After that, all three plunged down below the forest with extremely fast speed. Chen Xiao was still excited on his sword. Lu Zhaoge looking at a mouth and could not help but draw a smile with two eyes full of expectation. Below all the beasts of the beast, more love. This place is not the plow furnace. True men must be because of the experience. Lu Zhaoju's legs landed on the ground covered with green grass. In front of all three of them are the Hoog giant trees, all leaves with red face of Lu Zhaoge, showing a smile full of sinister love of the beasts. You are surrounded by the old man here. The blood in the hands of Chen Xiao now moved very strongly on the bee. He moved, he was threatened to startle, and startled the shock of the very strong loving Tu. Lu Zhaoge's unchanged face spoke before the way to go to Chen Xiao to hear that the whole person staggered with a drop of blood full of blood. He glanced at the hateful gaze to look at Lu Zhao, thinking that the way to lead the way will show you that my ability is really obnoxious, even if they are the Grandmaster of the Bachman. He does not dare to call me like that. He is just the Grand Monk of the lower sect in the Bachman. The three continued to go ahead of the blood, and the sound of the bee behind appeared a few snakes looking at them with emotional eyes. Blood air now moves too much. Basically cannot keep the sounds of bees emanating loudly. Chen Xiao went ahead, leading the way to try to hold the blood and open mouth to open the notice very close, and everyone carefully. Lu Zhaoju's eyes fell into the blood in his hand, and then thought that he would suddenly want to see if he took that blood in the throat of the Tu. Would he flutter to the point of flying? In his mind, he recalled the silhouette of his parents and his face down. But unfortunately, if Mo Man also had blood, he could have followed him to find his child to kill his parents. Their purpose of this time is to find love and beasts that will eat each other, even if they are fellow who want to complete the mission of the servant. Not easily. Those beasts are not just eating the brain. Lu Zhouge put his hand to recite the miracle on the ring on his hand and thought of the beasts they would gnaw the body to a debris. Lu Dongli used hidden magic and then said first to hide the atmosphere. Chen Xiao saw that she performed the magic of the French. She could not help but be surprised and stared at this kind of tactics, but she could not be as well as her as she could. At this moment in a nearby grass it was a rustling sound that was suspicious, and immediately went into the defense, to prepare to attack the handle in the hilt of the sword, saying loudly, if we had hidden the air, it would come a little closer to us. Suddenly one hand of Lu Zhouge placed on his shoulder and calmly said not to go up. Chen Xiao puzzledly turned to ask what you did, so I wanted to go sneaking a little bit. Then you would prevent me from doing anything. Lu Zhouge's face was slightly dark and seriously said, because we were revealed. Before the surprise of the other two, the bright red iron is looking at them like prey. From the evening, the two beasts rushed out to attack all three people who know how to fly the black beast. LV-21 one another, like the lion is the heterogeneous shy LV-25, seeing their appearance jerked down and shouting like losing all the beasts. Behind Dongli and Zhouge also entered the position of Lu Zhouge's fighting position to the front and still calmly saying so, how to handle it. Chen Xiao's eyes seemed to fall out, and then the black dog also rushed towards him. It screamed to reveal the sharp mouth full of the hands of Lu Zhouge touching the hilt of the sword in his hand and carrying his spiritual energy. He looked contemptuously shouting at something that screamed to explode your dog's head. After that, a sword of Lu Zhouge hit the head of the black dog of the power source. Chen Xiao stood below, observed that he thought that his body was a monk, so he had to be afraid of being a practitioner. The black dog had just fallen to the ground behind Lu Zhouge and appeared the HOI tiger to sneak him from behind it and run quickly to reach his big strokes and scratch him. But that big ruffled nail could touch the Lu Zhouge. He was slashed by a blade. The painful child immediately looked at Chen Xiao, who had just slashed him, and then ruffled with a murderous sound of Lu Zhouge glancing at the person looking behind him. Chen Xiao did not turn around and opened his mouth to say a sentence that was full of temperament behind the back of the subject. Lu Zhouge looked at him, smirking an appreciation in this small son temporarily accepted. The black dog crashed to the ground, now stood up aggressively, screaming at Lu Zhouge, watching him laugh and say, now I can comfortably skewer you already. After that, a person who had an animal came back to fight the spiritual energy from Lu Zhouge to radiate extremely strongly, which made the black promotion repeatedly cried out. Chen Xiao tilted his head to look at a small sentence of the Grandmaster, who was so energetic that he was the legendary disciple of the sword. Tong Tru's legend of the second elder of the best friend of the sword, Ton Thi, Du, could not be lagged back. It sounds like being showing off, then he flew up to the tiger to cut a few dozen roads to it. Lu Zhouge is fighting, also surprised to glance at him. But what caught his eyes was not a drama match like a stupid swing a sword, so that he had the same atmosphere as a child playing the tiger. He did not know why he was trembling as if he was scared of Lu Zhouge. He was not energetic to appreciate Xiao. From behind Lu Zhouge, the black dog rushed to attack. When he glanced at the sharpness of the sharp teeth and its open mouth, Lu Zhouge thought that he did not use his will. He would not hurt him more than that of the love of the other. He was always hiding in the dark place, obviously preparing to think about Lu Zhouge if he was. So he would not rely on his hands anymore. After that, he brought his sword to the sky, surrounded by the mysterious black air, a rumbling sound of the black air promoting the great power to hit the black dog, creating a huge bud covered by black spiritual energy. Lu Dongli escaped from a nearby tree, happily whispered to the end of the shift, and he should have given an idea and should be so early. Even if he killed an ant, he should cope carefully. He also had to use the Strongest technique to capture the user of the nuclear bullet that was mentioned in the legend, that you were exposed. Chen Xiao holding the sword, but his face was surprised to say that the words of his eyes glued to Lu Zhouge that the HOI tiger was ignored, to look extremely sorry for the voice. Chen Xiao's inner mind is now that he is probably that mysterious brother is definitely always at this age. Even if you are Yu Yui brother, you can just make a new idea. But he was a genuine arrogant because he was looking at the shadow of the back of the black air of Lu Zhouge Chen Xiao. even more asserted that his speculation was only this cruel love to be the opponent of the sword of the youth, sword Yu Yui brother. That's right. Yu Yui brother is the lower sword, but the face of Chen Xiao seems to realize something. So he is definitely the contemporary sword. There are two people in the lower sword, so it is not right. Chen Xiao now suddenly burst into tears, somewhere a little complacent. He raised his head to the sky and said to show that the sword of our religion was about to incense. The HOI tiger was like a big dog that was stupid on the spot when he saw the excessive expression of Chen Xiao. He brought his claws and scratched his mouth and shook his head and thought that in this human heart suddenly did not slash himself anymore, and there was crazy here. This is not a good opportunity for me to attack Star. Stopping the inanimate moments of the tiger and rushing towards Chen Xiao, it reached out to look at this person with the cold red eyes of the beast of the beasts of Grenra. In his mind, that was sure one thing now did not bite. He still waited, until when? But Chen Xiao is complacent, and now has felt the light of the blue charm looking backwards and shouting someone up. The Hoog arm of HOI tiger crashed straight into Chen Xiao's body. The force of beating him away from a piece of crashing into the tree, not far away from Lu Zhaoge, widened his eyes widely. Looking at Chen Xiao beaten by the leaf shield in the front was almost broken. LV-30 being beaten by LV-25 to look so good that this guy was protected by the sword tong. The overwhelming tiger broke up and opened his mouth with a rushing mouth towards Chen Xiao. Lu Zhaoge gives a sound of bringing the sword on the spirit, emanating more and more faces, a bit dark, and not many assertive words to look closely here, to see what the male is trained in the fresh blood. A slash from the sword descended to the lake, wanted to tear the sky. The HOI tiger is rushing, then falling down to the ground to create a huge beam. Lu Zhaoge calmed down without any tired or urgent disciples of something of sword tong. I don't have to look down on the enemy. Chen Xiao stood below his hand to perform the ceremony with Lu Zhaoge to Sai, flying in the air, respectfully responding to the Grandmaster. The corner of Lu Zhaoge's mouth couldn't help but to appreciate this little son. It seemed that he was about to be captured by himself. At this moment, a whirling sound appears in the ears of both of them. Lu Zhaoge's sharp eyes glanced at the sound source. The footsteps rang when touching the ground. Two more beasts appeared from the ball to a smile, and it was unable to love the Ma Lang LV-27. Another beast. LV-26, LV-26. The numbness opened the voice of a monk who was the best practice, but also demanded to kill my dog in front of him. Love to Ma Lang has just said that he ordered the black beast to eat and eat him. You can grow out a more perfect wings. The black beasts of the dog herd that suddenly became much more violent. Then the ugly guy pointed to the side of Chen Xiao Dak Chi and said, "The legendary disciple of the sword was the prey of the old man." Chen Xiao on this side swung the sword, slashing the beast in a row. If you hear love and say that you will be confident that you are looking down on the Grandmaster, the ugly N still does not know the strength of Lu Zhaoge, so he still laughs sarcastically from the second scene. Chen Xiao now has free hands and continues to provoke love from the Ma Lang Lu Major, not the kind of person you can guess nowhere now. After finishing, Chen Xiao stood up his face and smiled like a crazy guy who saw him like that and thought that that little guy was given the disease, On the side of Lu Zhaoge, black dog is flying around him. After observing the opponent, Lu Zhaoge decided to use that technique, even though finished using it the mana, right at the time when the black dog opened his mouth towards Lu Zhaoge attack. Then Lu Zhaoge just stands still using the great bowl. He used the blade to slash down on the black head. A single slash, but made Hack Do advised to fall down on the ground. Officially go to the adoration. Love to Ma Lang witnessed this scene. He could not help but panic that he could grind. That how could my black pat? Chen Xiao is now sitting on the foot of the beast, who has just been destroyed by me, to answer the question of the ugly guy I said. But the Grandmaster will sooner or later become the second person in this AG, outside the mouth, but in his heart, he still praises, because the first person is definitely Yu Yui brother. Then, suddenly, the system showed a notice of the player who killed the black beast. At present, at level 17, Lu Zhaoge sweaty people who are sweating and wiping up receiving the notice that Mr. Hai thinks that he can kill a dog with 20,000 promotions, a level of 18,000 this case, and then promote level. Just finished. Lu Zhaoge immediately used 18,000 points to promote level 18. The promotion process is very comfortable. Lu Zhaoge happily enjoying the feeling of full blood, full of pleasant mana. The breakthrough of Lu Zhaoge made Lu Dongli and Chen Xiao also very surprised, and did not believe in his eyes to think that the Grandmaster was broken again and again. Although surprisingly, Lu Dongli was still prouder than she thought about a future of playing, without looking at the consequences of the breakthrough singing, and then he broke up too much. If he continued like that, he would not be able to play and play with the back of his back. Look at Lu Zhaoge's back shadow. Lu Dongli imagined more excitement. Before I could imagine, Lu Dongli suddenly remembered Luo Bing. The department immediately emerged. Why in this world there is a creature called the Death? Contrary to the excitement of this Lu Dongli Xiao, this side seriously thought that the Grandmaster chose to choose now to break the most important scene. Why? Chen Xiao wondered, and suddenly understood, answering the question of himself understood. And then the Grandmaster wanted to defeat the love of two in this realm, to suppress the practice of fighting with others, which is probably the training that Lu Mon. Love Tu Ma Lang suffered Damago, but he did not intend to give in to him and laughed, but did not know why you said it was second, but I would turn you into a part of me here. He smirked and said to Chen Xiao, and I will touch him first. Lu Zhaoge has just finished breaking up happily with his hand towards the love of the Ma Lang. Smiling, the ugly name hid in his coat, he did not dare to meet the other person. The ugly guy heard that he was furious and fiery. Then Lu Zhaoge continued to provoke, not to pay attention to those small details, doing the ugly guy coming here to kill the ant and not know the amount of his strength is me, any. Being provoked to the hot face of the Malang, pointing at Lu Zhaoge, ordering his monster to kill him for me. Just finished a person who rushed to attack Lu Zhaoge. But everything is so easy, not running to the place of Lu Zhaoge. The numbness was Cheney Xiao used a trick to slash the body on the spot. Love Tu Ma Lang now witnessed the beast exploded into thousands of dead pieces in front of him. Chen Xiao put the sword in the hilt of the back, emitting a loud sound, turning to turn around with a cold face, saying that the animal you raised was not qualified to approach the Grandmaster. Chen Xiao relieved a sigh of breathing on this sweaty face, using all his spiritual energy, and luckily, at the last moment, all the cold sweat was put back. Then this sword was launched. Lu Dongli stood behind to see the complacent of Chen Xiao, so he did not say that this guy used the spirit to push cold sweat behind his back, did not want to let the Singer see and really like the medical case when the thief used this small style. Immediately the eyes of the same loudly learned the quintessence, love. Tu Ma Lang saw the numbness falling down, then hugging his head shouted in the helplessness, "Why did you fall here?" Love Tu Ma Lang poking his hand into the body of the pangolin numbness. "You will be assured I will definitely revenge for you." Chen Xiao and Lu Dongli saw that simultaneously became amazed to say that he said that he wanted to take the goblin between the love, and they could eat each other's meat with each other. Love Tu Ma Lang becomes more crazy than ever before, showing a bright red sphere that emits a blinding red light waiting to kill these two gate. "I will take the blood of a whole village of your soul." Love Tu Ma Lang opened his mouth with two quite good teeth, preparing to swallow the newly taken on the body of T. "Now let's become a part of me, continue to live." Suddenly one hand appeared. Do not let the love of the Ma Lang fulfill his intention. A sound of red pearls disappeared in the surprise of the Ma Lang Tu. The red ball was robbed by Lu Zhaoge tightly in the palm of the ironic hand, crying and eating the world of the crazy love of you. Lu Dongli saw that his brother was happy to be extremely strong, and stronger, and stronger. Chen Xiao also raised the thumb to appreciate the power of the Grandmaster, without regretfully praising the Grandmaster, who also knew how to not take things anymore. Love Tu Ma Lang saw that his hand was blatantly robbed now in the hands of Lu Zhaoge. He could not help but shout angrily to me, "That was mine." Lu Zhaoge brings a victorious face to collect the red sphere, say anything, then even if your body is mine, and then think about it anyway. Dongli and Chen Xiao silly in his head posed many question marks that did not understand the idea of Lu Zhaoge. He immediately corrected the bizarre thought in your head. The eyes of the Ma Lang's love flashed with a sharp purple tooth, which looked extremely indignant that you forced me. All the beasts of the fire-dyed lamb awakened all for us. Summon the source of dark power. All the beasts were gradually awakened towards the source of the scary purple power. The beasts bared the sharp puffed teeth. Chen Xiao looked at the surrounding scenery worried and not good. Then the animal of this forest was called up, And then, if we did not stop him, we would face all the beasts in this forest. Lu Dongli was equally panicked, but still patiently counting each beast, an increase to 15 children, not 18, 19. The number is still working overtime. She thought that once she appeared a specific situation, she could not hide the strength anymore of the Singer. More important than the Singer. Love Tuma Lang found that the situation was leaning towards me. Then Dak Chi laughed loudly, feared that I was the mighty of the love to kill you, and I will send them all the village in the 100-mile Rango. However, the joy has not lasted for a long time. A hand from the country reached out. Summarizing the neck of the Malang, he panicked, and his hands were controlling the beast could not pay back. Lu Zhaoge attained the tricks you forgot already. There is no more beast can protect you anymore. The black and purple tentacles surrounded by the monk of the mausoleum at this time to be afraid of the eyes and white, begging you, you will forgive me. A life I will not appear anymore. I swear, absolutely, will not appear anymore. No longer harm anyone anymore. Lu Zhaoge recalled the pain of losing relatives later on. The memories that have become desperate that the children have become an orphan who have gone forever. Tightly squeeze. Emitting sounds sprinkled with the head of the Tu Ma mausolea. Love Tuma Lang fell behind the bloody sound. The beasts also gradually vanish in the air. Lu Dongli saw that everything had ended with a whisper leaning on the stump, breathing a sigh. Chen Xiao's spear, born surrounded by why I seemed to feel a glimpse of a strong force like my master. Suddenly squeezing Xiao again seemed to think something. Chen Xiao observed Lu Zhaoge is performing the technique of speculation because the Grandmaster has a specific condition, so there is also a great man who silently follows him to protect him. However, it was very quick to fall into a state of suspicion that was not so powerful. Chen Xiao seems to find the argument to persuade himself. After that, the tears that touched him were concerned about us. Lu Zhaoge still focused on collecting. Chen Xiao still focused on the thought, and then touched by himself on the outside. The Grandmaster did not pay attention to the person next to him, but he was afraid of secretly hitting himself, so he sent a great practice to protect himself. Lu Dongli saw Chen Xiao's erratic emotional changes, but did not know what he was thinking about. This guy was so scared, so stupid. The disciple of the Sword of Sword seems to have a heavy problem, right? Suddenly the system rang out a cry of notice that the player has completed the mission of love to cultivate in transit. No, Lu Zhaoge does not hesitate. The system continuously, plus a score of 5,000 points of experience, plus 35,000 experience points for an additional repair. Lu Zhaoge saw that, thinking that the Chen Xiao was a human-shaped tool. So this time it was considered that I was a lot of experience for myself to calculate myself. Always, Lu Zhaoge looked at the body of the Malang's love on the ground, as if this was a body spoil that could still be changed in the object of an object must. In order for Lu Zhaoge to wonder, the system reverberates the voice of the finger from the finger of the Ma mausoleum of the special mission. If collecting both of them will open a hidden story that can receive a hidden task. Lu Zhaoge widened his eyes in surprise. He came to withdraw the black nail of the two. Seeing that Lu Dongli waved to me, I was unable to clean up the battlefield to handle these bodies a little bit, to listen to obedience to the Grandmaster. As soon as he turned away so that everything for Zhaoge to continue studying this thing can open the hidden task in the forum, the previous life mission, there is no way to open a specific way. Suddenly a call from Chen Xiao made Lu Zhaoge startled this time. Lu Zhaoge quickly regained calmly, coughing up a small response to the small thing not enough to interfere with the teeth, and then thinking that the name of the little boy. You go away quickly. I plan to stay at the meal and complete the task and not plan to go. Chen Xiao respectfully bowed his head. Do not let Chen Xiao say all the sentence, Lu Zhao. Steal the first word, you bring the destiny to the rest of the duty to be used in the heart of Lu Zhao. Go to calculate, you want to bring home dream. Chen Xiao reluctantly. Is that just let me ask you to ask for the level of love to be Lu? Zhaoge silently praised this little boy to understand the reason. In the heart of Chen Xiao there are no fewer thoughts if there is no Grandmaster. I will not kill that love, let alone complete the mission, and the Grandmaster is the mysterious brother that Yu Yui brother, or said it from now on, and now you and Yu Yui, you have the same secret. Thinking about being a close with you, Yue Chen Xiao Cha Helene, then I will not be the one who understands you. Yue brother the most thought that I thought it was a bit excited already. Suddenly, Lu Zhaoge called Chen Xiao to startle him and startled the disciple like a fool. Chen Xiao immediately responded respectfully with a disciple. Lu Zhaoge stood on the leaves, thrown down the head of the Tu to say, "This head for you. Now you can leave," and then Chen Xiao quickly do not want to separate Lu Zhaoge without Lu. Grand monks still want to follow him with knowledge, but there are a few questions that want to ask questions, Lu Zhaoge coldly said on the road. Chen Xiao successfully flew in the same direction with Lu Zhaoge and Dong Li that wanted to ask. Chen Xiao said his questions why from the beginning to the end of the Grandmaster he still did not draw his patronage from the shell. Lu Zhaoge only coldly responded to a sentence because he was not worthy. Under the sunlight shining behind Lu Zhaoge seemed to radiate the glory he was not worthy. Chen Xiao was surprised that he did not deserve to gap. It is the phenomenon of the Grandmaster. So the sword is so that the eyes are glittering with glittering looks, full of admiration. Lu Zhaoge, in the heart of this praise when he appeared, he still saw him thinking about meditation, but he was much more wise now already there. Lu Dongli saw that there were more people admiring his brother. He was bored, and then another person was poisoned thoroughly. But just need the Singer to be safe, it is expected that the Truong Sin will continue to protect the Singer with me. Anyway, the name of the Lu Dongli remembered when he looked up to the sky, watching the young man stand on the top of the mountain, thinking of a poem of Bach, Ngo King in the Sky 12. The fifth floors, the first person patted my head, ended the hair to receive the immoral. The fairy patted the head of the hair to accept the school. Returning to the reality of Lu Dongli to see Zhaoge from behind the name of the sin, Jur to the real, or the longevity, is a longevity with CA. The majestic mountains and forests appear. Hidden in white clouds, soon 3 people arrived. Lu Dongli wondered that it was Zhaoge to answer Kimmon and the Theymon. The people below saw Chen Xiao coming surprisingly, the legendary disciple of the sword. We searched hundreds of miles to find the legendary disciple of the sword Tong, and then he followed behind Lu Zhaoge. Shatu patted the forehead full of impotence, and the context of Lu Zhaoge was bigger than what we thought. All 3 landed on the ground. Lu Zhaoge spoke about what you have. Shatu smiled and smiled on the front of Haha Grandmaster. Today is the day of dividing the resource area to practice every 10 years that our 3 families are all in. These 100 miles, everyone divides a little resource. Linlong saw the beauty of Lu Zhaoge. It was so fascinated without stopping her cheeks red and shy in her heart that she was so pounding with this pounding heart. Then watching the women behind are fascinated by Lu Zhaoge. This head of the head will take the initiative to ask for a dread with the Grandmaster to make a scheme in advance. Shen Qing is her love for the future. It still has a long thing that should not let it do it for itself. After thinking, I told Lu Zhaoge Lu Grandmaster this time, the distribution of resources we will be willing to spend. Before he finished speaking, Xiao has spoken out to be crossed out for every 10 years, the distribution of cultivation resources within 100 miles once, and this kind of thing is to handle in the sword Tong a lot, and then have a lot of experience. Lu Zhaoge also did not refuse to face extremely happy in his heart, thinking that this person's instrument is increasingly professional. He finished patting the shoulder. Chen Xiao saw that Lu Zhaoge agreed. He was happy to face Lu Mon. He also agreed with his shoulder, and he also agreed with his own. Both of them raised their thumb to look very good in the heart of Lu Zhaoge, silently calculating the good-shaped tool later in the duty to eat rice. You will have a bowl to wash up. Lu Zhaoge leads the leader of the elder Linlong in the back to call with the Grandmaster. Chen Xiao again interrupted the grip of the hand of Linlong Lam Grandmaster, not inviting me to this side. Linlong has no other way to be reluctant in his heart and worried, then he can touch the talk. What kind of love exchange? Chen Xiao is trusted in the inspiration on the face of the distribution of this resource as if we do well. The relationship between us and the Grandmaster will be more and more the star. Xiao has just thought about the future to be a body with you. Yue more and more excited to have close relationships with the Grand Monk. It also means that I will have more and more topics. And so becoming a close friend of Yu Yui is closer to one step, and then perfect. Winning a large amount of distribution resources, then multiplied late at night. Lu Zhaoge started the first reward of Lu Zhaoge to the deserted cemetery. Then type on the style. The body brought. The inside of the tomb suddenly made a sound. From the bottom of the small palace flying high under its tail is a blue color, and Lu Zhaoge smiled ghostly smile. Lu Zhaoge laughed happily and robbed the blue object at the tail of the palace. Tio Kung Pung flew towards the body lying motionless below to smell. He served him to take away Tiu Kung Pung, to fly towards the body lying motionless below, to smell Lu Zhaoge smiling back, to obtain the other object of meditation still given to little Li Tu, more than if he did not understand, so that he could learn and teach other disciples he could teach himself. It was indeed a human, making Mo Menhain. But moreover, this is also the fortune. Lu Zhaoge against his chin, thinking, but the type of management of this paint asset is not due to the Grandmaster of Lady. Lu Zhaoge thinks of the image of Lu Dongli angrily holding the sword continuously, but feared that the little Li Tujiao is afraid that this is a bit difficult. Tiu Kung Pung still flew around the body to smell Lu Zhaoge again and said what he wanted to do with this body. Tiu Kung Pung lifted one side of the body to glare. Lu Zhaoge stands beside me. Lu Zhaoge put his hand out, a green spiral of appearance to see him as his person, so I show it. Tiu Kung Pung flew to the pearl sparkling in this hand, you know. Tiu Kung Pung used the tail to fly the jade pearl floating on his palm. Lu Zhaoge is extremely difficult to understand that the pearl falls into many pieces. From the fragments that appeared, Tu Nguyen Chuang Lu Zhaoge was astounding here. It was a crescent moon, and surrounding patterns around the mysterious black and purple square. Lu Zhaoge frowned, panicked from Nguyen Cheng. Lu Zhaoge looked at the object in his hand and remembered that when he was young, he stood beside a dead person. He recalled that he also had a crescent moon in his hands with the same patterns. It is Tu Nguyen Hoai involved in love to kill her mother. Lu Zhaoge asked Tiu Kung Pung, this is a believer of Tu Nguyen Shoi. Tiu Kung Pung immediately nodded. Lu Zhaoge closely asked to ask, so the name of the Tu that we killed was also a member of Tu Nguyen Hoi this time. Tiu Kung Pung shook his head again. Lu Zhaoge frowned not. The tail of the small palace split into two branches. Lu Zhaoge, looking at the object in his hand, is to say that there must be these two to be considered the official member of Tu Nguyen Hoai. Tiu Kung Pung nodded. Lu Zhaoge to observe the Nguyen Chung. Lu Zhaoge looked up right away from Xiao Ziti. Tiu Kung Pung nodded Lu Zhaoge and happily understood that if he had the opportunity to ask more about what was related to that guy, discovering something. Tiu Kung Pung shook his head. Lu Zhaoge helplessly did not know what to say. Tiu Kung Pung suddenly pounded his head into his hand to emit the sound of the trunk of Lu Zhao. Ge helplessly hugged his face, and then clearly knew that her head was not awake, but she also went to put her faith in her, finding the enemy for her head also stubbornly spread out. Lu Zhaoge put his hand on his chin, thinking that he remembered the three mysterious balls and the dragon flying in the middle, but his previous life also had a bit of knowledge about Tu Nguyen Hoi. He still remembered that he had the opportunity to understand the color of the war in front of them. A man wearing a large red mask in his hand, carrying a Huja sword behind him, also has a lot of people who understand that the battle is a famous earthquake. Another man holding a sharp pointed nail on his back was a pair of wings at his feet, the bodies of the growers on each other, but the spirit of that gas alone was as strong as their association combined with all of them. He leaned back, still remembering that at that time I used to say a sentence not to drag a lot of property of some people to fight with a little money in my pocket. Lu Zhaoge is extremely proud to rub his chin and smile behind him, reminding you what the key is, to forget the key. Lu Zhaoge glanced at the two news related to Tu Nguyen's previous life. You thought I didn't want to think more. Lu Zhaoge raised the moon chapter, so he really wanted this one. Tiu Kung Pung immediately nodded. Lu Zhaoge looked at the object in his hand, thinking about the two passed away on a piece of white blanket covering his face. Lu Zhaoge immediately gave him to him, but later we would need to use it at that time. He lent us a little bit. Tiu Kung Pung continuously nodded in the small palace and took it with his tail. Lu Zhaoge frowned and thought this thing was so good. Lu Zhaoge repeated, where he knew that he could find this chapter. If he wanted to open more hidden tasks, he had to have 2 pieces of Nguyen Chung. Tiu Kung Pung flew close to Lu Zhaoge, wondering what he did. The tail immediately turned into a fluttering hand. Around Tiu Kung Pung immediately appeared many moon chapters. Lu Zhaoge panicked and shouted at Lu Zhaoge's surprise to ask if he was like me. All had a vengeance with Tu Nguyen Hoi. Tiu Kung Pung became unstable, constantly reeling from the sound of Lu Zhaoge. Lu Zhaoge said we understood. And then he discovered that he had a large pile of moon chapter, so he wanted to ask for a shortcoming memory for him. Tiu Kung Pung nodded. Lu Zhaoge looked left and right to put his hand on his chin to understand him. If the nature of the cunning was a bit deeper, it was presumably guessing that he was the old man after the moon of the moon. Lu Zhaoge smiled, dumbfounded, if not because the system did not tell her as Hong Dan, Then maybe I would guess it wrongly. Tu Kung Peng flew near him. Tu Sung's tail wrapped his hand to touch. Lu Zhaoge saw that immediately. It was okay that the death of our parents was not related to him. We know that now he is restricted from him. He will not save them. The news of the 4 moon. Lu Zhaoge continued. But the news of Tu Nguyen Hoai, we noticed to help him. But his moon chapter, we borrow a few things we need to use. Tio Kung Fung was startled from his hand. Tio Kung Fung was saying clearly that I asked you to bring the body here so that I would see if it was a monk who brought with me the moon chapter or not, then turned into you. Not only did not give Tu Nguyen Chung, and I wanted me to give you a few one. Lu Zhaoge smiled and explained that he did not deceive him to let us borrow some of the moon chapter. We had a way to obtain real useful news, that until then we will tell him that she looks stupid but not to the point of cure. Tu Kung Feng waved the tail of Tu Feng, who wanted to say that these things for us to get. Lu Zhaoge raised his hand too. The notice of appearing Ting players is eligible to open the hidden task. Lu Zhaoge repeat look up. Lu Zhaoge looks at the scene before his eyes exclaimed, "At the system of the battle is also hidden. This news system that provides us seems to be very useful." Suddenly the light flashed him, suddenly widening his eyes, but the results showed only a tiny gate, which made Zhao Ge so depressed. The system immediately announced that Tunguyen HOI was the organization of a lot of members. In the organization that was one of the 3 big jest love organizations in Tanchao, that seemed to be a conspiracy of something member of Tunguyen Hoai, who was extremely worshipped. They were confident that they could only swallow Tunguyen. They would have the supreme power. Looking at the brief information in front of Lu Zhaoge, I did not believe my eyes to wonder all the same. Then he put his hand on his chin to ponder in his mind that he had to deduce himself, and Tunguyen was definitely about something that just needed to become strong, and it would be strong with the style of love, so he wanted to swallow it crazy. Thinking so, Lu Zhaoge put his hand on his forehead full of sorrow, a rotten bunch of mental illnesses. At the same time, tired, the system shows a planet. If you want to unlock more hidden plot, you need 10 Nguyen Chung. This immediately attracted attention to him, and the helpless expression of the generous a lot of death in the beginning of the beauty of the other 2. Moon, the other was just a waste of entry, like the door with the bar that wanted to play a girl. She had to add money not only to sit and watch the disco dancing atmosphere. While trading, Tiu Kung Peng saw him get more. Startled to see the quantity of Nguyen Chung that Tiu Chung Pung spent, and then it jerked back in the surprise of Zhao Ge. Tiu Kung Feng puffed up angry cheeks that said, "Why did you take so much?" Hearing that Lu Zhaoge was so hard to answer his smallness, and when we took the blood of him to see that we could see the price of the price that did not wait for us to calculate it, it would certainly not be as small as he would definitely say it all out. A crystal sound rang the system, questioning the player in accordance with the criteria for reading to look up. Lu Zhaoge responded to the next information that was released to Tunguyen Hoi. Every 3 years, we'll hold a small member session at all the points in Thanchao. Time of convergence. To the next year the player has received a coordinate of those points. Please pay attention to check and see. Looking at that new information, Lu Zhaoge is extremely surprised. Then he laughed and enjoyed that the next year it seems that this love is similar to the player who sets up the shop to buy and sell things that he does not need his chance to come. After saying that, Lu Zhaoge also silently calculated the time. After that, I had to work hard to raise the monk to get the time. The player came to the time. Then he envisioned himself on the top of the mountain and told a crowd of people raising his hand, all for me to stay behind the squatting head. But those people are not afraid of the opposite. They also turn Zhao Ge into a prey of this crispy salary where this young meat is crawling. So the duty to joke about this body for a while and then eat him really beautiful, but play the fart who is more handsome than the old man. He must die. Just imagining that scene, Lu Zhaoge's face had no more blood, and blood thinking that there was no strength like a faint chicken. It was no different from submitting the network. Being busy thinking in his mind, Tio Kung Fung suddenly closer to him with anger. Before the impatience of the small fox, Zhao Ge laughing and thinking that she almost forgot that she must reveal a bit of Taiyin Ko to deceive. Next he straightened the moon chapter upwards in the beginning of this trick that he learned from the swirling finger of Kong. At the old man who guessed the 10-year destiny also had to call by instrument. The moon chapter quickly arranged in a ring to create a strange bowl of 8 trigrams. Lu Zhaoge calmly raised his hand to recite this mantra. This made him wonderful that he pressed the knuckles as if calculating something, then suddenly shouted to make Tu Kung Fung startled. I calculated it. It quickly flew around Lu Zhaoge with a sparkling star's eyes that made him smile. Then Lu Zhaoge covered his mouth to pretend mysteriously that Thine Ko could not be revealed. This makes the small palace shocked to gasp. It was angry and opened all of her mouth to swallow all the moon chapter in her mouth. Then I was angry and pushed Lu Zhaoge to go away. Being pushed to the point of unbearable, Lu Zhaoge, don't push anymore. We don't want to tell you that I just want to rearran. To the clue. He continued to turn around to compromise with Tu Kung to wait for me to think carefully, and it would be specific and meticulous to you. Hearing that Tio Kung Pung is still furious with his hands on his hips as if it is not his, Lu Zhaoge saw that, then laughed happily and waved to say that then the leaves were surfing. Then he left in the extreme anxiety of the pond under the moonlight. This time Lu Zhaoge did not understand the priority of the small head. Inside the house, Lu Zhaoge looks at the map in front of his eyes, saying this place is a bit far. Despite such difficulties, he is determined to close the map, but the path of killing is never close. He stood from the house to look out at the door that was snowed and said that the winter was far and far away, and this year was coming, and then coming to the god of little Li too. Dongqi comes is also the time when Zhaoge actively practices. He, after practicing with the pain that the blood calmly exhaled, sweating on his face. He thought that if he kept cultivating like this when he was familiar with pain, he would not have to beat him later. He would not feel more painful, that he could see that he was stronger. Thinking so, Lu Zhaoge laughed happily. Dreaming about the future of the strong, there was a call that made Lu Zhaoge awakened. Dong Li in the extremely beautiful winter outfit visited him. Zhaoge softly called, Dong Li. He smiled and said to his sister again and again. Then our Li Tu dynasty was another year old in his mind, that he thought that this sentence was because his father said every year, but now he changes to himself. Then Zhaoge asked today to wear this little bit down the mountain, and then we'll turn from Li Dong into that Bing. Seeing her brother worried like that, she stuck out the mischievous tongue from the pocket of a fur cloak to respond. And then I thought who I was. Under the great snow, the wind blows the two brothers and sisters to go down the mountain. Standing at the door, watching the snow fall, Lu Zhaoge said, if everything's ready, then let's set off. This year's Mortalization Day, I have to experience it to the fullest. Mortalization Day was when cultivators sealed away their entire cultivation, returning to the mundane world to experience the warmth and struggles of mortal life. For the Lu couple, this day held special meaning. It was chosen as Dong Li's birthday. As for Lu Zhaoge's own birthday, well, that one was skipped. He never really liked birthdays anyway. In Apple, the district Momen's real estate has a reputation of people who have too much dust for a year. Dong Li just held the brushed chicken feathers around the surrounding. Suddenly, Lu Zhaoge approached her and said that Dong Li stood still. He gently covered his dust on the nose and smiled on the dust, so I don't know. Dong Li saw that smiling. Enthusiastic dust, Zhaoge became standing again. He did not seem to brush down the dust, but also spread out the face of Dong Li's face, now looks extremely comical. Seeing that Lu Zhaoge laughed in the foolishness of Dong Li, she turned to look at the nearby mirror and discovered the truth. Immediately after that was a dog flying, dog barking of two brothers. Soot killed, brother A person who wanted to kill the bowel song of the country. After causing war with each other, the two people cooked Zhaoge in a small voice and coaxed, smelling the smell of fragrant noodles and forgot the anger in the body, but I thought that I could not control my nose anymore. Very quickly, then a bowl of hot noodles with full food was displayed on the two people to eat Lu Zhaoge yet to eat, but said if his father was still alive, he would definitely be sure. Saying the smoke of the world warmly warmed the heart of the people, even though he was giving up the noodles, and then he would respond immediately to the delicious food throughout the four directions, not as a bowl of hot food. Speaking of which, the two brothers look at each other. Lu Zhaoge took out from the pocket of a one-handed thing when I went to buy salt to buy it for me. Dong Li holds a pear in his hand and smiled happily, looking at the delicious pears, but he was in pain. But it was not convenient, but I still wanted to buy it for me. Lu Zhaoge sat next to Lu Dong Li. He suddenly wanted to put his hand on her head, but the hand nearly touched the head of Lu Dong Li suddenly stopped. When he trembled for a while, his hands were reluctant to think in his head a little. He forgot that Li too was grown, and if he was rubbed his head, he would be angry. Dong Li glanced at Lu Zhaoge. The small mouth was still bulging cheeks to eat food. Then she put her head into his hand, with a smiling face like a kitten's. Lu Zhaoge dumbfounded people, looking at the actions of Lu Dongli. His face showed a gentle smile like a warm sunshine. In the afternoon, his sister's Will and his sister reached out to rub her head this warm, making her feel extremely comfortable. This image makes the two of them think of the past, when both of them are one in the evening of the family of their family, using a Zhao Gei meal, to eat noodles so good to eat so well. On the table of the father's father, both of them smiled and elegantly said that the smoke of the bone was soothing and hiding. Lu Zhaoge sat in the opposite side to stand up and talk happily. Eating and drinking in the four directions is just a mist. Father Lu heard that he was angry at him, so he had to stab his father, but his mother sitting next to him laughed incessantly when he saw this scene. Haha. Lu Zhaoge smiled and looked at Mr. He told me that he was a boy. At this moment Lu Dongli was greedy, next to silently showing his eyes, as if looking at the bowl of his brother's noodles. When he did not notice the egg in the bowl of Lu Zhaoge, she was picked up in his mouth and shouted at Hugh's eggs, but she smiled at him. He was very comfortable to eat very comfortably. Seeing the expression of no more life anymore of her son, Lu's mother laughed and picked up the egg in the bowl she was feeding the noodles quickly. Seeing the new egg of Lu Dongli's eyes again, he lightly lit every moment. Lu Zhao. Father Lu and his mother, Lu, sat at the opposite side to see the image of the two brothers. They could not stop. At this time, Lu Zhaoge could not help but imagine that his parents were still sitting opposite and laughed. Looking at the two of them like when he was a child, he looked at Lu Dongli, who was eating extremely delicious, and thought, or pinched it a little bit. In the mind, Lu Zhaoge thought of her face when pinching me. I felt that softness. But again, his arms lowered without performing his face, breathing lightly. Both brothers and sisters sat next to the fire to look at the snowy sky. At this moment, Lu Zhaoge suddenly called a dong. Dongli heard the voice he called, then glanced at the mouth, while his mouth was still eating delicious noodles, and collapsed. He looked at her, and then gently said, "A happy birthday," but how many emotions contained. Lu Dongli smiled and looked at his brother's beautiful face and smiling thank you. Lu Zhaoge gives her eyes looking outdoors. The weather seems colder. His face seriously recalled the winter qi. Only after that he would not be as peaceful as this anymore, and his eyes attentive to the burning fire of the fierce of the woman until she had to pay it. On the second day, the same and the same goes together on the way back to both through a green river. Lu Zhaogu's voice rang, causing Lu Dongli to pay attention to Lili Tudongchu next year, and his brother came to one place. Lu Dong slopes two hands to ponder to say where to go, but so far I just want to keep Mo Men hard practice. How much good practice? The corner of his mouth slightly raised a few words to kill people. Two eyes were surprised and wide open, but slightly froze. Suddenly understood the meaning of the sentence, she said a word. It is not clear that the feelings of the two brothers and sisters walked in the sun. Lu Zhaoge asked her this trip. The most beautiful girl, Lu Dongli's voice, was still extremely active in the response with CA, and not afraid of Lu Zhaoge, laughing with this answer, and then continuing. So we have to hurry up, and there are many things we need to do there to improve the strength. And then the upcoming renaissance will come, and a group of sparks will come. The system offers a notice as a countdown to the time when the inner transformation of the Hu Yan Giji is 250 days of the player landing in Tain Hu Yan Gigi. In Momen, in the middle of the sunshine of the sun, a voice rang out, and she did not know where the Grandmaster was, but it seemed that everyone was abandoned by me. Luo Bing was calmly watering flowers, and her eyes said that I did not know if I knew where the Grandmaster Ba was not here wasting time with you. Hearing these words of her working hard as if he was frozen, he whispered to jealous in this girl's heart all day, only Lu Mon master hair. After a while he went to another place, just glanced around to search for the silhouette of Lu Zhaoge, Lu Mon. He did not know where to run, and just ask him something else he could know for sure if he was a mysterious brother. Suddenly the eyes of Chen Xiao rayed to the distance of Lu Zhaoge, and Dong Li were going. To this side he could not help but be happy to call loudly Lu Mon in his thoughts, or too wastefully waiting for my chance to come. Chen Xiao rushed on the two brothers. Lung greeted the Grandmaster to come. Zhaoge did not look at him, immediately waved his hand and said he knew, and quickly turned away the face of Chen Xiao and went out on the spot. He imagined not appearing. This situation was not very right, But thinking for a while, he still laughed and said that he needed me to transfer to the elders and Yu Yui brother. The eyes of the two opposite people staring at each other without blinking. the eyes of the thin sweat, thinking that he just answered that he only knew both the elder and Yu Yui the brother. So he was definitely that he was my mysterious brother in the legend of Tine Ku. Lu Zhaoge smirked a bit of the eyes to judge the person in front of this wobbly guy who wanted to try me. Why the current attendance of Momen did not increase now. In his mind, he came up with many benefits to use Xiao anyway. Any more benefits than the first sword of the first disciple. Tan Chao, one of the 4 sects. Lu Zhaoge hipped 2 eyes and spoke again with Chen Xiao to help us ask King the Elder's face. Chen Xiao's face was shocked to be surprised, as if thinking about something. Yu Yui, what did the younger brother do? As expected, he did not mention Yu Yui brother, but did not deny that you did not know Yu Yui brother. He quickly bent down to the ceremony with Lu Zhaoge in response, then squeezed Xiao like a wind that rushed to the mouth and was happy to celebrate Lu Zhaoge. Looking at him silently, the expectation of Tutron did. Lu Dongli stood next to the brother, wondering what he was looking at, but he answered a very lack of a sentence to look at a fly poster. Chen Xiao now had a sword left from Mo Men just now on his face, from laughing like a clown who thought that Lu Cheng did not admit that he knew. Yu Yui brother. Yu Yui did not directly mention the name of the Grandmaster. Perhaps the two of them thought the same. He put his hand on his chin to speculate that the 2 B people would probably want to hide this relationship with this lotus hatred, waiting for the appropriate opportunity immediately so that the whole world would be surprised. Chen Xiao's face showed a determination to talk confidently about the mountain we had, to exaggerate the story of the mysterious brother, but not to reveal even a little bit of relevance to the Grandmaster. This is the common secret between us and Yu Yui brother. Self, guess, and then be happy with the person on the sword, as if flying towards the sun. Oh yes, mouth. 7 days after squeezing Xiao in Momen, Lu Zhaoge, she was leisurely sitting and enjoying the tea, in the ear ranging the sound of the list of fame and fame, plus a plus fame plus the fame of one of his heart. He thought for 7 days, and still haven't come back to Kiev Tong again, or why this guy runs anywhere again. Sometime after Chen Xiao left for half a month, Lu Zhaoge, still sitting on the tea table that was no longer leisurely drinking anymore in the ear, still resounded the constant notifications in the heart of anger. The master's mission has been completed today, and then did not return to the report that needs to improve the teaching of the disciples. Until Xiao left for a month at this time, the system always announced that fame, and plus without any meaning. Lu Zhaoge this time was furious to break the bowl of tea floating the big ceiling. Next time I met you, I would definitely beat you to the point where my father did not realize. But this time in Kiev Tong here is covered with white snow, can be said to be freezing. Somewhere in the sword, the Chen Xiao is dancing in front of Yu Yui's mouth and mouth, saying that this is like this and that, like that is like that. Yu Yui looked at him. He did not know what to say. Yu Yui thought in his heart, Zhao. Chen Xiao is still enthusiastically describing this reality like this and that. Yu Yui on the opposite side is putting the soul elsewhere. Until that time I will be like the previous day, to the back of that brother's back. In not as shocked by Snow Xiao, he said forever and continuously for a while. After thinking about his dark future, he shook his head and shouted loudly. Hearing Yu Yui's voice, his eyes were round and looked at the person scouring in front of him and asked, Yu Yui, brother. After a while, Yu Yui stood in front of Chen Xiao, who gave a temporary ceremony to say that the monk was temporarily stopped. After saying that, he flew away quickly and looked at the back of that back, and then silently said that Vo Ha could make people admire whatever he could. He could enlighten him. Later, Chen Xiao also went up to sword and walked and thought he was just the time when we went to the messagey, and then the theory of the threat from the mysterious brother must be transmitted out more than that, not to let anyone know the name of the Grandmaster. His mouth showed a cheerful and mysterious smile that must have the mystery of the death, and did not say the name of the Grandmaster. In Momen the time passed. The spring was in the heart of Lu Zhaoge. Chen Xiao was completely dead. Lu Zhaoge leisurely, lying on a chair, looking at the sky, and thought that Chen Xiao died, and now have to think otherwise to help Mo Men to promote, but a small sect, how to attract players to worship. This is a very annoying man. Looking at the 2 women in front of Lu Zhaoge thinks the most experimental player is the weakest weak, like the sect of the few people like his own, even if he is his previous life. He does not look at it. A blushing Luo Bing shyly pointed to her mouth to breathe out in her head, thinking that the Grandmaster Ba was peeking at her. Lu Zhaoge seemed to understand her thoughts, immediately became extremely helpless. Then he also shyly turned away to think, of course, except Yiger. Looking at the crowd of people who are passionate about the two beauties, Luo Bing and Dong Li, he turned his back to wonder in his mind. But I needed the movement to develop the subject of flattering eagerness to have any effect. I remember the silhouette of a woman who talked about a good player suddenly remembered his previous life and did not know if this life would have a chance anymore. He recalled that the person's words once said that you really like the master who remembered that made Lu Zhaoge happily thought his previous life, because the love for the master was too full, even so that the cold-hearted man could confess to himself to me. But then he also shook his head, determined not to remember her anymore. I would not help but want to find her. Then Lu Zhaoge used spiritual energy from his fingers to give up a yellow light. He thought first, see how the disciples went down the mountain, how the situation was. Like, why did everyone come back to make the mountain so quiet? As soon as I thought that, I was shocked from the distance. Everyone immediately looked at the bell of the bell. No one waited for anyone to answer him on his own, muttered last to let me wait, and how many chapters have already been in the end? Just walking? Lu Zhaoge muttered in his mouth with a fascinating smile he could make the color. The imagery of a large bell that has been shouted at thousands of people from the time of being founded here in front of this bell is in the whole Tanchao area, a total of 3 RDS at the door of Kiev Tong and 300 subjects. Now Lu Zhaoge and a few people fly to the bell of each bell. The price of the price is not low because the sword of the 9th generation of the sword. Tong personally trained into the 1,000 years, but when it was no need for spiritual energy to promote everyone guessed it was inside a motive for a motive. Its effect is very simple. If the human world happens, just a special incense stick will shake itself. Now Lu Zhaoge and everyone has arrived is also dubbed the hotline of the 1st Police Department. He used his hand to bring the bell near the bell, but even though it was designed so much it was not the hotline, each of them had the effect, and the subject that had just shaken it did not have a good outcome. Now it became more and more recession. Luo Bing looked at the male man in front of him, asking the master of the master he needed Luo Bing to go down the mountain, to see how she thought otherwise the son would just wear the strength and use Luo Bing. He casually responded to the coordinates who personally went down the mountain to see why in Zhaoge's mind also thought that the opportunity to make such a great color could give you to you. Luo Bing still persevered in saying that the disciple vowed to go with the Grandmaster's Grandmaster. Seeing her begged like that, Lu Zhaoge also waved his hand to agree that the incident should not be delayed, to be afraid of the event that you go along with the coordinates, to hear that Lak Tam happily replied. Then the two of them boarded the boat to fly back and forth, leaving the anger full of the remaining disciples. On the way to the place to resolve, Lu Zhaoge quickly recite the spell to create a circle to see the road. Looking through the circle, the scene appeared, but there was something to stop him asking to wander the foggy river. Luo Bing behind Shan get the tone of asking the sun the fog river. She was happy in her mind just leaving her master could be called a dude, and the master seemed to be close to the women. It is very intentional for the enemy, and her face is a bit pink, but the prince, with the good quality of the sky, why is there no woman who proactively approached? In front of Luo Bing is Lu Zhaoge's big back. She suspected that in the beginning, if she did not go away, she did not dare to think that the position of Lady Grandmaster, did not dare to think of riding on the head of the master's sister-in-law. Looking at the scene in front of Lu Zhaoge, seriously saying that the previous time the 10,000 people shook the place where the incense burned was the foggy river that did not know this time was what happened again. From above, looking down, the fog river appears more clearly. When the two of them landed at the people, they saw the two of them shout. The entire people quickly knelt down to bow down to the head of the village and said the old man worshipped the master. The surrounding villagers heard that, unexpectedly, surprisingly, the attorney of Mo Men personally came. Lu Zhaoge used a water chief to ask the village elder to ask what happened. The village head shivered and pointed to the fog and called the Grandmaster. The water was coming again. Upon hearing that, he became seriously saying that Luo Bing Devil stood behind him to look at Lu Zhaoge, a little Chango in his face, and immediately felt worried and feared, and then seemed to be the last time those guys did not have a job. He would be angry. In front of Lu Zhaoge, Luo Bing, and everyone in the village is a lake surface that is not safe at all, but even ripples are not normal. Suddenly, the notification system you triggered the mission. Looking at the new announcement of the system, it also proves that Lu Zhaogei's argument is not expected to be a water demon. Just finished the information table of the devil's information. The foggy river deodorant fled at the bottom of the deep river of the fog award the task of 1,000 experience points. At the same time, Luo Bing next to the side did not stop worried, but kept looking at the facial expression of Lu Zhaogei, but the thought that the prince was not angry, because in the previous half of the year we used to remove the devil once. The past gradually appeared in this place, but it was half a year ago. Luo Bing and a brother named Ting, who was moving towards a dazzling golden light in front of a Huga gate, according to Luo Bing's story, that time ran, get the masters who were trying. The masters who were taking the mountain to go down the mountain, to go down the mountain, to go down the mountain, to go to the mountain, to go to the mountain. At that time, the strength of the two of us was still weak if he arbitrarily acted on his hand to die on this fog river. At that time, Luo Bing and Ting turned the car to change their intentions until now. So we arbitrarily made the decision to bring the spirit of the Mon to the middle of the area in the same area to ask for help. When they entered the middle, monks both Luo Bing and Ting, they had to pay a fee to a prince there to stay at that time. When they received line teach, they would definitely handle the devil in this place. Returning to the present, Luo Bing is still silently looking at Lu Zhaoge standing in one place and thinking about the past. With Lu Zhaoge at that time, the son came back to praise himself and his brother. Luo Bing's heart shook. The heart of Lu Zhaoge at that time still stood high and happily praised Luo Bing. And Ting very well this place because of the subject we protected. It must be well protected with just a little bit of spiritual stones that is not worth mentioning more and more. Referring to the past, the anger in Luo Bing still never calmed down, but obviously those names took our min teach without putting it thanks. In the heart of Lu Zhaoge, he still stood looking towards the water, but only laughing and grinning. The old man directly slashed that guy to the coordinates, also dared to deceive the liver. Suddenly, Lu Zhaoge put his feet on the surface of Lu Zhaoge's foot, gently, calmly, like a small drop of water on the lake that easily walked on the water. Lu Zhaoge did not feel any difficulty, but still calmly deduced about the disgusting, devilish monster that was not due to the resentment of a person, but Than recited to be a devil into the devil of water. Demons need to converge the resentment of many people who drowned for months to turn into a devil. On the contrary, with the calmness of Lu Zhaoge, the farmers in the village admire the endless skills of the water surfing skills on the water, like the wave of Lu Zhaoge that one person to the other competed to discuss the elastic discussion as the Grandmaster of Momen could walk on the water surface. Last time, the disciple of Trunk Bakmon came to resolve the look at others with the eyes of the eye, then stopped elaborately and was ecstatic with Lu Zhaoge's face showing a calm look at the surface of the water and thought of the same area that could not tolerate two demons, so the two water demons should be so. In just a short time, Lu Zhaoge easily deduced the true identity of the water demon under his feet, and became increasingly angry that this child could only be the previous one who had not eliminated the bastard, just came to make a look. Suddenly, Lu Zhaoge began to ask the director behind the village elder who died. An old man stooped to the back of the bunch of sticks from the farmers who responded to Lu Zhaoge's father. The dead man died when he went out to catch fish and said he turned to bring the little girl with a sweet candy. The baby craving for a long time, the two did not stop. When it comes to that, when we discovered that the father of the little man, he turned into a dry body and pitifully his house was only a wife. When the young man finished speaking, Lu Zhaoge's eyes quickly changed his face and became more and more dangerous and turned away a circuit forward, and still did not forget to tell Luo Bing here to protect the coordinates a little. He would come back to hear that Luo Bing immediately stood out to agree to the disciples of obedient destiny, obeying the destiny of 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 obedient destiny. Then suddenly, a whirlpool controlled by Lu Zhaoge appeared in front of him. A moment later, Lu Zhaoge appeared underwater through a bubble of water with a fixed amount of air. Inside to contain Lu Zhaoge. Lu Zhaoge's face is extremely determined to order the target lock system. Not long after, the system immediately announced that you have discovered the target of water devils. In front of Lu Zhaoge is a monster that appears with the characteristic red light of the potential Dangers, and its information table also appears at the same time. Resentment turning into half a year of ambush. The devil, the power of the water of level 20. Despite the faster and faster moving closer to me, Lu Zhaoge's attitude is still not afraid or fear, but still calmly concluded that it was indeed not solving it last time. Just like the water monster with a bizarre appearance with its bloody red eyes has successfully approached the position of Lu Zhaoge without any obstacles. Scenes to the ground at the place of Luo Bing and the residents of the village are constantly fearing to look at the surface of the water and competing to talk and do not know how the water is. Then, suddenly, an explosion from the underwater broke out, causing many water columns to shoot up and over everywhere, making the residents suddenly scared. Gradually, the water fell, gradually revealing the pathetic look of the demon from the center of the explosion, who was on high, causing some farmers to pay attention to and constantly signaling the guy on the water demon that he killed the father of the small ghost Zi, the master of the Grandmaster. From the distance, Zhao Ge, who did not have a quiet effort appearing on the water, the appearance of Lu Zhaoge became more and more serious and colder, but he pointed to the water committee. As soon as he finished, a stream of black smoke, the smell of dangerous surrounding swallowed. The body was twitching, painful pants of the devil could not do anything but just screaming in pain. Just when the devil is completely squeezed, suddenly, a light is flashed, but no one can withstand. Only know how to cover his hand, and constantly signaled, quickly. Closed his eyes and closed his eyes. A moment later, the scene became quieter than the lake became completely compared to the original. People also gradually felt no longer being dazzled by the light, but immediately opened their hands. Returning to the scene of splashing water, black light, or even water demons, and Lu Zhaoge no longer appears, making everyone become shocked and sad, but constantly discussing Lu Mon Master. They do not see the demon dead. We have not yet thanked him. Luo Bing and Lu Zhaoge stand on the lotus leaf to observe Lu Zhaoge asking Luo Bing the copy of the previous invitation to the help of Trunk Bachmon. Lu Zhaoge fell into deep thought. The Yu Yui sect specializes in water-style sword techniques. You really did pick the most suitable one. Right then, the system notification popped up beside him. System: you have defeated the water demon. You've gained 10,000 experience points. Luo Bing asked the prince, "We now need to go to Shui Yuemen." Lu Zhaoge answered, "It must be gone, but there is still something to do." In a small village, the woman who sewed her patch and grumbled at the stitches and said so many times when she went to fish to go fishing carefully, not to find herself good at swimming. The woman's hand suddenly trembled, with her voice too soon to know that she did it sooner than that, so she did not need to wear a torn outfit on the day. The boy holding the sword around the yard seemed to look for something, the boy who thought his father was in the end, and his piano. His father did not return to his mother, so he was cried by his father. Suddenly, the door of the house sounded knocking on the door. The woman hurriedly wiped her tears in her small ghost son, and quickly opened the door to open the boy's obedience to open the door. But the boy came out and did not see anyone, with only one skewer to the side of the road. Take the skewer to the boy to search and come back. Why is it for the vast dragon fruit area that it said only to die a small fishing person, but for a family that said to die, it was a husband who is a pillar, who is a breadwinner in a family? It turned out that the person who placed the skewer of the road in front of the door was Lu Zhaoge. The two of them sneaked up in a corner of observation, Luo Bing asking this baby's son seemed to have no religious substance. Lu Zhaoge answered the copy, feeling that this child was very blessed with the future. Luo Bing was amazed at the answer of Lu Zhaoge and turned away to think that it was as predestined as the little boy. The boy would have a human life like that. Luo Bing also agreed if the dude said that, and then it seemed that the baby would not simply think. Luo Bing happily thought that, although the son of the manor was alone, but in the bone marrow was a warm person. Shui Yuemen line ranked 98th in the middle monks of Grandmaster is about to try to find a way to break through the elders, who look at each other without having much eyesight. But even if it did not affect it, it could be pinched at the end of the table in the Bach Shi. Amen. When the two Luo Bing and Lu Zhaoge went to Shui Yuemen Day, Day discussed the beautiful couple of their fate is definitely not trivial. A representative stood out and greeted me, please, 2 people from any tone of Shui Yue men. At the same time, the system announced that you had touched the mission of the monk. Luo Bing calmly read the mission. Many phoned the disciple of Shui Yue men. After taking the spirit of Mo men, finished the speaker to finish the story of never killing the devil, nor completed the responsibility of the 10,000 people. Being the Grandmaster of Mo men, people protects the fog of people who need to make him understand the solemnity of the Mo men and the rule of the monk to stir a battle of Grandmaster. Luo finished reading the task of exploring first to see the names of these NPCs, did not know if many phone was here. After viewing all the information of the disciples standing in front of him, Luo led Luo Bing in and seemed to be here, not here. But the disciple of Shui Yue men is not easy for Luo go in like that. The lower steps will want to rush into Shui Yue men. Luo did not answer. Shui Yue men's disciples angrily asked you that he wouldn't say we would not be guests. Luo observed on the top of the mountain with a bell of Luo chuckled. It turned out that you still have the bells of the people so that you can come to see myself. Luo say a word, then release something about the bell. I bell resounded as if to call for all people of Shui Yue men. Go to the disciples of Shui Yue men to see that, then shouted at Luo. You know what it is. What is the bell? Luo did not react in front of the swords that were shining towards him and used his eyes to look at them. The disciples of Shui Yue men were really scared by their eyes, and they gradually feared. It is worth he to die in the end. How is his eyes like looking insects, so I don't dare to walk forward. One of the disciples, despite the trembling fear, tried to ask Luo, and we asked the people again who came from any subject to Shui Yue men. What Luo did not answer, but asked the opposite of the 10,000 people to shake. No one immediately came. The whole group of disciples was dumbfounded by the people he was talking. The disciples whispered to each other, who dressed very richly. There was some beauty in the rumor he was the Dharma disciple of Kiev Tong. The disciples whispering to each other, if it is true that today is Huge, and then the disciple of the Sword Tong's law is a troublesome flood. But that person is not easy to talk to. Quickly report to the above problem. And then 4 of us go to report them to push responsibility for each other. For a long time to go, then you go away. The elder and the elder, because the position of attorney fought against each other, did not win. I did not want to find death anywhere. I certainly did not go anywhere. Do not hear them whispering to each other what Luo Bing was surprised by these gate. Why kept swinging their eyes and nausea, so nausea. Luo smiled coldly. The 4 of you playing the game glanced enough. Luo behind the killing intent, saying if there are no people coming to handle it, do not blame me inadvertently. The 4 scared disciples quickly competed to run away and told me that I also went away. How could this be missing me like this? Luo Bing asked Luo Longtu this time to want to teach a lesson, for the disciple's name is not responsible. Remembering the poor family, the husband died and cried and searched for that father Luo. Reclaim the religion. Finally, there were 2 elders who appeared in front of Luo Bing and Luo. The 2 elders came in front of them together to open their mouths for the little friend. The white hair is the elder of Shui Yue men, black-haired. Luo laughed and said that the 2 of them were also very good at each other. The 2 elders and the same in unison who matched him. Luo Bing laughed. How did the gate of this monkey love this? But just now the other people also given love. Seemingly heard the words of Luo Bing. The elderly elder shouted at Luo Bing. The old lady advised her to carefully say that the elder did not like it, nor did he even want to mean with this dwarf. The disciples stood under the 2 elders arguing and arguing, but contemplative cough like the couple who were beating so slippery like that. The 2 elders were shut up for me. Luo interrupted. I don't have to come to see where you are. The tricks of the coordinates as the Grandmaster of Momen. Luo. Listening to Luo after the disciples were relieved, it turned out that it was not a disciple of the law threatening to die, and thought that this time happened a big thing. The elder rubbed the bride and think that the elder's elder answered that he was at the last subject in the lower part of the bachelor. What could you work? Luo continued the coordinates today to Shui Yue men and wanted to catch a person. The elders who see through Luo laugh, contemptuously think that the first priest is the first scene of the 8th dared to go to Shui Yue men. The black elder asked to make people want to arrest who? Luo answered the disciple of Shui Yue men, Maniphone. The elder was startled to be my 3rd leg of this small son, because he came to the elderly to see that he laughed, and turned out to be his disciples this time. Many phone NGO Kiev came to the place where everyone was gathered to curse, making it difficult for his mother to wear this subject. Perhaps because I was so handsome, it was overcome from Shui Yue men. Suddenly many phone remembered something waiting to wear. His subject seemed to remember something. Many phone recalled the day before Luo Bing and another disciple of Mo Men to Shui Yue men begged him to invite the brother to help the people of the foggy river to kill the devil. Many phone arrogantly smirked and worshipped the brother, and not kneeling is what morality. The two Luo Bing and the disciple Shui Yue men whispered. Luo Bing said that I only knelt at the masters who did not have the morality of this person, but the younger brother persuaded the foggy river to be ragged, if just because of the temporary people, the other villagers would have a disaster. Luo Bing was persuaded to kneel down and told his disciple in Hating Luo Bing to offer to the spirit as a gift of thanksgiving. Many phone laughed and scorned his pocket in his hand and said that he was temporarily going back to just a small demon. Many phone uses that money to play in the green floor of the beautiful lady. Today, my mood is good. Many phone recalled that he cursed at himself at that time. He was transient to bring line teach to Chanje money with the brothers and brothers to drink alcohol to buy flowers, and the story of the devil I forgot. Many phone NGO Kiev moved towards the Lujiaoge people. He was definitely because of this. And when he came to Ha Tong, the monolithic subject was a little bit of a small thing. This man named Many Phone thought arrogant, was not just a devil who could only operate in the fog, could not go ashore to make any great painting, but at the very end, it was just a two-life person. Before he went to the mountain, the rich man in his house was arbitrary, making it scolded now the short of the lack of practice, and the fairy and mortal may be the same. Hung if he had come to the door, he couldn't be grasped by the elder's second elder like that. How could he become a master? Many phone evil thinking about this country. The best way to handle it is first to admit the error, so that he cannot find the reason for scolding himself. Many phone stood in front of the two attorneys, who showed a false appearance in Ha Many Phone, who was invited to kill the devil, but the poor power for the devil to escape still expected the punishment to punish the compensation for twice the compensation for Mo Men. The elders looked at the disciples that he thought that he was good, and not so bad, that this person was very good. He was responsible for him to not be blamed for the elders to despise their small sect, but twice as much as the spirit. The small sect that comes to the door is not just wanting a little resource to think. Lujiaoge raised his head high. Fisheries in the foggy river died a fisherman. Listening to the information of Lujiaoge Many Phone was a little blank, but his reaction was this guy who wanted to add more money. Meng Fong gritted his teeth and gums up to say that the disciple agreed to compensate 3 times, but he did not commit the life of a mortal person, but 3 times the limit was his limit. Lujiaoge swung his hand and licked and laughed and said, Lujiaoge told Many Phone, Tung 16 of the sword's reader to read. Many Phone, what kind of person? Zhaoge Chenged the face of the killing intent, staring at Many Phone's voice. Many Phone trembled at Lujiaoge's atmosphere. Many Phone trembled to read the 16th rules of Kiev Tong, to receive the entreatment of Van Dan's bell, if the story was done through indirect speakers, which led to a person who lost his life with a whip. The elder was angry at this little boy. He wanted more and more, this is too obvious, and then came to threaten himself. The young elder at the side and laughed. He thought that he would be blurred by line. Teach this time. In the end, there was a good thing to watch. I punished the sword Tong with a total of 6 threads of thunder whip. Hitting the body of the whip to hit the thunder is a small pain, but in this miraculous practice world can be saved. But the religious whip is not like that of the mind to hit the person who is unstable. The mind may be cracked for a lifetime. It cannot take one step even more and even lower if this situation occurs unless it is possible to win the nature. Whether it is a great practice in the 7 can, it is impossible to cure. Hand Phone at this time scared to sweat. He looked towards the elder to ask the master to save the child. The elder also emerged the miserable killing intent now and could not openly confront him. He could only give him a little resource first and then think of a way to get you a resource that can let go of my disciples already. Thinking so, he raised his soft voice. Lujiaoge pretended to be extremely hated to give you 3 choices. He continued to say a penalty of the 2 of them to create a sword of this sentence successfully as Shui Yue men. The elder was so crazy, Many Phone trembled and stuttered. Lujiaoge immediately responded without the third tease that, or the third, The other two parted into one sentence, continued to make Shui Yuemen. He could not stand it anymore. Shui Yuemen, the elder, saw that and laughed sarcastically. The elder who wanted to play the underground rule to get money to cover the mouth of stars, contrary to the rules of the sword. Shui Yuemen, the elder, was so angry that he gritted his teeth and said, Many Phone fell into 1,000 pounds hanging noodles and looked at him and called for help for the master to help me. He helplessly shook his head of Shui Yuemen, the elder. He looked at him and thought that he dared to say if he dared to break the rule. Many Phone saw that then trembling and grayed, and after thinking, Lu Zhaoge feels so laughing if you don't choose. I have to help you choose the third one person personally. He immediately panicked to respond to me a sword. Then Many Phone pulled out the sword. The whole body of Liu Zhaoge radiates great spiritual energy. At this way, Many Phone also had to calmly think that this guy was just the most beautiful scene of the bowl of heaven, but he was equal to his realm to continue him. Then he turned the sword into the position of thinking in this head compared to enduring 6 whips. Before the wary of Many Phone, he calmly finished preparing, and then told the duty to release his heart to find the destiny of the duty. Hearing that Many Phone seemed to wake up something that the duty of not being removed was so yielded, if he could hurt the old man, he would not practice his sword later. The 2 elders who watched the elders were nervous as the moon of the elder who laughed and thought that this little son seemed to want to swap resources with himself, just fake the set of dangerous appearance and Shui Yuemen. Take all the strong atmosphere backwards, please. Lu Zhaoge is also serious in response. He broke out the power of the large amount of black gas immediately spilled out. The power is so great that the sky appears horizontal lightning. The 2 attorneys general saw the black air startled and shouted at the power of the sky and earth. Many Phone saw that the amount of black gas attacked to me could only stand still. He tried to stop the sword, the strong intention of that strong body. Many Phone seemed to crack the tendons on the face. Finally his sword was broken. Only with the intention of Lu Zhaoge easily beat Many Phone to the wall. If we lie on the land, the body broke the body. Shui Yuemen, great elder, angrily shouted Many Phone. Lu Zhaoge finished hitting and collected his thick black ideas. He calmly said he could not continue a sword of the duty. Shui Yuemen elders looked towards him angrily, thinking that he still thought that Lu Zhaoge was a soft man when he was hard and unexpectedly tough to the end. Suddenly, one of his disciples shouted at Many's master. Many's master broken. Hearing the news of the shock of Shui Yuemen, the elder screamed up Lu Zhaoge. He laughed and responded to the practice without cultivating the best. Lu Zhaoge's back is so big, he said he should not practice the sword. This is successful, that the elder's moon emerged to shoot out sparks in your eyes. Shui Yuemen Conchal of the second Grandmaster also adds oil to the fire, not sure if anyone dares to cover the disciple, but made the rules of the sword Tong, where the disciples of the disciple, so the body of the master did not dare to make a pitiful sword. Outside encourage a Shui Yuemenks of the elder, inside, he plotted extremely quickly violating the rules, so Shui Yuemen will be the old man, and then fighting to see the other young man, Ichi. How can Shui Yuemen the elder was even poked and turned to pointing to his grandfather, and he was really happy to stroke his beard. But contrary to what he thought, Shui Yuemen, the elder laughed reluctantly to say that this was shocked for Shui Yuemen. After saying that Shui Yuemen, the elder, resigned to telling Lu Zhaoge, Lu the young, AG of the young, AG. Of course, there is a bravery of Shui Yuemen, the elder. He thought that his mother's pupils were so fast and could not help you from the turtle. Luo Bing has this scene that makes it fascinated that this is the sword Tu. She looks at the beauty of Lu Zhaoge that thinks this is a refreshing refreshment on the religious land. This is the prince that I admire through Luo Bing's gaze really brought with 1,000 super beauty filters already. He looked at the disciples who were helping Many Phone to think. Her face was slightly pink, to recall the old thing that was the old thing that Many Phone was, because of her and the great brother, who requested that the prince would have a sense of anger for us. On the side of Shui Yuemen the elder, he did not achieve the intention to immediately calculate his mother. It was true that this old tortoise was disregarded, but this good opportunity could not ignore this old man. Then he looked out behind Many Phone, tiredly bowed his head to think of more oil to the fire for this indignation to be more intense. Thinking that it was a moon of the elder came to whisper to Many Phone, who was seriously injured like this, afraid of being completely waste, so he should be dedicated for more than 10 years. Shui Yuemen, great elder, once again angry. He saw that he laughed effectively. Shui Yuemen. The elder raised his bruised face to add more in his mouth. He was broken and feared that he could only eat porridge to be made into G like this, and no one dared to stand out for you. This time, Shui Yuemen Big Elder was even more angry, and he laughed. Hifai! In the beginning of Lu Zhaoge, all of this Staja asked the duty to ask the two elders if he performed the many-phone tong phone. There was a place to protest in his mind. He thought more and more rich in the fire of the duty. He did not like to be used by others as a knife, if that was so that he would also hit the face. The two elders were temporarily silent because they did not know what to say. The elders thought that if the protest followed the tone, this Lu Zhaoge had the right to directly kill. He did not wait for the two to talk and ask. Then the duty would ask the two elders if he could support a sword of the duty. Seeing the strange love of Shui Yuemen, the elder wondered what this little son wanted to do. Shui Yuemen, great elder, seems to realize that compared to 6 whips, saving is indeed the best choice. He continued a long paragraph, so it was not that we punished too strong, but the moon of people who were too theoretical weakness. Lu Zhaoge now looks extremely poorly, the source of the sin of the people. The 2 weak words immediately pressed down on the people of the 2 elders. Making them painful, both of them were angry that this little son was humiliating all of us. The elders said that the master was the owner of a faction that used all power to fight a sword with the legendary disciple of Shui Yuemen. Seeing that he smiled and responded. So the elder of Shui Yuemen still knew that the duty was the owner of a sect as the Grandmaster according to the position of the duty not equal. Lu Zhaoge looked at the person in front of the eyes. Said that the duty to ask you to meet me, why not perform the ceremony? The 2 elderly attorneys were angry with you. Then he covered his mouth and smiled and hoped that the 2 elders to remember carefully, the people still not the Grand Master. The 2 elders immediately could not say anything, only stammered with my friend. Suddenly from where the applause and interesting said very interesting. The beauty with that purple hair says interesting. You are fascinating. Shui Yuemen. The elder looked up on her face and thought that she had been out, and then Shui Yuemen. The elder's face was as much as this time. Lu Zhaoge also asked her why she was here. Then that woman landed at everyone's shock. That woman exhaled her breath with a very beautiful physique. Looking at the person in front of him, he thought that in the mind, the daughter of Kiv Ton Tong, compared to the fate of the blind sword of Yu Yui, is higher than 1 step. The status in the sword is not less than the daughter of the owner of the sword Tong. Li Nanwei's sword now collected at her order, and Lu Zhaoge was still engrossed in thinking that except for these 2, fate was the most key. She now smiled, extremely excited. He thought she was a couple of Yu Yui. In his mind, he imagined the scene of Yu Yui afraid with Li Nanwei and laughed at the other young man. He was definitely in the secret of secret love. While he focused on her face, Luo Bing in the back thought Lu Zhaoge noticed the peach of Li Nanwei. Then Luo Bing was shy to think that the son liked it like that. In her mind, she remembered that she was small in Than Lao. There were several billion, clearly very normal, but because the man liked this should make their business go in and out at the bed door that can shake until midnight. Luo Bing softly thought that the prince also liked. She remembered the words of someone who told me that after returning to the mountain, I had to try the tactics that the ghost of this magic taught. That the tactics was very miraculous. Remember to apply a lot, every night. Once. But then she sighed again, but the ghost said that other people would do compared to us, which would be more effective than Luo Bing. And Lu Zhaoge turned to Yellow Eyes and thought if she was a girl who swords up her realm now. But even the Yellow Eye could not investigate the results of the discovery, it was only questioned. The system now shows a strong organism warning, be careful. Seeing that Lu Zhaoge deepened the system that could not be detected at least taller than me 20, and said that this fire was at least to the beginning of level 40, thinking so he laughed and said that I had heard Yu Yui mention you in my mind, thinking that Yu Yui don't tell you. Do not hesitate to, accept Li Nanwei worshipping Lu, Zhaoge a one that makes the 2 elderly elders shocked so much that he opened his mouth. The other little son was crazy, and he dared to accept a ceremony of a daughter who was a mite. She doesn't care about this very interesting in this interesting mind. That is really true. That other people who see herself a dosaji to respect him and calmly accept it. Yu Yui, who once said that there was a mysterious brother looking at the person in front of her eyes, that she realized that he could not be a little survey. Lu Zhaoge was still talking and chatting with Li Nanwei. At that time, the eyes of the fake said, constantly saying that the Grandmaster still knew Yu. Yue the disciple did not know that when it was all saying what Lu Zhaoge also laughed and said that the words were good words in the heart, thinking that the small Yu Yue can only help the first two old people who are scared of Li Nanwei and Lu Zhaoge, and Lu Zhao sweating for a while at the same time, two people. Lu Zhaoge wants to end the conversation with his hands and foxes. In the subject, there is still a need to handle the report before Li Nanwei, who is perfectly said. After saying that, Lu Zhaoge let Luo Bing, going a few steps, has not yet come to the gate of Lu Zhao. Go remember something to stop. Zhaoge and Luo Bing and turned his head to make the other three not understand anything. Remember the time when many phone used to say that the disciple prayed to compensate? Now Lu Zhaoge towards the elder Shui Yue men, the debt of the debt is more than the master's. The elder was smoky and did not do anything to throw out a bag of spiritual jelly and said that he took you in here. Lu Zhaoge reached out to catch the spiritual pocket. No need to check Lu Zhaoge tossing the pocket of the spirit for Luo Bing while walking and saying, and then go to Luo Bing to receive the spirit of obedience to the Grandmaster. Li Nanwei observed in the footsteps of the other two until they flew away in this person's heart. Really a smart person who had to find out whether he was a mysterious brother or not. The two elders of Shui Yuemen seemed to be unbearable and wanted to see off the guests, but at the same time feared Li Nanwei. The elder had to go up to say cleverly inner map appeared to make him laugh, and then he still... At this moment, two disciples carried many phone to go out of Li Nanwei with a deep eyes. He should not practice the sword anymore. The other two elders are green here is the representative of Kiev Tong's opinion. Seeing Li Nanwei was about to leave, but the other two old gate did not dare to stutter. Li Nanwei started the technique of leaving before not forgetting the foxes from these days. Li Nanwei foxes here. The elders stand motionless, like a stone statue looking at Li Nanwei, leaving a corner of people, and people cannot hold back. At that time, the elder was just released to criticize the elder of the old man, who taught that the elders could not object to the elder. Luo Bing observed the back to see someone who flew to notify Lu Zhaoge that the female sun sword was chasing it. When Li Nanwei caught up with the two, Lu Zhaoge Luo Bing, before that had considered Li Nanwei as an enemy, to observe the big breasts like two balloons of Li Nanwei Luo Bing, very unhappy. Two violated the rules, and did she blow it inside? Lu Zhaoge knew that Li Nanwei chased, but did not know why the other woman chased after her. Li Nanwei spine straight with a sword fluttering with Lu Zhaoge to put his hand to say goodwill to say Lu Nanwei great mon. Lu Zhaoge stood upright and stood up like a glamour of the glory. Li Nanwei still wants to cling to the old story to explore the Grandmaster, and Yu Yui the monk is really acquainted from a young age. Recalling when I was young, Lu Zhaoge and Yu Yui used to exchange martial arts with each other. So it was not very wrong to say that knowing that Lu Zhaoge was like that. Li Nanwei grasped the story in the main issue, so perhaps the mysterious brother Yu Yui said about the Grandmaster, and Lu Zhaoge did not understand what Li Nanwei was saying. What to repeat the mysterious brother in the heart of constantly asking the crime of Yu Yui, what the demon, you, when I brought the duty. Li Nanwei had to explain the Grandmaster, who did not know that Yu Yui in Kiev. Tong often mentioned the Grandmaster just did not want to disclose the identity, even when asked about the additive, did not mention. Lu Zhaoge then understood all the angry fire of the sky to hold the right to blame Than Dan forever. Not going up the problem, he really wanted to hit his head to the side, but in his head, what was thinking about? But it was the strongest sword, in Than Chao. Immediately, as the face of Lu Zhaoge still had to show a calm appearance to question the command after listening to this story, how to say how, Li Nanwei tacitly feel a bit sad and fleeting. This one said he admired him very much. Lu Zhaoge heard the answer that did not understand the words of Li Nanwei, admiring the road to think that the tang was a sword ton. Why did you say the admiring word? Lu Zhaoge thinks of the other sword in his heart, suddenly becomes smoothly. Li Nanwei asked him again why the family said so much. Lu Zhaoge looks towards the distance and says, Li Nanwei, she knows what in this world is the most lonely. Li Nanwei seems to not understand all these sublime philosophical issues. The dry leaf flooded in front of the sky is the bright sunlight. Lu Zhaoge clasped his hands behind his back to explain that a defeated life. But there is no opponent to win. The world is the most lonely. Li Nanwei awakened to look like she understood the reason. Luo Bing has not experienced much life, but when listening to Lu Zhaogei's explanation, it is easy to understand. So it is so. The new Sword Ton Lord said that you admire Yu Yui, the sword of Ton Thi, who can overcome the natural sword that can be said to be 1,000 years, and he has a strong opponent like a son. This is exactly what Kiev Ton Lord admires, the great. Luo Bing looked at the back of Lu Zhaoge again. She clasped her hands and said, Luo Bing congratulated the master of the opponent, a lucky life. Li Nanwei, for the actions and words of Luo Bing, has highly appreciated the thief, and thought that this little lady is not so bad, has understood that this morality, Momen, is really deep and unpredictable. But the thing that the person who was praised was that Lu Zhaogei did not have any TI to feel proud or happy, but also angrily to congratulate the monkeys of the next time to see Yu Yui must definitely hit its head to the side. That is the real name of the real price of Kiev Ton. Lu Zhaoge cleverly wanted to leave and said Li Nanwei she still had something to ask. There was no problem that we went ahead in Zhaogei's mind that was thinking about other emergency. Damn, next time finding it to calculate the book, so first return to receive the reward. The mission. Li Nanwei was amazed at the attitude of Lu Zhaoge. There was no problem. That we went before was the first time we heard words like this. In the impression of Li Nanwei, she is the existence that is respected by people, because in anywhere in Tan Chao, she just needs all sects that are in a hurry to the ceremony. She will not say the sentences like the previous one. This time Li Nanwei also mentioned her father for the first time, so that Lu Dongli is a bit curious for Lu Zhaoge. She immediately closed her hands and said that the Grandmaster did not know that the Dong can stay in the subject for a few days without thinking that this person was indeed different from other people who did not want to climb on the high branch, and he was more than an appearance. Lu Zhaoge glanced at Li Nanwei at the beginning, that the props did not give the props nor the task, nor could he attack, and want to follow me about dressing without a few days of dreaming. I had to quickly think of the reason for chasing her away. While being brainstormed to see what reason should choose reasonable, Lu Zhaoge discovered. Li Nanwei card hanging on the hip, that is very good. The successful item has attracted the attention of Lu Zhaoge. Zhaoge could not hide the smile of 360-degree rotation faster than flip. If you are already a daughter of Kiev Ton, you are the sister of Yu Yui, so the landlord is the duty to be more and more friendly. Luo Bing frowned and was not happy to think that the prince still did not like outsiders. Li Nanwei suddenly laughed loudly. Ha ha. Li Nanwei constantly gaining so much like that, ha ha. But Luo Bing next to him could not take his eyes off Li Nanwei's chest. The view of people, and then look at their own. It is true that there is no comparison. There is no pain. By this time, Luo Bing is even more firm with his speculation as expected of a large-sized daughter Luo Bing to turn the action in the goal of leading the sentence Lu Zhaoge to the Massaje plan tonight will start. Soon the three people went to Danthan Mountain. Everything here is still peaceful like that. Lu Zhaoge put his hand on the side that is the living room of Li Nanwei. She just arbitrarily wavers way to join hands to respond. Lu Zhaoge has just touched the ground quickly to assign the work for Luo Bing to find the time to arrange a good arrangement for the other mother and child, at least not to let them live too hard. Lu Zhaoge also went to his own business, so he went to receive his duty, and did not know what good it would take this time. The system quickly appears, a blinding gold notification, please quickly receive the reward. Lu Zhaoge is now sitting cross-legged to call the leg. Upon hearing that the system appeared in front of him, to grant the reward of the mission, to look up and look at Lu Zhaoge depressed, and sighed again, and started before appearing this special effect for himself, where he was nowhere to be bad even though he said that, but he still sat there calmly feeling. At this time the system has upgraded the value of experience of $20,000 to see that it still works normally without any problem, or badly? He nodded and told us to work normally. The next one saw him calling the system, immediately informed the task point, to start to see that he immediately looked up and bored again. And then, this special effect of, you did not spend money, huh? Hearing that the system said that now, it starts to proceed for the point of completion of his mission this time. Then the system was difficult to understand. The three questions made Lu Zhaoge depressed, and cried out a boredom. Seeing the system seemed to make him angry and cursed that this chess system was like to play things that made this color directly for the point that was not okay. Then why, suddenly on the screen, number 2, made him stunned. He did not believe his eyes now, like sesame seeds Grimomened too, but hard to understand. Then suddenly, the updated system showed an additional 8 heads that made him breathe a sigh of relief. It danced more numbers at the top of the line that made him not know what to say, but his face was darker. Then the system started a warmly cheering to congratulate him to achieve 82 points of values of reputation that he saw that he was so depressed and looked up and dried up his aunt and asked him to ask 82 points, 18. Then seemed to be miserable the problem he immediately rubbed his chin and said that he wanted to achieve a high score that had to bring both the baby and the older to beat it, and certainly not to miss it at that time. He looked up at the system of the promotion value, which was 1047-1000, to see that he immediately shouted an hour and said the value of the reputation was enough to break through the 8th sect. He touched on the screen with his hand and told him that after a while, at this time the system appears, and then informs him the necessary condition to promote the 8 products value 1047-1003 monks from the 2nd realm or more 1/3 of the number of disciples surpassing 100 foreigners, 8-100. Seeing that he rubbed his chin and thought that there was a lack of 2 conditions for the 3rd condition, that was a bit annoying. The second thing that seemed simpler. We recently gathered the value of experience. For a while, the smile on his lips suddenly showed out that he was happy. Then he promoted to 2 more levels directly to break the 2 scenes. Then he started meditation to promote level from level 18 to level 19 level to level 20, so that he went up 2 more levels of the first scene. At this time, Ludongli was watching the little Chu who practiced when he suddenly turned around to tell him to break the scene, and then even break the 2 scenes. At this moment, on the other side of a female closed eye, showed a pair of long eyelashes suddenly startled. She opened her eyes to look at everything around her and then suddenly asked the most full scene. At this time, she was just hard to understand and thought that the breakthrough immediately had nothing to do with me and Yu Yui who had experienced this, but when that brother was in Shui, Yue Men, it was really the 8th floor of the 1st realm. Then there was something that made her cold back and stunned to think that the 1st floor of the 1st realm was able to earn a picture of this picture. How could this be like that? Even the most beloved her father, even the father once said that under the 3rd realm, do not waste time to earn ideas. Even if it is perfect for thousands of years, as one is due, the younger brother must be after the 3rd realm to form the sword. Then she remembered Lu Zhaozhou's face suddenly. She smiled with a half-face and flushed face and thought of the initiative or flying there to catch him a little research. Then a moment of lying on the bed, she hugged her face red, but reassured that she was not calm. She was the daughter of Kiev Tan. How could she do such a type of thing? When she regained her composure, she sighed and fitted to comfort that. She was happy to think about him happily, and then whispered. But that was really the 1st realm to make a realistic thing. But drilling not to misunderstand, Li Nanwei is just a swordsman. Now she just rolled back and forth like a child and reassured herself to endure him. Now he is definitely absorbed to wait for the early morning to go to him on his own. It is true that this delusion is a bit more evil, not only once the image of a guy being crying, who too appeared before his eyes, heard that you were a perfect sword for thousands of years. Then the great devil who came to the melancholy face was so scared to ask people who really wanted to study, to see that the guy was scared and cried the roof and then shouted. The loud screams seemed to want to break the roof that night. No one knew what was going on, but it was worth mentioning that Yu Yui, in the situation of not awake in the mouth, always mentioned the other brother. This Australia. Lu Zhaoge is relaxing the body to breathe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. Again. But Lu Zhaoge now is like a basic screen, not knowing what is called absorption, even on the face, and smiling sinister smile. At this time there was a notice of promotion task. Then he scratched his head and laughed, as if he was bow high he had the task of promoting. At this time, 4 colors of choice from left to right, yellow, purple, orange. At this time he wondered last time the orange step was quite effective. This time, of course, we still had to choose it, and he laughed at him. Then choose it oranga. The chosen orange member immediately announced that he had successfully chosen the difficult task. Then he read the details that it was hard to frown, and said that it was a coincidence that it was a hell. Then a promotion task table appeared at this time as killing love from the mysterious organization. Reading, so he smirked and said that this year was not peaceful. At this time the countdown watch displays the time to 48 hours. Lu Zhaogu's face now showed a mysterious look that said the hunting moment was started. Then he kept clicking on the screen and told you to appreciate the next time to be good anyway. This is the last moment in your life. In the early morning, the next day, on the cliff at this time, Lu Zhaoge him slowly appeared, and he sat there to cultivate peacefully. Maybe you did not know the daily cultivation was Lu Zhaoge's habit. A little small thing will not make him change his habit, or say he thinks that killing love tu that people talk about is a chanji is just a small thing. At this time he slowly opened his eyes and said it was morning. At this moment my breasts appeared in front of him. A person bent down to tell Lu's attorney to be very interesting, and then she laughed like a child. At this time he frowned, and asked Lin Anwei she could not know how to disturb others cultivating very rude. Then he turned to another place that made her see, so quickly thought that the female body would not be able to get the next time. Then she folded her hand close to his face and said, Lin Anwei knew wrong, and made him scared of purple face, and did not know what to say. At this time he turned away and tried to calm down and calmly calm down this girl. Getting calm, he went back to telling Lin Anwei, who had an important thing to go down to the mountain to handle, she could freely travel in the subject without a problem. So she hurriedly said that she waited for the Grandmaster of Lin Anwei to ask. Hearing that he turned to leave and told him, then she asked against the cold and asked him to say that no one could imagine when he was under the third realm, but the Grandmaster could do this is why. Such a question he did not know what to say. Then he gently proved to show the wrong sword, wearing a big tree behind the back. Hearing that sentence, she was startled to ask Sword Tonsei, and then the head of the religion was the brightest lamp of the sword in Tanchao in return. Then she is wary and called this father. Then her hand tried to embrace her heart. Then remember the words of my father saying that we are the head of the sword, but this does not mean that we are the swordsmanship. She smirked slightly and told him that if he met him, he would definitely appreciate him. Then Lu Zhaoge slowly flew away. Sitting on it, he pretended to think after completing this, orange level will be good. He has thought of the booty. Then he smiled and looked at this smile that was extremely excited. But in fact, this person has not even found the goal of the mission. And he excitedly raised his hand to shout out of my lovely monster, to wash your neck and put it on the treasure prepared to reincarnate, even though Lu Zhaoge called it a small monster. But you absolutely do not think so. It is a giant monster of the same rank as a monk with a monster with him, plus a strong artery that can both fight and swallow the monster to become stronger than the existence that a person has absolutely no way to resist. Then he stood and clasped his hands behind his back to look at the light ahead of the frequent leisurely, but Lu Zhaoge was not like that. He was the player. In Kimgu village, where the old and young people are peaceful together, there is a life that has a mother sitting meticulously sewing, but also not, forgetting to pay attention to her child who is playing in the distance. Don't run so fast, she will hear the girl just smiling. He-fi. Besides Kim Gyu village, there is a small river of clear water where, covered with a fog behind, is a hilly mountain that looks so beautiful and poetic. Like this is a natural picture that writers often mention. Suddenly, a girl wearing a skin leopard lip, her lips silently rising from the water. Then she quietly looked at Kimgu village in front of her. Then she stuck out her tongue and stuck her tongue. It was not bad to find a human village. At this moment behind her is something extremely wonderful and devil. Then she used her long tongue to lick me and asked the demons behind 2LSU, you were definitely hungry, right? Then she pointed to Kim Gu village and ordered to go to eat those fresh flesh and blood to the aroma of the children that made me drool already. Then she flipped the illusion water down the water like Kim Gu village was about to be overturned. At this time, the devils suddenly rushed up, making people scared and startled, saying that what the demon rushed to run to a peaceful countryside, now everyone is scared to run in chaos. The big name shielded the light of the innocent girl who was scared and feared, seeing that the mother rushed to me not to harm my child. Suddenly, the surface of the water rises up everything that seems to be attacking on the other mother and children. Seeing the small woman hugging the child's child, he was scared to say that this was the innocent kid. Someone shielded their mother and daughter to block the flow of water. Is Lu Zhaoge he turned back to tell back. The mother hurriedly hugged her child and did not forget to turn back to thank the austerities. The green demon is opening. The barbaric mouth is the level 21 below, is the 20th level. At this time, Lu Zhaoge looked up and looked at him from a level 21, a 20 level child. Then they were like a tiger and rushed to the leader who led the guitar, so he could not rush to let me see who was so big. Then she went to go. Based on the devils, Bao dared to hinder our eating. At this time, Lu Zhaoge still stood there in the water. Seeing her face, she suddenly startled unusual Changes. Then she was fascinated by that beauty, and told the boys to go too much before the confusion of the two demons around her. Then she fell in love with her blushing face and didn't look very good. Hearing that, Lu Zhaoge smiled and asked again, "So you want to eat me, or what your mouth you want to eat with?" Then she laughed and smiled. Then suddenly her hair flew hovering from the devil face and told the sauce. Hearing these words, Lu Zhaoge just laughed and said it was not the way we expected. Then just one of his arms made a flame exploded and he pointed towards those people. "But tell me, I still think you will choose to eat more smoothly." At this time she also used her stinking mouth and exhaled to kill me, to find death. Seeing the love of Zhaoge also did not delay quickly to produce water power, so on from his hand he gradually shot out. On this side, the two was about to attack. He had to eat the technique of the Grandmaster, who had not been able to do anything, but had been betrayed several times more than the water. So he spit out from his mouth with love, causing her to suddenly cry out her eyes. Zhaoge did not wait for the love of the spirit to be able to recover the sword, straight to the closer, causing her to be able to lose balance, so she was about to fall down to Zhaoge. But the sword has not yet touched the love. The bar of the beam of the baby rushed to want to abundant the body. Lu Attorney felt strange to look to see the bad mouth of the terrorist, which had reached nearly 4 fangs that were long and horrible, but the road was the Grandmaster of Momen Anh. It was not easy to cope with such a way. He jumped up to the mouth of the mouth, now only stone soil. Hung had just escaped from the door of Kue, when Kuchu appeared immediately after Zhaoge. These two monsters seemed to want to eat with him real, and he had to be tens of times the eye of the eye, but the long teeth were still pointed. It could not be counted by Zhaoge. The villagers stood there to see that Kuchu was relying on the unexpected opportunity to take Zhaoge, so everyone panicked. Everyone gaped her mouth just now. He was saved by his mother in the arms of her mother shouted carefully, "Kidney Lu." Zhaoge turned to the bottomless mine of Kuchu smirked to answer peacefully. After that, Zhaoge not only did not run, but stood still with one hand that made the giant purple monster be knocked out of Zhaoge's spirit as if the blade was still in the air. The girl just now in the arms of her mother saw Zhaoge answered that she was sure that there was a way to throw the other monster, so she could not help but admire her eyes. Her mother felt that she was young, but she fell in love with her too, and she urged her to hear her mother, and then turned to say that the beautiful person was so beautiful. So she must be the singer of the mother, spraying the glue without knowing which she would fall for her life, to be reincarnated into her child. Lu Zhaoge gently landed on the ground, to use 2 more ground, to make the dust and dust of the Lamao Sum Zhaoge, using the cold eyes to look back at the monster, to be level 20, and then favor a too low hierarchy. The arbitrary use of the 2 skills will consume 1 part of the energy to speed. Love TU. Regain the spirit of standing up still in the protection of the aggressive QA with the surrounding tail angrily shouting, "Is just a scene and dare to play me." So it seems to have to respond to this part of your mind already. Tearing him to give me this girl so screaming that the shape of the shape just now looked beautiful. He was regretted that he did bad deeds. Kue and Kuchu received orders from the back of her love to rush straight up the appearance she stood below to order 2 giant monsters to be cool but joke. Lu Zhaoge on this side did not move anymore. He used his friendly eyes to look at her smiling. Attacking the attack is too slow, it will not feel. Zhaoge just said that swinging his bones immediately, a white mist appeared to cover the space around the surrounding space. Kue and Kuchu were rushing to disoriented because the fog was obscured. He could not identify Zhaoge now. She loved the TU seeing him out of this mist so spicy and widened his eyes and shouted quickly he wanted to escape. How can I get stronger and how to get stronger and you can't always get stronger? After smirking, the Zhaoge continued to produce hydraulic tricks. Hydraulic, as the name implies, in a moment of all steam will be put down in an instant, when there has been nothing to do with any hair of Zhaoge, and the beams and the shapes are so strongly hit by the huge weight of the ground to create a large shaking of dust and dust. Lu Zhaoge was handsome in the black smoke raised his hand to gently knock out the skill of the black squid. After a while it became a tight lane with the beams and the shocking of them in pain and threading continuously without doing anything. Zhaoge too strong, they were basically just a shrimp for him to fight with him. was the big jest mistake in their lives. Lu Ge did not get dirty at all, step by step approaching the love where she left the two monsters behind, struggling with hydraulic ink and dew to the body. Love, too, saw that his two henchmen were crushed and broken and panicked for a long time. Zhaoge and Scales ink around to be satisfied with the victory and ask how to love you. Now want to eat me. Lu Zhaoge so painful. I want to draw blood and start the force of love to catch up to cover the body. I want to bring you to, tear out, and keep you awake. I want to let you look at me to eat every piece of meat of you. Attorney General stroked his chin with sharp mirrors, with sharp eyes closed, and then provocative words so cruelly made me remember the happy day with some foreign friends. They also ate the frog, like that. Zhao Ge said the more angry she was, very bitter, and now she just wanted to chew his head with a loophole to die with two bright eyes and the red-hearted face. He could not hear him. Thuyen wanted to attack, making him a little narcissistic. Expressing the love she loved, did not know that my heavenly power was water or how to spray the poisonous mist needed water as a conductor. There is a problem, huh? The poisonous fog also released it, and now Zhao Ge said she also realized that she was about to spend, and then opened her mouth and glared at him. Lu Zhaoge raised his hand to order two streams of power to join together with the fog of her immediately hydraulic, like each tornado rolled back. She loved the TU on this side and jerked the hard glue for a minute. She was not sure that she had run her hand with the long swipe. At this time she was afraid of being able to prepare her ability to prepare for the fog of her hydraulic masters to hit his back. Each mist pierced through the monk, made her unable to hold up and staggered later. Cough! With his own fog attack. The more hydraulic love that he could not stand up again, and his legs were melted, making the burning all over the body began to emit a mysterious green film. A love of a love sitting down on the blue light layer, has become a ball of protection to protect her love from the guard of Zhao Ge, who has not yet died. But how much beautiful love is the other? Now, the catastrophe is so miserable she is scared, and then she uses pitiful eyes to pray for the way to live. Please forgive me. I can do whatever my body you want to play with, whatever you want to play. Not to let her say all Zhao Ge spoke out, to block the next words that made her tremble on the ground, to say a little bit of joy. I actually had a lot of love, and your body also had 10 attractive parts. But now, the woman only affects my sword speed. Only. Lu Zhaoge wavered with a protective line immediately, and making it clear from the guard to see the expression of Zhao Ge. On the ground there is only the cold of the TU and two giant henchmen. But Kuchu was still moving and trembling immediately, and his eyes lightly lit up the teeth that started to start looking for Revenji targets. The Sinjur was so great that the little girl was saved in the morning, still standing there watching each time of the battle, seeing the Grandmaster, then also happily shouted loudly towards Ku Chu and Ku A, but did not know the Dangur was still lurking. Has identified the target of eating, the purpose of resuscitation, to take Revenji on Zhaoge, red eyes flashing, to emit a wheezing sound. If one had opened his mouth to use the other 8 faster as lightning, he rushed to swallow the girl a silk from his mouth, but not normal silk, but at the head, like 3 or 4 nails were extremely sharp. A screaming sound rang out of the panicked girl with bloody gore ranging all over, making her extremely scared. Quickly shaping the spirit of looking in front of Lu Zhaoge supported her a technique, and blood just thrown all over there. She was still afraid of her, a little trembling her voice. Seeing his silk shoot straight at Zhaoge Tuchu, also panicked. Began to retreat more dust, when it rushed to the fastest. Still a lot of glowing eyes like fireflies also showed the fear of. Attorney General using ink scales do not need to be measured still in the middle of its rotten mouth, now can run in the sky and escape. The great body of Kuchu was divided in half to win the way for Zhaoge to look straight to the other side. After finishing Zhaoge also started to see the pain that was gone from being shown through Zhaoge, and an hour and injured his hand, and grabbed the strong silk and pulled out so many bloody bleeding also caused him to tremble himself. Hu had a crying emanating from below. Zhaoge curiously down to see and seeing that she had just been saved by him twice crying, Hu K for the new injured soot at this girl. Attorney General immediately fell down near the girl, raised her hand to release a little hydraulic smile to see the gentle voice making her suddenly stopped the tears of tears. Seeing the drops of Zhaoge, she made her stunned her mouth wide open. Hand softly touched the water drop Momenhine uttered. Wow, so beautiful smile like an angel in the other water made the viewer uttered love to death so cute. Take one Lu Zhaoge to use the water to move from the village, she watched, shouting big brother. The villagers saw him leaving in turn, kneeling in thanksgiving to thank the practitioner to save his life, to save the lives. Great grace has nothing to repay, whether a person will ask Zhaoge. But Zhaoge now has the power to burn the love of the monk and the Kuchu, under the voice of his voice echoing the duty. Lu Zhaoge sat on the flying carpet, preparing to leave the other village in his hand, holding the costume of the old lady who was given by him. Looking at this scene, a bit of metamorphosis, whoever finished beating the clothes of the girl's daughter, they still raised and muttered to the style. But this material was not very good. Clothes and skirts of the average are all yellow, colored products to find the opportunity to sell. So in Zhao Gei's head, showing the scene of her sister Dongli. And I loved this tight dot. Anyway, this is too big. It will be too big. It will be too big. It will be too big. So it will be too big. It will be too big. So it, in my mind, I thought it was not right. But this face sometimes was about to spray my nose blood. Remove that short cloth to one side. Zhao Ge walked to the edge of the carpet overlooking the village. Seeing everyone still bowing to them, they are still thanking me. This is Tan Chao. This place is quite remote. But the villagers here are very united and emotionally living. Zhao Ge to shake hands behind the back towards the sun, in the heart of the monk of Tainhu Yen. The world will not become a fairly stronger than ordinary people. And the cycles of Tan Chao, they believe unconditionally that the swordsman will protect them, so that if they hold the sword, they cannot protect them. They cannot protect the sword. They cannot protect the sword. They can protect the sword. They can protect the sword. They do not protect the sword. They do not protect the sword. Back to the item. Zhao Ge took out the pocket of the muttering marble. The ring has one eye like a pearl glowing like than ANH Jack. The 5 eyes are located between the 2 sides, a few small, yellow, twisted rings around the Zhao Ge suddenly stared at the mat in his hand, starting to glow on the strange spirit of the bracelet that was gradually being transformed. Something Zhao Ge also seemed to be looking forward to. From the round, there were only a few stars even more poor than me, so Zhao Ge slammed his face to look at the small spiritual jelly in his hand because he expected himself to love the alum. He looked so delicious. Zhao Ge continued to reach out, and inside the light of the other round, and opened whistling with something big. A Huga skull is now really real, and Zhao Ge thought what was good to find a good thing. It was quite a short time after he held the skull towards the sky, before using the magic force to burn the rest of your revenue. I told you to help you. And then every part of the skull kept melting into the air in the air to fly away. The next dish imprints this purple moon is the official member of the Purple Moon Festival. Zhao Ge coldly assessed that his decision to kill was not wrong, but went back and forth to be disappointed enough to find something good, who was so desperate, there was no other than this bracelet was a little poor, but the clothes were wearing on the other person who could only see the system for me, a little surprise or not. Hand touched the air to hand over the task. Just called the system immediately appeared on the large screen. This reward will notify through the turntable to get the reward to wish you lucky. The reward of this orangey task will be divided into the best level of the nail is the worst. Please start the rotation table. After that, the Huga system in front of the headline. Zhao Ge was not satisfied with this big scolded hand. You divided it to me only a little. Like this is reasonable. The system responds with a small screen, so reasonably makes Zhao Ge even more angry, where you study where the humor, Lu Zhao Ge was angry and stepped on the carpet that was like a monkey's ass and scolded the system. Even so, based on my predestined relationship that obtained the bonus of the armor is not easy. So that you know what the European emperor, I am poked. The rotation of the system starts to move the lotus in the middle, emitting splendid glory of the sky. Zhao Ge gripped his hand and swallowed. His saliva was about to stop. The rotation is slowing down the light. Zhao Ge expects himself to have a little more hope with the treasures of what is important to remind 3 times. I hope to have armor, so you should go out. The turning turns will be slower and will be touched by the armor. From the ground I heard Zhao Ge's curses above here. He was hugging his head and wanting to smash the damn system, and then made him the main NMN, but gave him this thing. Zhao Ge dropped his hand from his head to look at the board in front of him. He was still a little hard to describe now, so he was happy, or so sad. If he stopped, he stopped. The nonsense. He didn't need it. He was very spicy. His eyes were round, but he could not play it from the beginning. Seeing Zhao Ge seemed frustrated and answered, "Don't think much." Zhao Ge raised his hand to pick up the security from the turning ring that was gradually lowering, and not forgetting to remind this system, "Do not think of losing my reward, and then want to run." The reward just reached its light shining. Zhao Ge's face made him shocked. On the red sandpaper of the notification system, it can copy all the special items in the world that you contact through can only use once Zhao Ge to read. You must suddenly say, "This cheek is a treasure at another level of hack," and explain it simply. If this world has a hacking props, take this to be able to hack 1111. Zhao Ge stopped quite surprisingly, the hacking props of the world protagonist not at home. That is the props that the main character of the Huyan world in the 4 great realms brought on. Yu Yui also has the inside of it that contains great secrets. Anyway, it is also the only superficial product from the ancient trend of this world, most Tyne Day. Zhao Gu's hand started dancing and smirked in the heart if the main character has, so that even if the child is chosen by Tyne Day, we must have. Returning to her to touch me a little anyway, the 4 great king also has 5 common sense. Receiving this interesting system reward, Zhao Ge also showed a satisfied smile, so he should be promoted and so on, and so that Lu Zhao Ge sat on the carpet of cultivation, like some of the monks from level 20 to level 21 to level 21. Opening his eyes, he felt a bad exclamation of his exclamation. After the breakthrough of level 20 of the spiritual value increased the ability to control the water. Also strong, many other gifts did not need to be said now if he met a female love TU on level 20. Like the other hand, using the empty-handed hand can also slash. Anyway, we are a male who cultivates the law of purple level and does not know if the next books are enhanced or not. After all, Tain Hu Yengiji now is the highest and the highest level of the orange level law, which is only available in Tain. That day, the great superficial of the ancient period of the ancient Tain Day, the founder of the founder so far soon lost it. Since the ancient fashion, the Huyanjiji has continuously appeared talented money, like the stars so bright, but to say which star is the brightest, it is determined to be the owner. Legend has it that his father was human, his mother was love. The 2 people get married, but it is difficult to give birth to children, whether they can give birth blood or human or love. But this owner is a love for love. Since childhood, his body has been weak with a strand, G disease. Even if he is a spirit of panacea, there is no effect of his body. No one thinks that he can live and be born with his life is his destiny. But a person like that not only survived, but also hard to open a new era in the ancient trendy door of the spiritual practice, then now those who have a normal route of life cannot step into this beautiful spiritual practitioner. And he has created a decision even if he is a normal quality. He can cultivate the opportunity for many people with normal qualities. His own strength changed an entire weak ethnic group. This was the creation that he gave to the human world, the so-called Tain. That day is that under the blue sky the power needed, as in the religion is that it is the most Tain day that year is in Than Chao Than, which is placed in the word Than in this person's name. This half, lover in the 8th realm is called the Great Holy, on the 8th realm called the Emperor, so the people call him the Emperor of the Fairy of the Mountains. The next day from the early morning, the sun had just dawned, Lu Zhaoge also arrived. On the cliff in the distance, there is the figure of the female scum on me saying that the sword is fiery. Not looking carefully, maybe this is a man who is sitting there to practice there anymore. The silhouette of Li Nanwei was happy with the eyes and 2 grapefruit towards the distance, muttering to him. After saying that, he smirked a whistling, so he touched the ground without a protective pants inside, probably showed all the hot goods, and then the 2 fruits were not the other 2 melon, then shook it, and then burned the viewer's eyes, not joking. Grandmaster Li Nanwei from afar waved to Zhao Ge enthusiastically. Those innocent expressions and 2 big melons were rushing to seem to grab the treasure. Lu Zhao Ge on this side saw that Li Nanwei was not happy at all, but still sweating in the face of the crazy woman, probably not always waiting for me. Li Nanwei ran too curious to ask the Grandmaster of the Grand Monk, then in his heart, thinking in the 2nd realm, he could reach the 2nd realm to have a day. The speed of breaking this scene among the fellow disciples of both Sword Tong, no one can reach whether it is me or Yu Yui. I was engrossed in thinking that Zhao Ge spoke up, making her startled Li Nanwei what happened. Li Nanwei no changes the innocent face in the topic of the main thing. We really need to find the Grandmaster. She immediately put the sword on her shoulder, and then pulled out this sword and did not light this girl to carry. The other two melons was very energetic, and then wore more swords. So good, or really. The Grandmaster would like to teach the only point now to be the sword and the other face like stars staring at the other pair of terrorist melons to taste. The one must remember the greasy life to know. Knowing Lu Zhaoge hard, the mind was slightly jerked. This woman was really like her father and were all sword. She died with the father and son. Her father and son have encountered all the evil stories that you are going to go to the resort now. Lu Zhaoge stared at Li Nanwei, thinking it was because the young sword was often looking for people who were all over the world. But after Sword Ton Victor, all the people who changed their words to think back before I have decided to fight with that sword. So when faced with the challengee of the daughter, Kiev Ton, Lu Zhaoge stared at the piece. Identification is definitely the opponent, and then slightly nodded in the agreement. Handsome also agreed on the request of Nanwei to be happy to look at Zhao Ge, but the author was also so oddly tightened his face into the heavy mountain groove on Li Nanwei. Zhao Ge seriously continued, but the duty was conditional. Seeing that handsome boys demanding the conditions of the way also seriously answered that they only need to be too much. Zhao Ge stood in the sun, and the leaves of the leaves falling through the sun made the scenery of the male ahead more and more sharp. The low voice of the duty to launch only one sword and stop there. Li Nanwei is not only not uncomfortable but laughing. The monkey agreeing to be a sword is enough and can prevent her itching already. The man who can form a sword mind in the first realm, he really could not stand it anymore. He really wanted to slash you. But Li Nanwei showed a perverted face, a bit crazy, but he was still absolutely greasy. Attorney General pointed towards the ring, followed me. The training ground of Momen in front of Li Nanwei nodded quickly and quickly ran after fearing Zhao Ge to changa his mind not to fight with her anymore. At ring at this time, Xiaoqiu is being trained by Dongli and Luo Bing, with Ting standing there to see. Seeing that Xiaoqiu seems to do not very good, Luo Bing opened his voice gently and walked up in front of Xiaoqiu so much. Seeing the second sister who taught the sword like this, Luo Bing has just pulled out the sword that made people admire the beauty of the flowers. Each of her tricks released butterflies, but the beauty of the beauty gently loved the pink and hated the elegant body of the slender sword dance as the ideal image of Xiaoqiu, but not anymore. The eyes of the little Chu lit up. The second sister was very dangerous, saying that the other two small hands were constantly patting each other with the appearance of this girl who was too in love, and Dongli stood next to the exclamation, "Not bad, Hey Ting," only the eyes of a mouth. Zhao Ge led Li Nanwei to come in time, as Luo Bing showed the beauty of the Momen's atmosphere that made others admire. Zhao Ge reached out to invite guests Li Nanwei for an hour and two. Two melons go ahead, and she could also run after this scene, so hot admin. Admin also felt that she was about to go away for a while. Seeing Lu Zhaoge return to Luo Bing with Dongli and Ting simultaneously returning to greet the master of the master singer, Luo Bing saw Li Nanwei walking next to Zhao. Go to her right eye, and what day she felt she was older. She had to recognize the two melons of this Li Wei, of the absolute heavy. Luo Bing reflects this way of massa. Which is not useful must be helped by others. Li Nanwei has just greeted the eyes and immediately Ting, but both seem to be very friendly with each other in front of Ting. There is a little scale. Curious Li Nanwei turned to Zhao Ge's shoulder to ask Lu Nanwei's Grandmaster. Li Nanwei a little about the air inside the disciples' gas. Lu Zhaoge turned to look at Ting, confirmed that it was a little small thing. Ting saw two people staring at him and said something, but his aura made him a bit curious. Zhao Ge turned to answer Li Nanwei Bon before he did not believe anything but destiny. Li Nanwei was quite surprised with this answer and continued to ask, so according to the Grandmaster, what was called destiny? This side looked at his brother with other eyes that he only saw that he was smiling metamorphosis. Zhao Ge walked in the sunlight shining through each interstitial smile that made the sisters push over the horizontal alcove. The destiny is the excuse for the weak, is the humility of our strong destiny, because we are not due to heaven. Li Nanwei was shocked and startled to listen to this sentence. and also sweating, saying that the words were not even through it, or this sentence was real, or my destiny was because we were not due to heaven. Just walk to the middle of Zhao Ge. The fan danced a few rounds to take out the sword in the blue light. His hair flew in the evil wind, though Simple and Not Simple saw that he was not ordinary voice, but warm. He took place to the south because she invited her. On the large ring of light shining by the light, Zhao Ge, along with the monk, stood next to the disciples to watch the game. Dong Li suddenly understood. When he came here to give Bing Nhi standing next to Dong Li, he secretly understood that she was surprised to fight with the big breasts in the opposite of the Chu. Very excited to look at Zhao Ge with his sparkling eyes. The master of the master wanted to show it again. Nan Wei with a big sword struggled behind her back to bring 2 fingers in front of her, accumulation of the spirit to look straight towards Zhao Ge. The guest said that the Grandmaster was now in the 2nd realm, so I also suppressed the monk to the realm of Li Nan Wei, which really dropped to the 2nd realm of the 1st floor. 1st floor. 1st floor. 1st floor. 1st floor. 1st floor. Dong Li stupidly looked at Zhao Ge with round eyes and a rounded mouth, but thinking in her heart was contrary to her expression, and going down the mountain to reach the 2nd realm. When Zhao Ge saw Dong Li Anh's eyes widening, his eyes he was confusing white eyes at this little girl who showed a familiar face, so we were not happy. So happy or something. Li Nan Wei did not extend the time she reached out to her head to grab the handle of the sword behind her back, pulling up a smile, and then Li Nan Wei spoke up, "The Lumon." Li Nan Wei then gently pulled out the sword with blue light completely on the blade. She swung a sword across her face. When Li Nan Wei pulled out the sword out of the blade's blade, appeared the blue spirit streams from covering it in the sun that was suddenly appeared to have a lot of snow. Make Zhao Ge a bit surprised and raise his head to look at the snowflakes. On this side, Xiao Qiu excitedly raised his hand in front of the air to take the snow, and falling down the girl excitedly shouting so beautifully. But Bing Nhi quickly realized that the vigilant was completely not the snowflakes. Only Dong Li is silent to observe everything that does not speak until he knows the situation that everything is slowly speaking. This is the snow. Looking idea throughout this sky is the heart of the daughter of Bing Nhi and the Chu. The more surprisingly looking at her eyes, looking at her heart, Zhao Ge looked at the movement as well as the situation of Li Nan Wei and then said admiration as expected of her. So, I should have a move. Zhao Ge calmly spoke up with the sword that was firmly held in his hand after talking with Li Nan Wei. Zhao Ge gently moved his leg to one side. Immediately, the bowl of 8 trigrams was triggered immediately around the 2 people, radiating extremely beautiful blue light. At this time, Zhao Ge has just revealed the delightful thought of thinking. Then suddenly, Zhao Ge gently swung the sword forward with a terrible power to form a blind black smoke towards Li Nan Wei. But she raised the vigilance that she could recognize what he was going to do with Li Nan Wei, excitedly swinging the sword behind his head with a thick blue spirit covering her body. Li Nan Wei, who wanted to break my sword mine, that was not so simple. This will be the strongest blow from Ta Zhao Ge. Also quickly rushed in the mind, constantly calculating the daughter of the 10-year-old sword of the Tan Yu Yui, who was the 4-year-old practitioner, who was only 1 step away from the great distance of the great practice, while Zhao Ge was still in the minds of himself. On this side, Li Nan Wei has decisively lowered a sword to tear in the air around the blade. There are countless rays of light forming her sword way towards Zhao Ge. Zhao Ge smirked when she saw that she was unfortunate to see her blow. We saw through her disadvantages for the same battle between her and Yu Yui in the previous life. 2 streams of terrible light intersect soil rocks, splashing everywhere. It is also because of that battle that she and Yu Yui have become a real CP. Li Nan Wei, who was defeated by Yui lying in the middle of the cold ground, and Yu Yui took the sword at the girl who was blushing at her. Zhao Ge rushed to Li Nan Wei, who was burning atmosphere. He swung the sword along with the black air which was thought to think. So this match from the beginning we used to hack, as soon as the 2 intersects with their own swords. All when the smoke melted was Li Nan Wei and Zhao Ge peacefully landed on the ground, because Zhao Ge had grasped all the weaknesses of Li Nan Wei, so this match was easy to fight. Everyone after seeing that scene was extremely surprised, and cried out for a small voice, and Chu gasped and opened his mouth. Li Nan Wei did not submit to her, glancing at Zhao Ge in astonishment. Everyone looked at it. thought it was a harmony, but in fact Zhao Ge had taken her card. He voiced his Li Nanwei. Her lady dropped. Li Nanwei now realized that her card had disappeared since she suddenly shouted, "Do not submit back to look at Zhao Ge biting my teeth uncomfortable, and he is only a little inferior to Zhao Ge with the martial of a smile." Gently at her in his hand is a card that just shook back and forth. Seeing that appearance, she immediately had a doubt, or he gave him a lot of stars. Li Nanwei no longer had a face. On the contrary, she looked at Zhao Ge with a more peaceful face. But no matter what he won, Li Nanwei clasped his head and bowed his head to perform the ceremony with Zhao Ge and spoke at the same time. Dongli Drum is extremely proud to say that the Sinjur will not lose to Bing Nhi beside him, also admiring the Grandmaster of the priest, very dangerous the small Chu, dancing and jumping up and full of joy and exhortation. Li Nanwei plug, get her Hu Ji sword to the ground to look straight towards Zhao Gu. But Li Nanwei did not understand the mind skills experience. We did not lose to the Grandmaster, but why Zhao Ge in his hand was still the card of Li Nanwei. He put the card holding the card in his head and said that she had a loophole trying to think about what I was to know was this loophole. Hearing that Li Nanwei was a little surprised, she opened her eyes wide and looked at Zhao Ge, surprised to voices the Grandmaster to grasp my loophole. Dongli heard also extremely unexpected. Xiaoqiu did not understand anything, so he scratched his head extremely hard to understand the loophole. Particularly on the side of Bing Nhi did not understand what she thought in the sense she covered her face with her hand and thought that it was embarrassed to die, and then said these words in front of the crowd. The image of her tone she covered her mouth to teach her every woman has 2 grapefruit and 1 cave to take advantage of it well. Bing Nhi recalled that she was ashamed to blush like that. She shook her head full of shyness, so it was difficult to speak out what was Ting seeing the appearance of Bing Nhi. Her eyes widened her eyes and puzzled the small Chu, also waiting to look at Bing Nhi's voice and ask the sister's voice, so why? Bing Nhi saw that everyone widened her eyes and looked at her even more ashamed that she said nothing. She secretly blamed her because she thought miscellaneous. Li Nanwei suddenly recalled the position that Zhao Ge moved slightly before the match began, with the 8 trigrams surrounded by the 2 of them, suddenly awakened to that was lost. The pupils of Li Nanwei shrinks in astonishment to look at Zhao Ge with the unbelievable thought. Right from the beginning he has seen my disadvantages, and why Li Nanwei now has a brighter face. She uses the eyes to look at Zhao Ge excitedly thinking that this level of Lumon is a qualified in the field of swordsmanship, has overcome her imagination, to overcome her imagination. Li Nanwei now has the mind of her mouth holding the sword in her hand. After that I bowed at Zhao Ge. Xiaoqiu was young, heard the words, just now did not understand the question of wondering only the teacher and the Grandmaster, who was teaching the other billionaire who was beside him to hear the question of Xiaoqiu, gently telling him that he understood that the girl of Kiev Xiaoqiu did not say that indiscriminately. But Dongli on one side crossed his arms and spoke out to refute the Sinjur indeed, telling the girl to sword. The other sentence of Dongli made the 2 Bing Nhi and the small Chu were amazed. Xiaoqiu heard even more excited than the little girl shouted at the Grandmaster, the first galaxy. The imagery of Zhao Marshal, standing in the middle of the sun shining on the face without the dead angle and the holy angle of the yellow leaf flying, so that the person who has just experienced is also very gentle, along with the voice of the little Chu. The Chu must definitely become the second Grandmaster. Zhao Ge gently approached Li Nanwei ANH, bringing the card out in front of her intention to return without the need for Zhao Ge to face, even though she was happy. But inside, silently calculating this important props of the props seems to need more time. He looks at the copy speed that is displaying the number of 0.336%. Zhao Ge found that the copy speed was really too slow to be suspicious, or so it takes so much time. Maybe this Emok Bai really has a great secret. Then he looked at Li Nanwei holding the card in his hand, silently smiling. Not very good will not have a person's decoding. Mo Manhine here. Li Nanwei, after carefully reviewed the card, immediately breathed out a sound, but it was still okay. Zhao Ge quickly captured the opportunity to ask for a common sense. Oh my Nanwei. She valued it. So that this Mokbai is hidden. Something is not trivial or what's wrong. Li Nanwei saw that Zhao Ge seemed to be interested in raising the card, slowly explaining that this Emok Bai was indeed unable to collect in the store. This wooden card is that we get in the relic related to Tyne. That day, which is probably the item they left in the human world. In addition to being unable to collect in and out, it also has the ability to think about Zhao Ge when he hears. He will close his eyes and nodding a little bit interesting. This expression made Li Nanwei a little stunned to see Zhao Ge looks like Li Nanwei smiled, and then continued not really valuable, just that. Yu Yui the younger brother was very interested in the most favorite, so I thought that after coming back to the sword he would give him this object. Zhao Ge narrowed her eyes and looked at the smiling woman in front of the thought of whispering, "This item will return to Yu Yui." But her smile is so considerate. Zhao Ge's face showed a horrific disgusting. He smirked the corner of his mouth to judge this due child, but he was a billion-dollar child. Li Nanwei also did not stay for a long time. She folded her hands to celebrate the fox. Do not let Li Nanwei finish the sentence. Zhao Ge immediately waved up and understood, remember the duty to ask the sword. Ton Li Nanwei to smile and replied. After that, she also turned to the group of Dong Li to say the death of the friends in the meeting with them, and they also took the hospitality. Zhao Ge clasped his hands behind his calm back to look at Li Nanwei, who had left quickly, and was far away in the deep blue sky. He secretly calculated. This time his name would be transmitted to the ears of the sword. Ton already how much the value of fame will increase. A few days later, Zhao Ge no longer had the calmness of a few days ago, instead of anger. And anger, continuously pounding the hateful shouting table the other woman has come back for a few days, and why her value of fame still shows no sign of increasing. So I find the opportunity I have to come to the sword's restaurant to bring all their legendary disciples to beat once. During the noisy bureaucracy, the system appeared to notice the completion of the copy. Zhao Ge raised his head to look at the notification line with a very happy mood. At Tan Chao Kiev Tong, at the same time Lu Zhaoge's carpet copy, successfully copied the inner mind of Yu Yui. At that time it was absolutely unable to calmly calm Yu Yui, who was sitting and thinking that the sister was retreating in the wooden room behind, and I was protecting the Dharma for that billion. According to the morality in the sword, Tong based on the fate of the sister, no one dared to provoke. But he remembers the words of Li Nanwei, our brother knows who the brother said. In the heart of Yu Yui, there was no confusing this time. Li Nanwei's sister went down the mountain to see Zhao Ge brother. I really want to know what they did, whether Zhao Ge brothers mentioned, whether he did not have any realms. Now he had a headache and thought that Yu Yui shouted and shouted for a sense of trouble. So it was so sad to be pure. At this time, Yu Yui as if he realized something. He was surprised to look up to the sky. Looking at the sky, he was falling down on white spots. But Yu Yui muttered in surprise. At this time, the door of the room gradually opened. Yu Yui immediately realized the mind of the sword of Li Nanwei. The sister, Li Nanwei, was finished cultivating. She walked out to take a long breath. Yu Yui happily called Li Nanwei's sister. He knelt down to congratulate Li Nanwei the sister. Li Nanwei smiled and answered that Yu Yui opened the hole, finally filled, and the satisfied smile of a girl with a strand. Appeal to the man. Yu Yui is no exception. He was so surprised that Li Nan's smile. Yu Yui quickly calmed down. I did not have to quickly ask Zhao Ge brother. Li Nanwei took out a piece of mock bai and told you this brother. Holding a piece of maki bai in his hand, he muttered. Li Nanwei enthusiastically explained that this is the monk who, taken in the pile of Tyne Day's relics, also has no great effect. Yu Yui heard the eyes and shook the most naturally, the most happy to say more and more correctly. I see this string a few days ago. I was broken once, but we were forced to be caused by Zhao Ge brother, but I remember forever. Yu Yui repeated the words of Li Nanwei. This is because Zhao Ge brother's broken. He quickly asked to ask Li Nanwei about the information of Lu Zhao Ge, the sister with the brother who had compared to Zhao Ge's monk. Now what level of his brother is now, and how much he is to find it, and the mind will be stronger at all. Li Nanwei was overwhelmed, so I had to raise my hand to stop for me to stop asking each one or something. Knowing that I was too excited, Yu Yui apologized right away. Li Nanwei looked forward and told Yu Yui to go there. I will slowly give it. Li Nanwei looked forward and told Yu Yui to go there. I will slowly give it. Then she looked at Yu Yui, who was still standing in front of her. Li Nanwei smiled and told him to sit down. 2 billion sisters sitting next to each other talked about to forget the sky and earth. Li Nanwei said the truth to say so much that time passed quickly. Yu Yui wake up a voice he wholeheartedly admired. Lu Zhaowo to do what others could not be ashamed to be Zhaoge brother. He tried to think more than that time that broke through the scene less than 4 months now can break through the scene. Suddenly you remembered something that loudly shouted right. He turned to Li Nanwei, seriously asking the sister after coming back to meet the sword of the great master. At that time did the sister mention Zhaoge brother? Li Nanwei gently responded. Yuga doubted why. Li Nanwei smiled and answered, because I felt that he would give my father a big surprise. She mischievously told Yu Yui that it would not be more interesting than many stars and new stars in the sword world. Yux worriedly thought it would be surprised. The night gradually falling down. Now, Lu Zhaogo is studying the wooden card that he has just restored. He uses his hand to knock the cup on the wooden card, and then commented that this seems to be nothing special. Lu Zhaogo smiled and affirmed, but did not matter. Anyway, just need this thing, we will become the 5th king of the 4 heavenly king. Then use the consciousness to explore the grave of the card flashed in the hands of Lu Zhaoge. He narrowed his eyes carefully to observe it. The results were so surprised that Lu Zhaoge had to say that inside this, it turned out to be so wide. Lu Zhaogu's consciousness is now just like a pearl in the middle of the large sea floor. He looks at the white spoiled space in front of him, but this is the inside of the wooden plate that is not going in. But there's nothing good. The excitement of Lu Zhaoge increases quickly. He is highly inspired to decide. Open out after regaining the consciousness anyway, or try it again. See a light flashing according to the voice of Lu Zhaoge, we will come in again, he muttered alone. Hum me out again. Just like that. Lu Zhaoge tried again and again. I went in, and then his interest faded out. After coming in, and then again Lu Zhaoge felt a bit boring that he took the emok bai in his hand and turned around, and turned at Lu Zhaoge, bored with the school, muttering, this one was not interesting anymore, and how to play this more fun than me. Li Nanwei said this could help calm the mind, but what effect did the mind have? Suddenly, he came up with an inference waiting for the white space, including the consciousness of all the main characters in the world, could go in. Lu Zhaoge strongly judged, if everyone's consciousness is here, it will not have to create a very divine interference. How excitedly he holds the wooden platform in his hand. This white space is actually Tainhu Yen. The world is also a place to talk online for 4 main characters of the 4 worlds. His mouth curved up into a clever smile. Mr. Koi Tri is not very interesting. So it is very interesting that Yu Yui also has a wooden card like this, not by trying a little, why it is said to make Lu Zhaoge start to penetrate the decision to decide. So his god inside the wooden card. Outside, Lu Zhaoge also used his hand to draw circles on his MOC biplate. Currently in the Sword of Li Trans, there is a shadow of a retreat. It is Yu Yui's eyes that are closing to focus on the work. Suddenly he noticed that the wooden card he wore, the abnormal glow. Yu Yui muttered in astonishment that Li Nanwei's sister gave me a Stranga star. Yu Yui held it in her hand and then asserted that the spirit of consciousness came to see why the wooden card was similar to when Lu Zhaoge discovered its operation. The consciousness of Yu Yui after going into the vast mokbai, he looked at him around to wonder what this one was. This is where this is. Yu Yui saw the words in front of him as follows under the sky. The power of a person towards him was surprised to realize that this was talking about the emperor, Yu Yui shocked what this is the property of the emperor Thangde, which cannot be the property of Thangde. Why is it encapsulated in this carpentry? He reflected to that person who was the proud child in the world, that was the strongest person who existed in the heavenly world. Even his 5 disciples were also fake powers to the Cuu, cannot daring to dream. Yu Yui then shook my head and calmly calmed myself. How could I be so lucky to receive their inheritance? Yu Yui, you quickly wake up. Yu Yui then shook my head and calmly calmed myself. How could I be so lucky to receive their inheritance? Yu Yui, you quickly wake up. His consciousness has a word not on the head of Lu Zhaoge, who lamented the handsome man as he wrote, and then no one responded, so it was so uncomfortable with this nickname of no mine, a little bizarre, not knowing what it meant anymore. Thinking to do Lu Zhaoge right, I will continue to write more sentences. I don't believe that your house really doesn't really see. Lu Zhaoge's name is not written by Lu Zhaoge again. As expected, Yu Yui read him right away. He looked at the east-west and told himself that he knew we existed. Everyone else here is. There is someone else who can choose to come in here. At this time, the consciousness named Hing wrote an additional word. Yu Yui, he widened his eyes and commented that there were other people. Lu Zhaoge saw. That so he criticized Hoing Shi. How could someone be so special that he wanted to be different from someone? Or what was funny? The consciousness of the other name continued the question. Lu Zhaoge muttered to read, I just need to write on the mock by. The other side can see and can read the next things. Lu Zhaoge enjoyed the name of this little son who thought that he was talking to me alone. The consciousness of Lu Zhaoge's noble name announced that there were 3 gates who were disappearing. We would pull their heads to each. The consciousness of other people. Everyone talked about 4 people who initially had 4 stars, that this mysterious name knew how many of these mysterious names know how many of him have pulled them in with his powerful power. This is ultimately what kind of power? Do not continue to ask the 3 people, and some people have gone up yet. In turn, the 3 names of heaven and earth all responded to one. Lu Zhaoge smirked and commented that these people only met again. He liked to comment that it turned out that the original nickname was Heavenly Hu Yen Hoing, and I still thought that the people who made the color for new batches. Hoing politely asked how he should call him. Lu Zhaoge smirked and answered that I haven't asked you, so you still ask me first. He rubbed his chin implicitly to himself, but now a perfect plan appears in his mind. NH take writing on mock by, and attempts to plan the people to expand a little knowledge. My name is Cao Cao. The consciousness does not show the answer according to the will of Lu Zhao. You can call me. The other 4 were amazed to see the answer. The 3 words of the Lothan led by Zhao Ge Tam Ko. All 4 heavenly Hu Yan Hoing people were surprised and looked at each other. Yu Yui wonderfully. I muttered to lead the LED person for him to end up how strong he was. I am also a person in Kieftong Ly in the eyes of Kiefton, but I also cannot keep an eye on. The more you think. Yu Yu felt deadlocked. He was confusing to judge the person on the other side when he was even stronger than the sword ton. But such a noble man, why did he choose me? But if he chose the person, should be chosen to be Zhao Ge brother. He was hesitant, but this was also related to the most powerful sect. We could not miss this opportunity, not to miss the opportunity. So, Yu Yui insisted on thinking to the sword of the Lord, we should still hide him before the appropriate time will tell the sword of the great Lord. He remembered the words of Lu Zhaoge when he was young and taught himself, but the more consistent with the mind could not have an indispensable room for the mind. That's right, Zhaoge brother taught us from a small parcel that I could not believe in others completely. Now I could not completely believe in the name that led this person. He looked at the 3 words that led Lothan in front of him, but if Zhao Ge brother met this case, what would he do? People in the 22nd century of all classes of class are more developed, so surfing the network more than Lu Zhaoge is no exception. That is also the one who has the experience of slashing the wind and slashing the storm full of Lu Zhaoge chin and laughing. We have just written these words, but it is considered as the breeze in his ears, firmly speculating that now just the most arrogant and exclusive person to ask himself, to ask himself, to ask himself, to ask himself. Just finished saying that the name of Thayin made a question of Lu Zhaoge immediately. Leading the people of the lower gate say that we chose to come here so he knows what to know about us and how to trust him. Lu Zhaoge smirked to make it difficult to draw others into these 2 words a bit bad. His fingers rushed to write on the wooden card. Lu Zhaoge excitedly whispered, Unfortunately for you to ask, I want you to ask the 4 of you who memorize, like the 7 memorable equations. The consciousness did not represent Lu Zhaoge, and then briefly showed 4 words of swords, spears seeing off. Heaven and earth, each person symbolizes an extremely shocked weapon. He knew that he was really clear that we were really the one who was chosen. Lu Zhaoge silently deduced this name very recklessly, not Yu Yui. But what is the nickname of the name Yu Yui? What is the urgent heavenly border to lead the people to be rude? And Lu Zhaoge smirks and replies. He again took the name that did not definitely respond to the next time my mission was completed, and then you can talk to each other. If anything is important, you can write my name out. I will receive feedback today. Actually, Lu Zhaoge silently attempted to observe them carefully before, so he did the other man who had dive, and the other 4 seemed to be saying anything after just thinking. A little bit. The identity of the people will stick out immediately. He looked at the wooden platform, wondered, but Yu Yui in the end, what is the nickname? It is not that Hu Yen Hoing who will be the name Yu Yui here. Anyone who doubted Lu Zhaoge's reasoning was completely serious on this side. Yu Yui is holding the Mosi Bai in hand. happily commented that this nickname is really not bad at the moonlight hanging on the sky. Just like that, Heavenly Hu Yan Hoing talked to each other in the MOC Bai, but Lu Zhaoge still could not distinguish who was Yu Yui, because he had immediately removed the probability that Yu Yui from the beginning, so now there is only a way to sit and watch. After a while he gave up and cursed at Dong Han. There was no one like Yu Yui, both seemed to be sitting online with a different personality, right? The quiet night here with the moonlight shining down the majestic mountainous area is the clouds that are adventurous scenery, the time to chat with each other in the carpentry card as fast as a dog running in the field. It is time for Lu Zhaoge to give his blood sperm, and Lu Zhaoge is standing in front of a tombstone buried at the top of the mountain above with a small soul with purple aura. He said in a discouraged tone, "Not so happy that you smoke my blood, I did not have any benefits." His face showed a very uncomfortable attitude, and then quickly lifted his hand and continued to wait for you to give it to you right here. Do not want to wait long for the soul to get close to it. Suck on Lu Zhaoge's hand. He showed his unexpected face at that action. He was like dead. Shortly thereafter, Lu Zhaoge returned to him. He screamed and cried and swung his hand up and down. After it was drained to the blood of Lu Zhaoge, the soul suddenly became bigger than at the beginning, that he licked his mouth as if he had eaten a very full meal, but he was like a dry corpse no less and no less, sitting on the tombstone from his mouth, a small soul like Y, casting with Lu Zhaoge's face right now. The soul gradually flew towards him now on the face of Lu Zhaoge still white. He tried to say this. Now I am in the second realm and followed as the covenant. You should give me the third book of moisture. It gently responded to the words of the soul taken from the nothingness out of a book, with the vibrant purple color intertwined with the extremely beautiful clouds. The practice of the law appears on a mysterious magic circle, which is the third moisture atmosphere. He gently reached out for it to be surrounded by a source of energy that he could not hide his shock on his thoughtful face, that he was able to reach. The upper martyr was still too greedy. And then after all, the upper level Dharma is the greatest peak. Lu Zhaoge stared at the book of the French to the soulless face gradually becoming stupid soul, approaching him, asking questions. He was startled, awakening his soul, raising his 4 fingers up to Lu Zhaoge to understand its actions. Holding the exercises in the hand raised in front of him, he is in a curious tone of what you mean. You're talking about the 4th volume. He replies him with constant nods to Lu Zhaoge, with an excited expression that he leaned towards the sole of his hand, pointing to the book on his hand, urgently asking your thought that the 4th volume can improve this star. This time it nodded, even stronger. When he finished listening, he was surprised at his hands clenched in his eyes and his mouth saying loudly, with the admiration of the soul he did not understand, confirming the joy of being on duty. Lu Zhaoge with his hand to cover his mouth and giggling. His mouth, he said that the 4th is the law, from the upper quality of your dignity is my treasure. That is older. Then it means that 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 it means. So that means that way. So that suddenly in his mind he thought of the lovely appearance of Aunt King, and the small soul continued to laugh. With the fraudulent face he continued, if we now have 2 women above, not that they will live in harmony with 2 beautiful wives, still unable to compress the excitement of Lu Zhaoge, with one hand covering his fraudulent face and one hand towards his soul, saying that the old man is the old man who does not know that he has his stomo men to be in the sake of his affection, so that he will be in his sincere, so that he will be in his affection. The soul still did not understand the implication in his sentence. It tilted his head full of confusion. Lu Zhaoge just scratched lightly on his face and smiled wryly. I forgot you, I was a little stupid. I could not understand anything. It immediately was furious to use the energy to hit the face of Lu Zhaoge. He was dreadfully raised his hands to ask the goods to understand this sentence. Stop my hand. This thing is very good for you. Lu Zhaoge took out 2 square blocks with the moon imprint in the sides. Giving the small soul, he laughed and said that you are not gathering this to you. It suddenly stops looking at his hand, as shocked when seeing those square blocks. Unable to wait for more small souls to rush to enjoy 2 blocks, it looks very delicious and excited in his mind now, very wonderfully. Do not understand what you collect these for what else. After receiving a small gift from Lu Zhaoge, It was happy to be full of happiness on the face that was constantly dancing like a child, he thought to this kid, although he did not know how old but not old was just an abandoned child. Suddenly appearing in front of his eyes a bright blue light, he was shocked in surprise. A magic circle that appears inside is a blue practice that appears algae for the lower sense of the lower level. The French book gradually flew towards Lu Zhaoge. His face could not hide his happiness to take his hands carefully to take care of him. He said that this is Lam Sword French level. Before the excitement of Lu Zhaoge, the small soul nodded. He thought that in his mind it was true that the beloved female of his house, but definitely had to hide it carefully, to be slightly bowed his head down his face, showing a smirking time and thinking, if he let the other sick people discovered that he could not say that he was like a dog licking enough to scream a billion to find a pet at home. I promised to go anywhere but where to go, but where to go. After completing the original purpose, Lu Zhaoge turned away and walked down his mountain, then waved goodbye to the other small soul holding the book, holding the right back of the body. He looked behind him. He laughed and thought. In the next head, when he returned the law to its owner already. The night falls in the Momen Danqing Shan to rule the moonlight, lighting on the whole sky of dim clouds. At the foot of the mountain, Lu Zhaoge put his hand to knock on the door of his room. He asked Dongli's voice. From the inside of the room behind the curtain of Li Nanwei, turning his head towards the door in a hurry, and waited for me. Standing in front of his room, he slowly pulled back his face, a little difficult to understand. He wandered in the room. The door of the room was gradually opened. She appeared with a messy outfit due to a hurry, and grabbed her head to look at him inside the room of Lu Dongli, even though it was the resting place of the elder who was not a bad sect. But it looked very simple. Lu Zhaoge sat down on the chair, gently pouring tea to raise for her singing. She asked him this late, "Why did you still come to me?" Lu Zhaoge gently waved his hand on the table and appeared two works with the light of the light that surrounded him here. Before the actions of Lu Zhaoge, she was surprised and widened, as if she saw the newspaper panicked. She asked this while he was still leisurely taking a sip of tea. Lu Dongli hurriedly took two valuable books with the strokes that glowed with an excited face. She continued this level and was not low. This is suitable to teach the disciples. Suddenly ignoring the joy that she bowed and narrowed his eyes and turned to look at him with the doubt that she asked me where to get these things, where we did not have money, now don't have to spend the waste of being wasted to hear her say that he stopped. The two of them with a face full of jokes and foolishness. He put his cheeks with his voice with a tone that he responded, so he always did not spend money to get these things. I also took a lot of effort. She pouted with her hand to rub her pitiful cheeks. After finishing the need for the right hand, Lu Zhaoge hurriedly stood up and left her to look at his long back and back in the moonlight. She was surprised he waved to him and told me not to disappear and to teach it to the disciple. Lu Dongli moved towards the door, silently watching the back of the singer's shadow gradually hidden behind the quiet night. She puffed her face, now that looks like a small pufferfish in her hand, holding two books that she secretly firmly always in this world. I will not have a death. The night at the dragon fruit piercing the red moonlight, like the blood of the sky in a murky, to the creepy under the ravines, of a ravine of a red dragon crawling through the passing through. Where it goes to the ground, the place where the trees were burned on the road, were robbed of life. The beast of Jiaolong on his head has a long slash, showing a painful past, that his eyes shining brightly, looks very evil. Jiaolong, headed towards the top of the surrounding mountain, is covered by a crimson, dense energy. Only after a moment, he reached out to the top of the mountain, sticking his tongue to the owner of a man with a big hair like a lion's mane. The face of the man with the curled eyebrows looked very bad. He was sweaty. Suddenly he was angry with his red face screaming violently in half a year to come to Tu Nguyen Hoi. 3 years took place once in the moon of the moon. If we could get the long wound, our wound could be thoroughly treated. Suddenly the pain pulled to him and frowned and suppressed it into that cutting arm while scolding and cursing those two damn gate for so many years. But the idea was still here, making us suffer. Every day he hugged his face and trembled into the past like his hell. Momen waited until I completely recovered and killed all of you to kill the whole family of you to see that. So I stopped by the old man. He saw it. He reached out to him and said that I could not give it to me. He opened his wide mouth to the pointed iron teeth to use him from above the tongue to appear a newborn who was crying loudly. like becoming another person with him, with a gentle expression from holding the child, gently to comfort. Ha ha, good. The wriggling eyebrow used his sharp claws to make a way on the small arm of the child. It cried more intense than a. He still tried to act as a good person who patted his face. His face was constantly smiling and did not cry. Finally, he was able to remove that fake mask, and he smiled and showed his sharp teeth with a barbaric tooth and said that I would now free you quickly. Finally, he was able to remove that fake mask, and he smiled and showed his sharp teeth with a sharp tooth, with a tone of his denture saying that I would now free you quickly. After only a few seconds of the child completely disappeared from his world, with bloodstains still fluttering on the corner of his mouth, laughing loudly with a gloating tone. Only the girls are the best. After 10 years of age, the taste will be very difficult to eat. Zhao Long suddenly shouted loudly, showing his sharp teeth like his knives. His eyebrows wriggled, his purple face. He gripped his hand angrily and said, if we remembered correctly, the couple of the other Mo men. Mo men seemed to have a boy and girl, so they were more than 10 years old and I would break the rules once. He stood up. The sound of the cave door behind him was a mountain of the human skulls he ate for so long. He continued, after all, the daughter of the enemy taste would be very delicious. The old eyebrow wriggled his face and looked up at the moonlight through the open door of the Mo Men Me couple, who had risked his death and rushed to fight, making us completely lost his glory in the organization. He reached out to the sky, as if to grab an angry face, suddenly screaming inherently, all resources must belong to me again. By others who lost my harm, I fell to the third scene of my hand, gripping the trembling moonlight. He said loudly, Mo men, waiting for the gathering of Tu Nguyen 3 years to end. I will tell you what is the hell. Outside the Dragon Queen. Bach. Hung, a woman who fell down under the lava, was still burning smoke around her, rising and rising. She cried and cried without stopping forward. She seemed to be crumbled to let go of soft hands, hit the ground from behind the footsteps of a teenager gradually approaching. Nobody else is one of the disciples of Mo Men. Mo Dongfang with a wooden sword on his side. He reached out to her, whispering that she was crazy. Mo Dongfang pointed to her forehead to do a power of green energy that appeared. Here is the bar of her uncle. Immediately calmed down. He carried her in the bright moonlight. He asked her if the people recently I would take her back. Mo Dongfang carried on her back, muttering to him. There was a big snake forcing my child to go to her face very pitifully. Her eyes dilated to dark circles and full of blood and tears rolling down her thin cheeks. The corner of her mouth was still a little blood. She said that my only child had only one girl. The son was dazed. He carried her with a tired appearance that was walking in the vast forest. She was constantly dancing and dancing, saying that I could not lose the girl. I did not want to become a poisonous tree without a poisonous girl. She gradually saw the illusion of thousands of red eyes appearing in her life with mocking voices that resounded for many years like that. But now she cannot give birth to a big butt so much that I think that I can give birth to a child, but that those things are related to the birth. It is for the bad husband's name, your husband, and your eyes are not so much. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Those invisible voices we did not want to be in front of her control. His face darkened down and slightly down the Fang Mo, pointing softly. Before the sentence of Mo Dongfang, she gradually regained her calm and unexpected, her eyes looking down at the boy who was taking her home, to think that in her heart she was too excited. Having arrived in the village where she lived, he stopped. Mot nguoy danojai kat gyong hoi, latuhan gia amo Dongfang kui, he jiao lang buok vao lang fia sao mot nguoy, jan ong kua lang ja kamvu hi san sang tangkong, Mo Dongfang hung ja bi mot ba lao chan lai nguoy, Danqing quan kong ngung ban tan nguoy, hanjang kong kong fei la nguoy kua lang chung ta sao lam gi ko mo tu han gia nao lai wa bin thuong lai thap ben hu hanchu kong gyong voin hung gi ta thay ngai truakka. Hearing being despised because of his small face with a sad face calling them, they thought in the beginning of the practitioner there were many types. Mo Dongfang thinks of his attorney general with a tall appearance, with the spirit of Lu Zhaogei saying that the marshal of the marshal is a stone duty to monopolize 12 stone barrels of people in the world, owed the 10 barrels of Mo Dongfang stone, thinking that the practitioners will really have people who emit their marshal like their masters like that. But there are also great brothers who have no reputation at all. The image of a simple practitioner like ordinary people appear. Is hating? He thinks, me and his brother is the same way. Returning to the reality, he looked back to the back of his face was more fresh than he told himself in his heart. But I also wanted to become so martial. Suddenly, a man jostled from behind the noisy crowd. Was my princess, but the way it was my princess. Having met her family member, Mo Dong Fang, gently helped her to sit on the ground. He smiled and explained to me on the road that seemed to be attacked by a beast. He quickly rushed to his princess. It's lost, as if there was a lightning light down where the intense sun was creeping at him, as if he did not believe, his ears shocked to widen his eyes wide. He not only does not care or worried about his wife, on the contrary, his face is full of discomfort. And you're not only a woman, why not give birth to a child? What is the soul of her face now? Her face is lifeless. Mo Dongfang standing behind his face to suppress indignation, but the sharpness also showed a bit unsightly. He frowned and his face was tough, and watching the old couple in his head like that. Attorney General Ba will never be a smoke fluttering over. He remembered the memories of chatting with the Grandmaster, and Master sitting on a long table containing what was delicious and hot tea was still suspicious. Hearing her singing the intention of greedy frowning, she frowned extremely uncomfortable and responded to a cup of tea in her hand. Just finished. Lu Dongli holding a long Tan Tru, chasing love, with her sin. Gerlu, Zhao was afraid of tears, and tears just showing and cursing at one, still not enough, still burning the will to set up a steam, but could live until now. But Mo Dongfang, in the middle of the life of life, he slowly enjoyed the sip of tea he would have a small master. Returning to reality from the small village of Mo Dongfang, Dugong's eyes, looking far away to the forest in front of her heart, the big snake carrying the girl is still hiding in the valley, if not eradicated sooner or later, threatening the village. Mo Dongfang tightly grabbed the sword. He wondered how he went to see it, cutting across his chaotic mood for a big explosion that shocked the people in the village of Mo Dongfang, slowly observing him using one hand to cover his face to avoid being affected by the poisonous gas. He was shocked to turn his back to ask what was going on. The ground was moving. Sao. Behind the white smoke gradually appeared. It kept the big tongue from the village of the people in the village, and they shouted and shouted at the village. The monster was not allowed to enter the village and ran quickly to run quickly. On this side, Mo Dongfang is looking at the monster. Mo Dongfang's face becomes rigid. He is being obscured by this Hug monster from the deep sun in the mind of the feeling of oppressive, but we have not yet broke down the first realm. We can defeat it. How? Suddenly behind him, he had a big screaming. He quickly turned his head to look in front of him, the old mother who was in pain when she saw the person who robbed her son. She stuttered and said that my son was being taken away by his husband, hurriedly clinging to her quickly and fleeing him, and he said what she did, but everything ran away quickly. The mother's face became more and more bitter than the pale face, and tears greeted her to scream towards the monster before my eyes did not go to "I want my child." He hurriedly hugged his wife's weak body, biting his resentment in his heart. To comfort this stupid lady, she did not have to hit her own head to die, and she wanted to die. And she witnessed this painful moment. On the face of the Fang, the back of the sword was also withdrawn from the shell of the Fang Mo, looking at the Barbara. Full beast. He thought that the master I apologized to, I did not learn the carefulness of the masters. If you did this big thing on other sects, whether to look or not bow down, he closed his eyes and remembered the solid back of the Grandmaster, recalling the instructions of the superior Ha-Sun into the Wanderer. As if, getting more courageously, I opened my eyes to my eyes, now a bit more powerful and brave than he thought, in his mind. Just need to drag other sects to this monster will be done. Do not let him wait for a long time to rush to the Fang as if he was hunting and sitting on his mouth wide open to reveal the sharp iron teeth drooling into the teeth like spider silk threads. Mo Dongfang shouted loudly. He stabbed the sword towards this great monster. His face did not change, also ignored the fear of being on the opposite of him. I secretly thought that I was somewhat lovely. This place is covered with lots of high bamboo in the middle of the forest that is very luxurious but also mixed with ancient. There is light emanating from the inside of the great representative Lu Zhaogei. He is practicing the Dharma in front of the word that is hovering in the middle of the space below the floor. There is a glowing 8-strand J circle placed between high-level pillars created by Lu Zhaoge in this book, saying that it is only necessary to be transmitted in this way of success of 98%. Suddenly there was an explosion that had a smoke that spread to the outside. Lu Zhaoge was like dead in place. His hair was confused like a mobile bird's nest. His face flushed like a ripe tomato. He exhaled a light smoke. From the explosion of the rock scattered throughout the smoke floor, he still had not melted all his hand, and hugged his face and collapsed in his head now. As if he was confused, he said the opportunity of 3141596 was fake. Right? Why did you try it many times, but still failed? Or the difficulty of this gas training tool is too high? Suddenly, there was a red notice that appeared before Lu Zhaoge inside the notification board, containing a darling mark. He was startled. On the system board shows the words Mo Dongfang, 3 disciple, Mo Men Dangerous. Read the lines of Lu Zhaoge messages suddenly changed. He's hurriedly riding a carpet in the shape of his leaf fan, rushing to the 3 disciples so fast as if the wind tore all of those light clouds floating. His face showed the extreme anxiety that he used his hand to control the carpet faster. In the beginning, there were tens of thousands of uneasy things. Even though Khan had a lot of effort, it would take several hours to arrive at the time for ordinary people to die cold. And then, Lu Zhaoge remembered the silhouette of a silly but very sincere face. Full of tension, he wished Mo Dongfang, I am a grave. I don't know if you are lucky or unlucky. The past suddenly rushed back to the imagery of a very mischievous, when the child was waving with Lu Zhaoge the core index and the index of his swordplay. He was only the 3 of him saying that this little girl was very unusually abnormal. But he continued that the charm of that kid was just a question mark of his slightly stupid smiling face that made others super favorable. He immediately thought the past images in the past Mo Dongfang were drawing to win clay trees with different shapes in a very lovely shape in a roadside stall, with the innocent said that the owner of the shop owner hit again, and he was so lucky that the owner. But sometimes it is completely different from the image of the big brother holding Mo Dongfang completely unconscious on his head, a big durian with a big brother with his dedicated face today when he went out. He did not understand why the durian from the sky fell, hit his head, and headed his head. Returning to the reality, Lu Zhaoge was less worried than partly the face was more steadfast than he thought about him. Hope you must be lucky now. In the middle of the vast space above is the blue sky, below is the forest, with the majestic mountains. He rides on the carpet, soaring a shadow behind the white clouds. The place where Bach Hung Sioc is now, the sunset is falling here. The battle between Mo Dongfang and the monster, Jiao Long, has not yet come to the end of him, and it rushes into each other to fight fiercely. Each of the sounds of the battle rang out of the sword in his hand, surrounded by yellow energy that looks very strong. Jiao Long lung his head as hard as his stone in the lucky fang he had helped, but still not. Over there he used the force to push him backwards. Before this extreme oppression, Mo Dongfang had to shed his blood. Jiao Long raised his head with 4 eyes flashing. It shouted loudly, so loudly that the jarring of Jiao Long lifted his tail up to the people running below it, the monster waving the tail towards the old couple. Its tail is so huge that they are several times higher than them. It smashed its tail into the arid ground, and it screamed again, and the iron teeth were spaced in the corner of the mouth, as if it has gradually torn out, and looked so scary. Mo Dongfang rushed towards him. And his wife, he built a strong wall with a magic of protecting ordinary people with the power that was too big. It could only help a blow and then vanish in nothingness. He was under great pressure at that blow. His body was gradually trembling, and constantly his face was stuttered and stuttered. Before the exhausted strength of Mo Dongfang, Jiao Long quickly rushed towards him. He opened his mouth wide and tried to swallow him, to choose the scene in front of him, so terrified. He looked up at him on his face as if he showed his bloody impotence on the corner of his mouth, and still poured out to think that I was really. From the sky, a spiritual energy mixed between the red and black, oppressed to the people, rushed towards Jiao Long as the rocket created a big explosion due to the horrible collision. His face became unexpectedly mixed with a little fear. Lightning line is still lingering here, leaving the eyes to look at the ground. a sharp iron tree plugging deep into the abundant spiritual energy still surrounding the trees, more than it is increasingly emitting stronger energy than before. The source of overwhelming power of the fang shields the dust in front of his eyes and shocked his eyes. The first time he saw that Jiaolong was so scared, he wounded his eyes like a big worm, quickly ran away. Standing in front of the ground crumbling due to the power of Tanthong, he realized that there was a big thing that was flying above him. Gradually looking up at that vast sky in the sky, where Bak Hung Kosi, a giant bird, was covering the red sun, the majestic scene was so great. Suddenly, there was a female voice rang out from the back of the giant bird, this child. Despite having just experienced a fierce battle, Mo Dongfang still stood upright and clearly answered Mo Men. Mo Dongfang has just introduced the sect of him. Now trembling his eyes that is about to be no longer able to resist the fang who falls into the ground. He lay down on the cold land of the woman, gently landed and moved towards him, the dim eyes trying to look in front of her eyes as a woman with a very majestic martial arts. The beauty of the beauty was covered by the light from the sun. She had never heard of this name, but you were not bad at this name, but you were not bad. Mo Dongfang tried to respond in his voice full of fatigue that was naturally the Grandmaster, but said that I was the great holy, that the beauty was difficult to understand. She asked many times the great holy, but Mo Dongfang could no longer continue to resist. He gradually closed his eyes. That year at the apple of the sky today is very beautiful. Below is a small family that looks quite poor, a bunch of children with a martial art sitting around Lu Zhaogei. He said this time, I will tell the journey to the west outside the door. There is a kid who is stealthily eavesdropping. The children who heard the story of the story immediately hid his hands in his hand, raising his fingers to the sky. He started the story that a swordsman used a long sword called a cane, like that of going to the sky to the ground. Nothing could not make everyone call him the young man who admired the young man. He fluttered behind the door. Nobody else Mo Dongfang, when his eyes were bright, he was very excited. He thought about the sky and did nothing to use a long sword called like that of Tatain Di Tan. Inside the family they are playing with each other. Everyone is holding a small wooden tree of the big larger. We are Chitain Die Than. We are also the holy, holy, holy. We are also the same as the great heavenly holy Lu. Zhaogei stand nearby. Suddenly, a small hand placed on the old door of the wings that was gradually opened. He said that I was behind the door of Mo Dongfang. Suddenly appeared the children who were surprised at the presence of him. An ugly child there approached his face and said that he said that you were ugly like you just deserved to be a monster. Mo Dongfang was very shocked to hear those vulgar words. Another boy with the cruel spots on his face and dirty sticks to say loudly, so that the other is the other. The other children also followed the ugly goblin to beat him quickly and hit the ugly monster to beat away. As soon as they finished, they rushed to beat the rigid wooden sticks continuously on the head of the Fang Mo with children, then use their feet to kick hard on his back. Mo Dongfang could only sit down on the floor and hugged his head very pitifully. He tried to refuse him not to be painful because he was brutally beaten. He shouted and shouted at me, I did not play with you anymore. I did not play anymore. The kids have achieved the intention of a child to throw the stick in his hand and then say loudly, if he does not play a strand jitoy. Another child pulls his hand under his eyes to poke his hometown. The kids passed by the Mo Dongfang. A voice offered to go out there, despite the violence, but still could not calm down. He sat down on the cold ground and still hugged his head tightly. Mo Dongfang gradually put his hand out of his eyes to look at the kids after they left. He gently picked up the log on the ground. He also wanted to become a great holy Mo Dongfang, to pick up the branches in front of him. Place the stick on the ground. He waved the stick back and forth on the floor to create small collisions that have just read the territory quickly here. Suddenly from behind Mo Dongfang, there was a voice that coughed up and coughed. Who called this old man? So he heard that he was very excited to answer as an earthquake. Lu Zhaogei gently clapped his hands and bowed his head to greet him. The god of the great god. He suddenly turned his head to look at him. Mo Dongfang was shy but also very complacent. He scratched his head in a hurry to respond to the great, holy, why are we not the holy? They say that we are an ugly guy who is a monster. He looked at him and said nothing more. He just smiled gently. Seeing that he was fresher than Lu Zhaogei put his hand on his head, gently rubbing him. Asking this child, I asked who you were, who told him this. He was confusing before his brother's question was stammering. Hearing that, Mo Zhaoge with a smile on his lips continued to say that, if I said you were more like a holy than them. Mo Dongfang's eyes sparkled before he said he still did not stop being shocked. Mo Zhaoge reached out and put on his back, making him startled him to continue. Tetain. Diatan will never bow. His head will always be self-deprecating about himself, as if you stand upright. He pushed his back so that he could be more straight than me to say that he understood that he did not look at his smiling face in a soft voice and responded to his obedient voice obediently. Obediently, 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 obedient. Suddenly, Lu Zhaoge bowed and stopped in his ear with a cunning face. He said that I also had a secret to tell you that he suddenly looked at him. He said that I was a practitioner who just finished his words, and he made his own stick in his hand, and flew up and turned into a wooden sword. Swordwood gradually falling into his hands, Mo Dongfang, with a face full of happiness to accept it. He said loudly as a cane. After giving him the wooden sword Lu Zhaoge, he turned to say goodbye to you to keep that secret. He held a small sword in his hand and ran around the street when he said that I was also a great holy. Suddenly Mo Dongfang slowly stopped. Standing in front of the sunlight of the sun, his determination and heroic appearance loudly. At the bottom of his feet is the shadow with the appearance of the true holy. In the representative of the Momen Lu Dongli, she was holding a hot cup of tea, still suspiciously. She asked him to ask him that he really thought that the kid was like Chi Tain Diathan. Lu Zhaoge gently poured tea. He just told him that, a little bit of a little bit. She was angry to the face of the excessive jokes of her brother swinging her fist. How could he be so obnoxious? But he dodged a punch to tear the wind. Lu Zhaoge looked far away towards the sky. He responded in a low voice, even though he seemed not the same, but later he would be the same. The image of Mo Dongfang raised his head and puffed out his chest, walking around the village with a wooden sword in his hand. His hand and Soot together to enjoy the tea and chatting with each other a little pleasant face, to accept this kid as the third monk's sister. She is so cautious, but that the young man seems very poor. Lu Dongli was a bit surprised in front of the monstrous sinner, who was a faint smile that looked very reliable. She did not wonder anymore, on her lips gradually blushing with a pink smile. The fresh face of the young woman agreed with the decision of Lu Zhaoge. She responded softly. Returning to reality in the blue sky, there is a giant bird flying below is the vague hills and hills. After the floating clouds, after a long time of fainting, he gradually opened his eyes. Sitting on the back of the giant bird, he looked up around him, asking this. On the face, the wounds were shocked to continue the black crows. From behind him, a female voice rang out. He was startled and turned around behind. The Kanthan had just helped him to save him a life in front of him. He reverently joined hands with the superior of the seniors who had to save the life. Looking at his good hands in front of him, he realized that something else thought that the wounds on people were much better than that. This was the taste of this taste. The beautiful woman is sitting on a wooden chair with meticulous pattern. She looks at the faraway sky, softly responds to the very shocking eyes. He stooped with his hands and politely asked, but she still did not know what the name of the senior was. The beauty of her eyes looked at him with crimson eyes as if attracting people to look at it. She answered Xuan the sun. She continued Jiang asking Anne before his eyes, now a beauty with a majestic armor. She holds a bottle of wine with a red rope wrapped around the body of the bottle, who is drinking hair fluttering in the wind like a heroic female general, but also very similar to a billion 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 billionaire. Mo Dongfang was surprised to know that his sect was like dying and stood at his mouth. O mouth! He thought that he was so great as Xuan the sun, that the Grandmaster. No place here is the northernmost part of the sky. The sky is covered with a beautiful blue and blue scene ahead, as on the heavenly world above the waterfall that is rushing. Like a little water is the main electricity of the sect below the waterfall. There are many other great halls. The fantasy scene of the Fang with the admiration for the sun yard, to be one of the 4 great sects as famous as the sects of the sect. The image of the people is the image of the people. The image is gradually the image of the people. The people are gradually the image. The intelligence, he continued, but the Grandmaster Ba said there were special dharmas in Xuan. The sun, it would push the desires of the practitioner down, but exaggerate one of them. Mo Dongfang silently remembered the Grandmaster, but also specially said that most people in Xuan the sun face are always cold. But he looked up at Jiang asking An, which was gently covering the bottle of her face did not changu. He thought that this senior did not exception. Suddenly the delicious aroma of wine was spreading everywhere he flew incense to the Mo Dongfang. He suddenly was shocked at its charm. He thought that this was so fragrant. This is a good wine. Maybe this senior has a soul to eat and drink. Zhang Xinyanto fall to the chair. She brought the wine bottle up, slowly pouring down to enjoy the flavor of the Fang closed hands, and continued to talk about the Fang. Will never forget the grace of the senior's life. If there will be a chance in the future, we'll be grateful to the senior. Suddenly he faltered, just by Mo Dongfang, suddenly his face down, and recalled the words of the Grandmaster instructing him, if you encounter a monster who has to return to the newspaper right away that the enemy does not wear heaven with Mo men. The face full of steadfastness and determination, he clasped his hands to bring the ants to the great sun who can be related to our sect. Zhang Xinyan to reach his hand on his face coldly in response to his position as if he was dumbfounded. He did not understand what she wanted to say. She closed her eyes slowly to drink a sip of wine. She continued to tell herself that you could walk back and forth without seeming that Mo Dongfang understood his good idea. He folded his hands frantically to respond to the senior. The majestic black crows hurriedly turned around towards the Momen sect of the sky, now that is brilliant yellow, mixed between the undulating white clouds. Mo Dongfang slowly observed Jiang Xinyan ANH to think in the head of this Sunday, in addition to being so cold but really very good temperament. Her beautiful face was covering her alcohol being covered by the glare of the sun, but it still could not hide his beauty. Shang Xingan to look at him, who was sitting and closing his eyes and thinking very much. The curved lashes adorn more attractive red eyes like the fairy. She thought that I was just a little curious. The Mo men something taught what was like this form, like this, in Mo Dongfang, who is dedicated to cultivating a shining aura that is covering him with stranger realms, like being removed. So I am about to break through the first realm. And now Lu Zhaoge is bewildered, he looks extremely stupid. The notice of this once appeared as a yellow notice of Mo Dongfang has escaped from Danqing. He immediately waved his hand to turn the carpet back to Mo. Then he told himself that it was useless to leave as long as the other kid was okay. Inside the Mo Men sect, Xiaoqiu is practicing standing in hell, saying loudly, a bit of a tough face of Xiaoqiu. Suddenly from outside, Lu Zhaoge landed. They rushed to where he left the small Chu. Luo Bing and Lu Dongli, with the joy of calling the Grandmaster of the CA. Seeing Luo Bing call Lu Zhaoge close, she immediately angrily faces the tunnel looking at her. She was smiling deep and thinking in her head, what was the heat I did not borrow? She immediately took the opportunity to approach him with a lovely face and a sweet tone that said the master of the master. I poured the tea for him behind the dong of her face and scolded in her heart the dog dared to butter. Under the sub, Q trying to call Lu Zhaoge, ignoring Luo Bing, he gently smashed his hand with a small disciple Chu with an excited face to say the master of the master. He answered Chu in the joyful atmosphere. Suddenly, Lu Dongli discovered that something was approaching here. She looked towards the sky. Suddenly, Lu Dongli discovered that something was approaching here. She looked towards the sky. He puzzled his eyes and looked towards the far sky, but they also watched, but did not realize that they were bewildered to ask where there were people. From the back of the bright sunlight, a giant bird is rushing towards them. This giant bird is so big that the sunshine is in the area they are standing in shock. Lu Dongli with a look at her vigilance. She continued to say that we could not see through the other girl. Lu Zhaoge knows who this person is. His love face smiling and looking at Jiang asking, and he thought she was thinking about her. Lu Zhaoge looked up at the large eagle bird wingspan, covering the sun to tell the master for a long time. Lu Zhaoge looked up at the large eagle bird who was hiding the wings to cover the sun, who had not seen the master for a long time. He continues to remember us with an elite skill, plus financially. Not the form of these wild monsters is not enough compared to us, and we are not completely considered the Huyan world as a real world. In the retreat line, Lu Zhaoge at that time was standing in front of a hunting dog monster, 10. His whole body trembled and feared, and thought that this monster was not right at all. When he remembered the time when the monster rushed to bite into his hand, he thought, but the true feeling of Tain Huyan Jiji soon told us that this world was not so simple. Lu Zhaoge panicked his mother. This pain is too true. We will offal the system, we want to get out of here. The system's voice resounded out to go out to die, and then again. After listening to the system, he was like seeing lightning in the sky, and the face was bewildered, and asked the system what was still installed like this. At this time, the hound monster jumped to Lu Zhaoge. It roared, making him afraid to drop his eyes out. Apart from him, he was tightened by the monster to the pale face, so it would not have to be real in this game. Before going to the cutting board to make food for the hound monster Lu, Zhaoge swearing peanuts, and peanuts waiting for you to go out. But suddenly there was a blade across the neck of the fierce monster that made its blood splash. Lu Zhaoge rolled his eyes to look at the person in front of his eyes with bloody swords, in the hands of Jiang Xinyan, to be shined by the sun on her body, as if glowing her coldly glowing. He looked at the girl in front of his eyes and bewildered for a long time. At that time we found his true strength to play this game. The system appears and sets a new task. Whether the monk wants to worship not below is the answer, or not. Lu Zhaoge quickly clicked on the button that he bite his teeth. Of course. The player's blood reminder system is being restored later on the screen that appears to be too good. He is too low. He is angry at the super question. Results in front of the stupid system. You play me. Seeing Jiang Xinyan to turn away, he hurriedly called for her, waiting for her not to turn around. What did she glance at him? He hesitated to ask if there is any way to increase your feelings quickly, not about how much money is 50,000. Just finish Zhang's sword words, please, and fie straight to him. When the sword flew to Lu Zhaoge's neck, he stopped. He was scared to raise his hands to surrender. She coldly said the lake of the same languagey as this dog. On his forehead he was sweating, but in his heart was extremely excited and deliciously established by Tain Hu Yen the world, which is even better than those flashy games that do not consider money to be all interesting. Thinking? Then Lu Zhaoge respectfully bowed his head to apologize. Just now that I am not right to what I mean, how to worship you as a monk. Jiang Xinyan to look at the son who was respectful in front of the teacher's voice full of contempt. Nothing else. I don't accept a disciple like you. Lu Zhaoge silently doubted from the beginning. We had a very charming charm, regardless of everywhere happened this way. Escape from the memory of his memory, the gentle smile that the old girls had a good girl who was afraid of gates, and women inadvertently discovered her hobby was eating, so we learned some jobs from the chefs with high hand. Gradually, we accidentally became a top-notch chef, who also successfully became a disciple, and her only chef on his lips, still hanging that smile that became deep. Even a few times, even a little bit of disdain for the ancestor, because to start this situation, Lu Zhaoge looked up in the sky, whispering in the heart, but what made us regret most was to see the fat bird roasting wings in the sky. He thought that he really wanted to make meat and eat the chaotic bird that looked so good meat, and regret that there was no chance of the suffering bird as feeling bad. So his whole body trembled in panic, scared. The giant bird watched Lu Zhaoge and landed on the ground in his head full of bewilder. But Dongfang struggled towards the subject. He shouted at the Grandmaster of the Master. His sister was happy to call Momendei. Jiang's cold appearance asked Anlu to frown and said, Dongfang does not know where to know that the great practice of the younger, not only does it not see through her strength, but Dongfang's atmosphere was very weak before being injured. He asked her a question that was not related to me, just that it was not that the great practice of the younger, who could see through the cold spine on the face of the sweat, like the rain, did not dare to answer her brother. While that shyness Lu dynasty turned to smile except for him. Lu Zhaoge looked at her with her eyes, thinking that this girl's personality was all more hidden by the hidden method of hidden atmosphere taken from the hands of Aunt King. Now I completely did not know the strength of her, and later I would definitely ask what she was now. In the end, how to see his look at his eyes and fear that he wanted purple to face purple face and want purple face to face his face and purple face. Dongfang stepped down from the bird. He respectfully bowed his body for the Grandmaster's Grandmaster who encountered the Danger thanks to this senior. Looking up to look at Master Dongfang, I thought that now I should not say the incident of the animal waiting for a little bit, will tell the master and the Grandmaster. Lu Zhaoge walked to Jiang Tuan before everyone's astonishment. Behind him was the brilliant sun. He introduced the master of the Grandmaster, Lu Zhaoge. This friendship does not know how to confess. She stroked the head of the bird to answer briefly, Zhuan the sun, Jiang Xinyan. Her eyes widened and looked at the person in front of her eyes. He appeared with a handsome appearance. After a period of bewildered, she turned her head away. The three girls of the subject puzzled them. Xiao Xingganto blushed and glanced at him. The elegant atmosphere is like a statue sculpted. She silently exclaimed, "This person is so beautiful." Lu Zhaoge was pleased to think that his abdominal energy was 10, not that fake. Lu Dongli looked at her attentively in his heart. He was angry with the woman. What was the face of the monkey not thinking that he did not see? He asked Jiang to ask An into the friendly religion if she saved the disciple of the Momen the fate of not being equal to here for a few days for me to fulfill the owner. She did not reject his good answer. In her mind, she secretly assessed that such a small disciple had such a mettle and a young girl who was about to approach the great practice. There is also a person who recalled the picturesque face of Lu Zhaoge. So she blushed. How a beautiful man. The corner of Jiang's mouth asked An to slightly lifted a small, interesting subject. The system of announcement of the fame of the person is increasing rapidly. Lu Zhaoge tilted her head slightly towards her and pondered as expected, even if he would look at the subject with a different eye, without rushing on. I understood very well. Walking inside the subject is not too big, but just enough. The two of them sat at the table of a servant who came to pour tea into Jiang's glasses. Lu Zhaoge stops him from having friends who like to drink alcohol and don't like tea. Her whole body was blank when she heard him say this. On the face was the fear of the teenage girl. She was embarrassed. He reached out to the natural religion that he could drink alcohol, but she was so surprised she did not know how to answer. Then use his shy eyes to look at him. After saying that, she took out a bottle of wine containing the wine that opened the lid inside and flew a strange scent. That scent flew to him, the art performer, Lu Zhaoge, officially on the floor. He closed his eyes and felt this smell of wine here. She was quietly looking at the bottle of wine right in her heart, thinking that this specific taste is very expensive. But many people understand and like that there are not many people in Xuan. The sun. There are no wine friends like this type. Lu Zhaoge on his chin said, "If I remember correctly, this wine was soaked by 14 line. That which was distinguished. It was the ginseng dragon. Ginseng pink. BLA, BLA, BLA. Those words again made Jiang asking An to widen her eyes in surprise. She wondered if this person did not expect to know this wine. Dongli saw that he talked about alcohol like reading the 9-tailed table of the 9. Tails whispered to wonder when he understood about alcohol, so his disciples also doubted, or the Grandmaster. Xiao Xinggan to say unexpectedly to the Grandmaster, who is also the same interest. She took out another bottle of Holo to him, invited Lu Zhaoge to happily accept the world. All the people in the subjects widened their eyes and looked at him with a shocking shock for 2 cases. At this time he just brought his eyes leisurely looking at them. Why did you look at the coordinates? Xiao Ko, with 2 bright eyes like a fragrant saliva star, before the craving of Lu Zhaoge quickly closed the bottle. He said, "You guys must not drink alcohol, all back." The people they turned away and walked away, only the little girl Chu wanted to stay. She tried to pray and she only took a sip, but she was pulled away by the sister. Lu Zhaoge laughed softly. Looking at the pitcher in his hand, he remembered his previous life for this thing. Jiang Xingan to drink, while looking at him with the eyes of expectation, Lu Zhaowa to bow his face to hide his fear. He secretly asked now if he said he didn't like her if she killed me. He quickly regained his mood, to smile brightly, and praised the delicious wine in his heart, to be determined to live and die once, and he had to drink once. And then he closed his eyes and poured the wine into the mouth of the wine to absorb the taste of his eyes closed tightly. It was now opened his body as if he was struck by lightning and speechless. Lu Zhaoge recalled the imagery of Jiang Xinyan when she was drunk in her previous life. She said, "The monk is now a little bit cool. The aroma of the wine spreads gently." He thinks this wine is not difficult to accept, as in the opposite imagination. There are many flavors. He gently watched her sitting next to him to drink the mastery. The scene moved to the previous life of the people kneeling and bowing back to the people to practice the 2 people who thanked Xuan, the sun's dharma, so there was often sexual exaggerated people, so they often appear intense love. Ow wow. Zhao Ge exclaimed that his master was so cool like Jiang Xinyan to be suppressed against it, so they could not explain what was love. She turned to ask him what was cool. Lu Zhao laughs coolly and speaking is very dangerous, very generous and brilliant in his heart. Jiang Xinyan deeply, but I had a sister who said that she liked it in her eyes, always glowing him hard to understand, yes. After his whole body stiffened in his ears, the explosion was not, but his master's beauty, would like a great old man. Lu Zhao angrily frowned and not forced to prevent this from happening. She didn't look at him, so she was like a cool person. He scratched this one to explain this situation that could not be called so cool and not cool. Shōshingento continued asking what is the situation. Zaga you know. He seemed to win the trick in his joy and wait for this statement. Under the sunset, he turned to sincerely saying that the disciple did not know what was the one who knew one person when he did not have the person he liked. She turned to look straight at him with an unbelievable face, so I asked, thinking that the plan to stop the love master was successful. But one evening in Xuan the Sun, Lu Zhao recalled that night the master said drunk to me, but her monk could not be drunk. Shang Xinggan to blush because she was drunk against her chin, but Zhao Gavai now was a little cool now. Returning to reality, he kept closing his eyes and no reaction, Zhang Xinyan. As expected, she did not like the taste of Xuanmin. Why did she sadly look at the vase of the lake? Not many people like Xuanmin's taste is also bizarre. Lu Zhaoga answered that the inhuman I really liked it even drinking a long-lasting taste. She saw that he looked a bit different, so he thought that his eyes looked at me. Why there was a feeling for a long time before seeing, this is the first time I see this person. Why did he look like that? He brought the wine bottle to the faithful. She still looked at him without saying that he saw his neck and poured alcohol into his mouth to remember this pearl of his lake and increasing the miraculous wine inside. At least there were at least a few jars of wine so he would be drunk. Lu Zhaoga drank alcohol and pondered her that time and told me. The image of her drunk in her previous life appeared with the saying, but Zhao Ge V now a little bit cool now. I was then blushing and heard that he said he and she was a person of the two worlds anyway. Lu Zhaoga gets the game down. He thought about himself. Why did he have feelings for a fictional person? He went to the balcony to see the magnificent city in front of his eyes in a messy mess. Why or the other world was too real and made himself unclear reality. Looking at the image of myself reflected in my mirror at that time, I still could not be aware of my feelings. Until one day in the game of fiery battle is taking place. Shao Xingyan to say these names from the beginning already designed. In front of her eyes was a giant dragon with a girl standing on her head. She said unexpectedly, "It was true that the destruction of this village who was a two was able to handle, but because of you. The other girl with a wicked face, with only one eye on the other, is a red flower," she said. "Because to hunt to kill the great priesthood of Xuan. The sun this time we invite 10 great love to practice." Zhang Xinyan on the corner of the lips that were still bloody, so at least the other villagers could escape. She raised her nose straight towards her with a sharp eyes. "Even though I died, you also have to drag some people to go with." The other girl was frantically angry to die, and then even stiffened all for us to catch alive. Oh, I showed a sinister face that licked this woman's fingers in the monk who was famous for being a cold beauty. Just need to catch her. How you want to play her. That's how it is. Her subordinates laughed and shouted at their satirical satires in a row. Lu Zhaoga in the real world is in a quiet drink. A beautiful, lovely sister who was massaging his feet. She was polite to ask my tycoon how did he answer normally. Behind the sunglasses is the thought that he thought very stranga. Looking at the hilly hills of the beautiful, lovely sister, he thought that before this seeing this beautiful body, I could not control it. Lu Zhaoga pursed his lips slightly but did not know why today he felt chaotic. The phone suddenly appeared a notice that made him pay attention. After picking up the phone and finished reading that notice, his mood immediately changed the phone to notify the important news of the 10 love of the monk to attack Xuan. The sun. Great monks. The spirit of the spirit. He was worried that the master seemed to be in Xuan the sun. Lu Zhaoga clicked on that notice to open. The other sister looked at him and then smirked in her head to calculate a super rich son like this. Just need to sleep with him once a lot of money for the next life. She picked up the intention to sit on his feet in her heart and thought that until then, I need to take the initiative for a bit. Before she was sitting down, she was pushed straight away by him to go back today. After saying that, he quickly turned and walked away, leaving the other sister bewildered. Maybe his appeal was not clear enough. Every day on the street the men wanted to eat themselves. Lu Zhaoge thought of Jiang please, and who is alone with 10 great Tu Enger and Engered beasts, and beasts greatly dared to touch the master of Lu Zhaoge. He returned home to turn on the phone, calling the system immediately. I remember something waiting. If I was like that, suddenly rushed in, only I could not win so much love like that. He smiled sinister, and his eyes were cold, and then just a little love. Right. Ha Xingen to sigh, even though her mouth was bloody. The soldiers died like a fire, and rising to Jiang, who would be tired to sit by the stone. The echo from the head of a giant centipede body. The female monster voiced the real life of my 5 peers all died, but the woman deserved to die like you were only seriously injured. On the face of the female monster, the red eyes filled with killing. Intent to look at the appearance of Jiang, asked Yan to ridicule, but now, you run in the sky of 2 monstrous gate. In the back began to have a sharp tooth of fangs. The remaining gate, standing in line with each other, just finished the sentence of 2 strangers laughing and laughing quickly and breaking the brakes to reveal the bare breasts of the 2 strange bizarres, laughing loudly, the great practice of Zhuan the Sun. We first enjoyed this. Zhang Xinyan to close her eyes, and opened her eyes to look at them with her face full of wounds. Zhang Xinyan, that used to use the law to cut the meridians. We thought we would never use it in this life, but did not expect the day to come so early. Zhang Xinyan to face his face. Zhang Xinyan to say that Lu Chaoge's shape appeared in front of her eyes under the burning fire. Zhang Xinyan. Cao Xingan to share Takabai could no longer protect her child. She bowed down to catch the magic of a red gas stream that emerged Zhang Xinyan to whisper the next life. If we could not want to be my master anymore, I want to do. 2 weird bazaars stood in front of her, sounded a bazaar saying that I came here to come here. From that airflow, Lu Zhaoge sounded that anyone dared to touch my master. Zhang Xingan to narrow her eyes to look at that light that the female monster heard so angry with the color of the color of the color of the color. The wings of fiery flew soaring, the sharp sword is full of aura. Lu Zhaoge majestic landing on the ground to create an earthquake of the body that exudes the atmosphere. Lu Zhaoge looks at Zhang asking, and Lu Zhaoge to say that the master has a lifetime. He still has to be my master. Looking at the adult NHI standing in front of me, I heard Lu Zhaoge say that I thought that all my inner languagey screamed this little girl. I don't mean that. My idea is that is there. In the sky, thousands of fierce beasts appeared, giant centipede roar, as if screaming in Lu Zhaoge's face. The sound of a female monster relying on you and wanting to hinder us. The female monster, watching Lu Zhaoge unilaterally, provoked the female monster smiling at the same time. Then one more body, lying on the ground. At the same time, the animals and the monstrous names scream violently, the chaotic scenery. The animals have reached the level 65, 57, 59, all 61, preparing to attack. Lu Zhaoge coldly looked at their level. He smirked. Lu Zhaoge said, really very formidable, that everyone is a great love for me. I will not have the enemy. Seeing the situation too. Dan Jerus, Kang Xingan to scream, Zhaoge to run quickly. These guys, I can't afford to deal with it. Lu Zhaoge looks at Lu Zhaoge to comfort the master. I don't say I will solve these things. I have my own way. She was surprised to ask for her own way. The female monster heard that when she laughed and raised her hand to hide the smile of the female monster and her own way of speaking, this place within the radius of 100 miles, without the breath of any great practitioner, you could have a way. Lu Zhaoge spread her hand out. Lu Zhaoge shared that we had a dream since childhood. Lu Zhaoge, his eyes full of killing intent, started to summon a blue force appearing in the palm of Lu Zhaoge. Gay said that it was just raising his hand to shout 1,000 people in response. So we have tried to practice patiently for many years, only for this moment. The female monster seemed to be satisfied from the centipede to look down at the female monster, saying that when I summoned, I never heard the practice of you who would do this. Zhang Xinyan to put her hand on her helpless chest, and she sighed. Zhang, please, and said, Zhaoge, I know you are trying to extend the time, but this place within a radius of 100 miles without the breath of any great practitioner, this is the truth that the master will die here. Lu Zhaoge shook his head and smiled. Zhaoge that the vision was so limited to look a little further away. It took too much time to order what male standing to kill that little boy gave us thousands of screaming wild beasts to attack Lu Zhaoge and Jiang asking An. Lu Zhaoge also acted. He raised his hand to use green gas to summon Lu Zhaoge to shout our army to come here. In the sky, there are many behavioral windows. The great monks with the summoned beasts with the levels of the monster below have gathered all the sounds of the great spirituality rang out because the total of thousands of matches compared to what we spent. This number is hit to see the grandmother who killed a child. It will be more famous. The army of the female monster was shocked to see 50,000 people and summoned beasts that Lu Zhaoge summoned these people, where the one who ranks is not just running away quickly. Ending the female monster invited each other to run away, leaving the army Lu Zhaoge Jiang Xinyan to take care of sweating. Kyoshinkento korchoka softuri. Lu Zhaoge sighed, even if he was skeptical about Lu Zhaoge himself, thinking about what he was, just because of a virtual character. But at a time when he beat all hundreds of thousands of pocket money for half a month. He unconsciously hit Jiang's eyes and asked An to look back at him. Lu Zhaoge smiled just a few 100,000. Lu Zhaoge turned to her. He held out Lu Zhaoge to tell his master not to mind those lovers. Chongxingen to smile. She grabbed Lu Zhaoge's hand. Gently, Chongxingen to respond. Lu Zhaoge supported her to stand up because of the serious injury Jiang Xinyan, to stand unable to fall into his brother. Lu Zhaoge worriedly asked his master. Chongxingen to breathe her body weakly. The two of them stood close to Jiang Xinyan to say softly. Before finishing, Jiang Xinyan to be bewildered when a light emitted Lu Zhaoge disappeared before her eyes. Chongxingen to kneel in pain and she clung to Zhaoge. Lu Zhaoge returned to the real world. He was breathing with sweat and sweating. Lu Zhaoge lying on the sofa was frustrated and hugged him. Lu Zhaoge said that he did not know how to face her anymore. Take calmly. He tried to arrange the thought of Lu Zhaoge, but she was at most just a bunch of data stacked up. Lu Zhaoge sat dully with the sound of the phone rang. The content of an important notice of a certain fairy has spent hundreds of thousands to fight the sky and wrote the stories of the great artists of Xuan the Sun, which has been saved by the player Lu Zhaoge. The new scene appeared, Lu Zhaoge holding a wine bottle of wine full of eyes full of thoughts. Lu Zhaoge thinking back to the previous life. We did not dare to despise the ancestor to kill, but this life we were different from drinking together. Looking at Jiang Xinyan to sit in front of Lu Zhaoge saying we were the same world. Jiang Xinyan to hold a bottle of wine. She glanced at the person in front of Jiang Xinyan to doubt that it was strange to feel very comfortable with this person. The night gradually falling down the street to light up. The two of them stood outside the door to drink a little to bowl, making Lu Zhaoge dizzy and Lu Zhao. Lu Zhaoge waved and smiled and greeted her. Lu Zhaoge said that the good night's sleep touched her eyes made Lu Zhaoge stood dumbfounded. Chongxingen to raise his hand in good night. Then Lu Zhaoge turned to leave, Zhaoge thinking that only then he was normal. Jiang Xinyan to turn to her mood restlessly. Jiang Xinyan to wonder if this good night's sleep was very interesting. The scene of clouds, drifting water is full of peace. Lu Zhaoge dreamed about the sun shining on the face of Lu Zhaoge bewildered. Scratching my head is full of suspicion, or looking at the scenery around Lu Zhaoge wondering why we sleep here. Seeing Lu Zhaoge bewildered on the boat Lin not why someone was drunk last night and thought that he was sleeping in the clouds again, Lu Zhaoge calmly followed as the memory that he had. Lu Zhaoge really faltered the post. Life of the world at the They Mao boat of the dream of the dream. Lu Dongli panicked and suspiciously in the end of the water, the dream of 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 the dream. Lu Zhaoge stood in front of her hand, waving in front of Lu Zhaoge what to think about. Lu Dongli coughed for a few hours. She was shy to bow down and responded to nothing right now. Now she is also awake and then have something to say to you here. Lu Zhaoge stood up and stretched out. Lu Zhaoge to say anything. Lu Dongli seriously said yesterday. Mo Dongfang told me that all of them had exactly met that animal. He turned away at Lu Zhaoge saying that one of his two horns of the whole body was red. Lu Zhaogu's moment summoned the sword of any burning atmosphere appeared. The black gas surrounded Lu Zhaoge, coldly grabbed the sword of any Lu Zhaoge, shouted by his eyes that appeared that gas. It seems that we are unjustly narrow. Lu Dongli crossed his arms and stood beside the Lu Dongli worried, but that beast also flew away very far and feared that now we chase after being late. Lu Zhaoge held up the sword in front of him. He had observed the sword, Lu Zhaoge, and did not need to chase. That day, we will go to get its head. Tunguyen Hoi will be held in a certain area. only set up a secret base of the Bach-Hung COC coordinates, which is very recently provided by the system according to the information on Lu Zhaoge, so there should definitely the other animal will appear there in that place. Lu dynamic eyes. A mouth do not believe in his hand. Looking at the sword, Lu Zhaoge said softly, "For the 9-year sword. For this moment we have learned the Strand G skills at the time of worshipping every month for it to consume the 9-year experience for the moment when the sword is drawn. We do not know what will happen. The fire of hatred burned my mind to look at the sword in the hands of Lu Zhaoge, so he felt hatred to let you live a little more." Lu Zhaoge looked at the quiet water. He smiled. Lu Zhaoge said that now Jiang's sympathy please, and he still prioritized cross more than his steadfast gaze. Lu Zhaoge implicitly confirmed that this life when the ancestor was not worried at all already. Lu Zhaoge looks at the eyes, stared intently at the flock of fat fish swimming in front of him and wanted to split them up. Lu Dongli was startled and her hands were a bit surprised. Everything is in the power of Lu Zhaoge. Of course, from today onwards, we will make meals with his own hands and then use the magic to control the water of thousands of fish floating in the air. Lu Dongli was full of excitement in her head, which appeared from fish to so much grilled her pieces of screaming. Return in the subject. Zhang Xinyan to sit in the room alone, she could not help but be confused. Zhang An whispered last night with Lu Cheng to drink alcohol, rarely happy like that, but also like that. Shang Xingento leave the bed wearing a hat on. Shang please and said today. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of the outside queue who spoke out if the senior had no Grandmaster who cooked the fish soup to call people to eat together. Shoshinkento opened the queue to queue, waving her hand. Zhang Xingento, respond to me not to like normal dishes. I may not get used to your food, so please report. Xiao Qiu also grabbed the skirt of tears and looked at the young. Chu said that the master of the master said that if he did not bring him to Xiao Qiu, he would not be able to eat his food for a month. Senior, who asked the person, looking at the child in front of Jiang's eyes and could hardly refuse her to sigh to accept. Zhang Xinyan and Xiao Qiuto leave the lovely queue first, and she followed. Tutan Nagan thought that this was a gift of Thanksgiving, because yesterday he drank with us was just a normal family meal. The smell of food flying to the little girl Chu smelled excited about the little Chu screaming, howling, a master of the master who cooked it himself. So fragrant. Zhang Xinganto enjoy the fragrance. To Jiang saliva. Please. And wondering how attractive this scent is so attractive. In front of everyone sitting on the lunch table full of Lu Zhaoge, everyone did not have everyone with a quick Qiu to run to. Xiao Qiu to speak us sitting here. Witnessing that cozy meal, she suddenly smiled Zhang Xinyan to exclaim that a happy sect is not like a more family, like sect. She went to the dining table to look at Zhang's table, please. But the aroma is, but the taste is not necessarily the same. She went to Lu Zhaoge to raise her hand to invite her to sit down at the table, Lu Zhaoge, and then sit down to go down to the newly cooked fish soup. Then Jiang would like to respond to Anne. Thong Tan lifted his skirt to put his buttocks on the chair. Everyone was full of fish soup placed on the table, which made everyone attracted by the scent of the Chu, who shouted on the Grandmaster. A bowl of fish soup is placed on a hot scent. Holding a bowl of soup in Zhang's hand, and said, "Thank you," to look at the hot fish soup, Zhang Xinyan, to tell himself that nothing special is just a normal fish bowl. Lu Zhaoge watched her tell her to try to see if my skills had the taste of her, not Zhang. Please, Anne, to listen to the first spoon to taste. Xiao Qiu was also curious to watch her taste the small Chu soup, waiting for the result. Xingan to taste the fish soup. She suddenly stopped, her eyes wide open. She could not resist but held the soup to choose. Looking at her delicious food and drink, Lu Zhaoge smiled as the shortest way to the heart of the woman who was the Stomo Men path, that Lu Zhaoge thought of my cooking skills in her previous life because of her, especially when she went to school. Lu Zhaoge, with her hands on the table, he spoke out of her will, Jiang Xinyan, to put the bowl of soup down to wipe her mouth. She shyly brought the bowl of soup towards Lu Zhaoge. Jiang Xinyan to falter another bowl. Zhaoge excitedly responded, then he volunteered to take the soup to help her. Everyone started eating and drinking. Just like that, Jiang Xinyan to stay in the subject for a few days. Xiao Qiu invited her to have dinner after herself to come to the table to wait for it. Xiao Qiu happily waited for how to eat the food by the Grandmaster, cooking Zhang please, and calmly drink tea. Lu Dongli frowned to speculate what he was, but he suddenly had a pleasure to cook, so something was very stran. Was it? Because the great practitioner, She kept thinking that a person who opened his mouth was a cunning laugh, and an extremely cold person. These two people were basically not the same type of person. At the end of the dong, I also guessed the eyes of the young girl who loudly understood. And then it turned out to be like that. She looked at Lu Zhaoge with an extremely happy eye for singing, because I was why he worked so hard to keep this great practice in the end. Now I am the one who needs the guidance of a great practice in the whole subject. With that innocent thought, all the determination of these potatoes of the mind of the songwriter is absolutely not satisfied. He did not know about the things running through the head of the small soot. Quickly he was confusing to think that Dong Li was so seductive, my 10 more was so martial. Ko Xinggento looked through the beauty of Lu Zhaoge. She looked through a promotion filter like a beautiful male man who knows my taste to understand my mind. As soon as he took the jar to Jiang An, thought that this was the fact that many people out there were soulmates that Lu Zhaoge did not know that he had become a soulmate of someone. She poured wine if she waited for a meal like this. Sho Xinggento be stopped. It is Lu Zhaoge to give an item and say this is a few drops in spring and not delicious. He immediately squeezed the water and laughed and told her to beat me. The glass of wine has added a bit of stranger red. She blankly watched Lu Zhaoge he thought about drinking, and then her admiration for me was more and more intense. This is my deep affection. Sho Xinggento take a sip. She acknowledged that the taste was much better. She thought this person was definitely my soulmate. The night is late at night, so it is often more likely to be counterproductive. The more it will be counterproductive. Lu Zhaoge tries to practice the dense spiritual energy. The more the blood of the blood is, the more unreliable that this law is. Even though it is significant, it is too effective. Lu Zhaoge holds a bear card and cursed that the group of people who have been chosen by this heaven still works. Anyway, there is anything by asking them to ask them. The screen lights first to let me see what you are chatting in here. Huyan asked if you like the fried garlic dumplings without heavenly responding to a little response and a little bit of his words. DIA asked if you like a mooncake with 1,000 layers that do not be captured. This dish is a dish of Tain Hu Yen Hoing, who responds a little bit of Lu Zhaoge grinding your teeth. Are you the main character of the world? He was annoyed to say anything. In this heavenly world, why still have to let me guide you a little? The messagey appears without asking how much you understand about Tun Nguyen Hei. On the other side, everyone was startled, and finally came here to lead the people to the survey. We must definitely answer seriously. Hu Yen answered, before Tun Nguyen Hei, one of the oldest loving cultivation associations, as we know it is stupid to let it exist after this ancient disaster, because of the mystery even older than the history of the 4 great subjects. Lu Zhaoge exclaimed this time for so long. He thought that he could remember that in his previous life he followed Tun Nguyen Hei. Lu Zhaoge nostalgic at that time, they wanted to entice us to make the facade for them. But why did we accept to become the tool of others? But after arguing with them, basically, there was no information about Tun Nguyen Hoi. Land messages to people in the moon with a very intense worship for the purple moon, and they firmly believe that in the moon contains a type of supreme power just a moon can eat, a moon can be given up. He annoyed, this guy, said what the death of Nguyen Hoi did not worship too. Nguyen maybe people worship. Lam. Nguyen Lu. Zhaoge to knock on MOC by. Give us some useful information to see if the person who wants to help others must excel in his role. But what he sent is just a long dot row. But it is enough for them to understand that this lead is dissatisfied with the information that we provide. Everyone tense. We must continue to give more useful information. DS aid that we know a great secret of Tun Nguyen Hoi. Lu Zhaoge curious how big the secret may be. The empowerment is not sure that it is just guessing that all of you know that the great person is half-hearted. He gritted his teeth, scolding the redundant literature, and started who did not know that. The land is afraid to lead the people. We do not know what we are about to say. If we are insulting, we know we should say or not. He laughed cleverly, knocking on the wooden card if this was not my chance. Lu Zhaoge sent a message saying that the honor of a supreme Azure Emperor naturally would not be swayed by anyone's slander. Those who know me will understand I have offended only the spring and autumn. This is a quote from Confucius. Spring and autumn here refers to the duties and chronicles of the Son of Heaven. The core idea is that he has done what he believes is right, and the book he wrote is for future generations. There will inevitably be differing opinions, praise and blame alike, but as long as he believes in the value of his actions, he will carry them out without hesitation. no matter what others say. Source: Google. All four people were quiet. Yu Yui was surprised that we were guilty of being sinful, that only Juan. This was really generous? The two women widened their eyes like this not everyone has. The last person is not completely different from this excellent sentence that leads the style of this style. Deus aid that we know the emperor of the great man, because he carried his half, blood of the love of the clan, so he had a purple heart. Lu Zhaoge understood. In other words, what this moon is, in the heart, is actually the heart of the emperor. He frowned so much that these love really want to get involved in the power of saving all the heavenly precepts of the emperor. If they achieve that, everything will be troublesome here. Lu Zhaoge knows how to save so many people who can save so many people, but can also kill countless lives. He laughed cleverly, knocking on the wooden card. If the plot of this moon was so deep, like that I could do anything to hinder, I could not say anything. I could help the school gathering of your class. Do not send a messagey that Toon Nguyen Hoi was held every 3 years at many different strongholds of the next meeting on the winter solstice today. Coming here, Lu Zhaoge expects how to howl. However, you know how this news will react. They are all very tense news about Toon Nguyen Hoi, who killed the love Tu in the sect, can also exchange yi for the reward of those guys who still want to win the heart of Thang Dadongqi. This year, they must have a little hand. Lu Zhaoge lies on the floor. Comfortably a person who benefits, 4 people who feel great, is the tools. He sat up and told himself that we would definitely do this again a few more times now to review his own strength. If you want to overthrow Toon Nguyen Hoi, you have to prepare a few more trump cards. In order to overthrow Toon Nguyen Hoi, you have to prepare a few more trump cards. The item in his hand is that the lower level of the lower product has been covered with a banned order now, and does not need to be promoted. You just need to keep the level of the level, then the other experiences will be kept until the day those people are gossip to the site. Lu Zhaoge thought this ban, I actually only heated myself over the 9 years of the other line, just remove the sword that you will give me. A surprise that the internal test distance is 189 days. He calculated that the internal inspection was not far from before that we still need to do. Late at night at the foot of the mountain. A house still lights. The black shadow approached with a voice from the shift. He was forced to take out this consciousness, so it was easy to see. So why did the bad guys want to come here to play the game? Lu Zhaoge, the main road, goes into the relaxing and pouring tea. How to choose the shower when the bath is so much. He sat down at the haha bar all coincidentally only. She asked now, and what's more, Lu Zhaoge seriously asked me for the last time, I really didn't come to the training place with me again. Lu Dongli sighed and shook his head once and then went again and wasted all the court's spirit. Ka Kam manages the house also does not have to know how the earth's necessities, although Momen does not have many people, but every month also spend a lot of spirit. Lu Zhaoge all the way to stop suit will not go alone. Executive training is the 7 positions of Kiev Tong in Thanchao, which is built with the purpose of speaking more simply. It is created for the disciples to practice and break through. But only the first scene of the second scene of the third scene of the 3 levels of the scenes containing the elements such as the monster agency and many other groups, although it belongs to the breakthrough speed, has different ratings. For practitioners, practicing only benefits, and if there is a ranking, it will not be a group of flames on the fire. But there is a disadvantage that except for the disciple of Kiev Tong, to others, if you want to break through. He spoke up, but there was one thing we had to ask me 2 years ago. Lu Dongli confidently said that all 3 scenes are also like each other, only the difficulty is different from the aspect of wanting to save money directly. On the 3rd scene is the most expensive way. Lu Zhaoge was startled. So 2 years ago I was in the 3rd scene. Oh, I realized I said it. Lu Dongli panicked and just missed his mouth. Lu Zhaoge takes me to ignore the realm of the realm, but I don't even look at the statue of the sword in the center of the examination, but we have to spend money to come in to practice the geography. She tried to escape, of course, seeing it, and then recording the swords of the first sword of the first time the great practitioner to achieve the 9th realm of the 9th world of the heavenly world. Lu Dongli said signs that many people break through such a rare swordplay should not take out to share these 7 years. If it is soot, soot will hide it carefully and slowly look at it. Lu Zhaoge flicked her forehead, so I can only stay in the mountain and Kiev Tong can set up a sect. He pointed out what they searched was not the benefit of not the eternal existence of Kiev Tong, but the existence of such a religious belief that we also admire the cheeks of this scene too lovely. Lu Zhaoge thinks that the sword statue we want to see and try, and the type of rankings must have the names of the people who are chosen by the other heavenly people, waiting for the other players to be so staggered to them, they can know how to wear this mysterious subject. If they do not rely on such strong people, all will not see what we wear, but we will not mention the last standing of our last standing again, of any more. You suddenly realize it, right? Lu Zhaoge glanced at the sharp eyes. She was a little scared, stuttering and asking why. He squeezed the wall on the wall, blushing and embarrassed. He frowned and broke through the disciple. This sentence is absolutely not in the speculation, too disappointed, sweating and answering, "Ha ha, how can I just in the third scene 2 years ago, ha ha." Lu Zhaoge interrogated question and question. She tried to smile brightly. Always he accepted the answer to turn to leave, and then loudly breathed a sigh of relief, recalling the scene just like the little quote of the pillow of the girls in the 13 Girl. She was extremely excited. What are we thinking about next time? We will not be polite to the shift like this. We are just brother. The next day, the sun was also close to the top of the mountain. Lu Zhaoge glides in the air to say that today is convenient to set out to the sword tong to control a ranking. The big wind suddenly hindered his journey. He looked up and saw a giant mount. The person sitting on it was Jiang Xinyan to ask where to go. Lu Zhaoge responded to the training of the sword tong ANH's geography, thinking that she would not be interested in this way, so I did not let her know. Suddenly Jiang Xinyan to speak out. He was extremely surprised. 2 people sitting on the mountain fluttering on the clouds. Lu Zhaoge peeked at the woman next to her to silently tell her, the cold personality is not the type of person who likes to watch this funny game. The umbrella turned out to be so confident that she concluded that she was not interested in the practice of her geography. She was interested in me. Unfortunately, that self-attachment was not wrong, Jiang Xinyan to glance at Lu Zhaoge. Inexplicably, this person was born so beautiful through the eyes of the lovers like him now, no different from the angel lower. Blue eyes indifferently glanced over. Lu Zhaoge smiled slightly and asked what was wrong with my face. She hurriedly turned to get embarrassed. He took advantage of the example. Rarely she looked at herself once, like this was not equal to talking to her again. Lu Zhaoge asked the religion to say, if tomorrow we break the breakthrough, there is a breakthrough. Zhang would like to answer, and of course, possible. You can confidently ask the problem, so you think how much I will stand in the rankings. Jiang Xinyan to show a shyness that did not dare to face Lu Zhaoge Zhang, asking Anne to think that he asked me what I meant, what we did not like to think of other people's thoughts. Just answer that really. Jiang Xinyan to look up to the sky to exude a beautiful atmosphere, the higher the better. Lu Zhaoge heard that more excitement to reveal the holy angle of Lu Zhaoge without hesitation. But it seemed like it was as high as possible. They Li's Dong appeared right before the eyes of the sword training to practice the geography of the bar. The eagle wingspan followed Jiang to An and Lu Zhaoge to fly straight according to the light, looking light source in front of her eyes. He could not hide the excitement of Lu Zhaoge praised they lies who liked it to Jiang please, and looked at him with a suspicious face. Lu Zhaoge uses a sphere of a water sphere that appears in the palm of Lu Zhao. To ask the friendly to go together to Jiang, please, and also get the water ball that attracts Jiang to Anne. After that, the 2 of them and the eagles flew to they lies, moving a dazzling light. Jiang Xinyan to look at the water sphere in his hand. Jiang Xinyan to wonder the power of the star of Sao lies to the great ancient tree that had become a big. The light emanating from the trunk under the root appeared 2 dragon statues to guard. The gatekeeper came out to welcome the guests. He spoke up you to check. Lu Zhaoge calmly responded rightly, but her daughter, who had the 6th sense of Jiang, asked Ani. As soon as I ended, I resounded in the ancient body of the battlefield to realize that Jiang's abnormalities asked Anne to hurriedly perform the ceremony to kneel in front of the ancient tree that was glowing Jiang, asking An to say that Xuan the sun, Jiang Xinyan. Looking at the eyes on the old tree, it made the 2 of them surprised, and uttered the old tree. Lu Zhaoge was a lot of cunning, but still deceived to look at the old tree in front of Lu Zhaoge a little discontent. Horribly, we don't even detect the old tree to work as a gateway to the gate. It is also on the 5th scenes, but even more than Zhang please. And this is the fortune of Kiev Tong. Chen Minru greeted the 2 who want to go to practice the geography. If they are the disciples under the sword of the sword, Tong will be reduced by the 5 parts of the male disciple standing behind howling. His soul frowned and asked, who said the 5 parts of Chen Min lulled the responsibility of her brother's mind to pity this person, to look beautiful until this stage is mine. Mine, 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 mine. mine, 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 mem, mine, min, mine, min, mine, 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 mem, mine, 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 mem, mine, 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 I'm mine, min, mine, 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 during, during. Lu Taoge holds the other name of the two, word name Mo Men. Lu Taoge confesses the Grandmaster of Lu Taoge. The male disciple listened to the disdainful expression for Lu Taoge, a smirking smile, that was just a second scene, and also climbed up the chair of the master, in the opposite of this name, to attract the female disciple of her cheeks flushed with heart, and flew constantly praising the young, but it was a must. Young master. Lu Taoge took advantage of hunting. See just now that you said to be reduced in the 5 parts, but I did not make the old drunkenness in front of him. Being faced with Lu Taoge Chenminru, there was no more integrity. She hurriedly said that the male disciple stood behind, hurriedly stopped him frowning and shouting this monk. On the side of Chenminru, still immersed in this beauty, he laughed at me, he laughed at me. There was no need for the beauty of the two of them to easily approve the censorship of Chenminru. Lu Taoge looked at Zhang, please. And she was preparing to drink. Lu Taoge to remind the friend here to wait for me for a while and then go back to Zhang asking Anne. The male disciple looked at Lu Taoge and Chenminru. He could not hide his anger and clench his teeth and go back, but with his strength he could not even go through the first and handsome what the monkey is. Fluttering the opportunity only 2 people. Chenminru introduced me to the name. Chenminru, Lu, Mon call me Min, as well. Then that is the first place of moving. The first rank, Lu Taoge happily respond. Then Lu Taoge turned and walked into the challengee of Chenmin. Ru screaming at Lu Chongmun, Lu Taoge gently stroked his chin and sighed proudly. Lu Taoge knew that in this world there was certainly no one who did not love the beauty. They did not meet me. It was true that the day of the sea Lu Taoge walked into the first door of a yellow color that was gradually swallowing him. Lu Taoge looks at the whole scene that the water in front of Lu Taoge has been questioned. Appearing a wooden leader to welcome him, Lu Taoge crossed his hand behind his back, uttered the first wooden content of the first round of the level of checking the sword, the stronger. The wood fell as much as it could be 30 degrees. Lu Taoge hands again, air with blue. With black appears that he does not leave the head of the wooden head. Lu Taoge assessing that if we remember correctly at that time, under the sword of Yu Yui, the wooden head immediately fell down to the sword of strong wood, heading down. A few seconds, it turned back at that strange scene that appeared. It also made Yu Yui rise up to have a reputation in the younger generation. Outside a mirror reflecting the process of Lu Taoge, how many eyes are acting at him. Kong Xingyan to look at the shape of him where you can do it here. The male disciple smirked, the way the male disciple mocked silently. You dreamed, and overcome the first level. And Chenminru looked with the admirable eyes. Returning to Lu Taoge, he slashed a blow at the head of the wooden head. Lu Taoge coldly said it was just a test of time to take time to do. Witnessing Lu Taoge, the male disciple stood and folded his arms and smiled. The male disciple did not even bother to remove the shell. It was true that the whole place said that in the opposite of Chenmin Lul, he screamed so handsome. After the blow of his head, the wooden head is still normal to turn in black. The male disciple outside saw that scene, then hugged his stomo men to smile to the shape of ha-ha, smiling all the way. Why did he have a useless sword like this? But Chen Min lulled his feet as if he uttered so he didn't have to do that. Yang Xingyan could not hide the surprise Jiang Xingyan to say, the head of the wood was slashed 2 times to glow. After that, the head of the wood was in half falling down to Lu Taoge. Chenminru and the male disciple stood with their mouths agape, unable to believe their eyes. Chenminru wondered how he had actually managed to cut through such a special type of wood. Jiang Xingyan, she smiled gently. Jiang Xingyan to speak in an interesting enjoyment. After handling Lu Taoge wooden head, smiled softly to the next level. Observing the testing process of Lu Taoge, all of his disciples were amazed at his level of power. He made the female disciples collapse before him. The comment was so strong that a gentle sword soothes it, has even broken all the best records so far. Who is the sword with this power? So how can the third scene be able to? On the side of Lu Taoge, He leisurely pushed the atmosphere. He heard the words of the disciples outside, Lu Zhaoge smiling, a gentle sword flying from the wooden man made from the type of wood, not like a small leaf. The door of the system appears to congratulate him for successful surpassing the level of a reward received of 1,000 experience points. Lu Zhaoge recalled his first slice just now, that our sword is just containing our strong jest gas, including the strength of the country and the idea. There was a sound emanating from the head of the wooden, saying that at that time I just wanted to kill me. So the first wooden person cried, sobbing. Lu Zhaoge smiled, satisfied. This is what the leading students called the gentle victory, and the truth are using all the power. Jiang Xinyan not, to take his eyes off the mirror of this person who really formed a sword, and then earned the idea of the sword to the executioner, the injury of Thong Tu, which was always 3 or 4 conditions needed to get in the subject. Observing the person, Lu Zhaoge, she still could not believe that Jiang's eyes asked Anne to be skeptical, but he was only in the second scene. The sound emanated from the ancient rose-colored rose. Jiang Xingan to see what she looked up with her eyes and stared at the old tree. Jiang Xingan to suspect even the ancient senior also felt horrified with its ability to see everything. Jiang Xingan to suspect even the ancient senior also felt horrified with its ability to see everything. Looking at the 8 trigrams, the yellow glow kept observing him in his hand, holding any of the eyes and the eyes of the ancient tree, he did not know for what reason. Lu Zhaoge leisurely entered the second level of the golden air. Looking at the scenery in front of the majestic mountains and mountains, there is a bird flying, making Lu Zhaoge a little surprised. This is the secret of 2 stars. Looking around, Lu Zhaoge, the secret of the second level is in the picture that is hard to prevent. Suddenly, the scene before his eyes disappeared, instead of a floating battlefield that opened. Lu Zhaoge and sighed. It was so peaceful. And outside, the female disciples continues her simp regime, and other disciples continue to discuss this name that has entered the second level of the examination of the geography. And then, this test is completely different from the test of the first level. This time, he will have to cry out, I really want that marshal to fall into the water and wet. And outside, the female disciples continues their ship regime, and the other disciples continue to discuss this name. They have entered the second level of the examination of the geography, and then this test is completely different from the test of the first level. He will have to cry out, we really want that marshal to fall into the water and wet. He conceded the scenery around the high mountains. Lu Zhaoge thought about it for a long time. It seemed that just going into the first line was formed with 2 mountains. And this stone, the challenge would end. Do not hesitate to eliminate the first stone. The engine is started to appear quickly. Lu Zhaoge smiled at him, a little regret for guessing the gravity. It turned out to be a challenger. Outside, the disciples still attentively observing the process of Lu Zhaoge, not taking their eyes off the person who has the attraction of gait and women. The voice of the discussion still keeps the test. Hit this test into the mastery of the spiritual energy. If the spiritual energy is not strong at this level, will be gravity of these green stones consuming the power to death, before there are many third scenes that are not hard, to end, but still hard, to end, but still hard, to end, but still hard to try to be hard, to end, but still hard to try to go to the great man. This level does not make it difficult for Lu Zhaoge to be stuck by him walking away from the gently stone slabs. Lu Zhaoge Bin said that I still think it is so terrible, but the choice is more than usual. 4 years, just consuming a bit of spiritual energy. I want to run here, who says we have a lot of spiritual energy like this. But, looking at Lu Zhaoge walking quickly, on each stone half, how could the disciples stirred up? How could it feel like this small sun was like choosing things in the market? How many blankly eyes looking up at the mirror to sweat, the male disciples increasingly shocked. This guy is not cheating, but on the contrary, the female disciples such as losing integrity, but praising is not so handsome. Lu Zhaoge walked to the last stone. He stood motionless and squeezed behind his back, full of Lu Zhaoge's manner, so why haven't he felt anything hard to go up? The player has nothing happened when Lu Zhaoge enjoys the atmosphere for it to be pure in the forest of the wind, and the mountain are very comfortable. Suddenly appeared sharp sword leaves. Lu Zhaoge looked at the sword leaves preparing to attack the UK very close. Lu Zhaoge frowned with cold eyes. The scene or has come to the male disciples excitedly crying out, and the forest of the sea swords, all the ones that turn into a blade to attack directly, as if the rain and the female disciples were sweating and praying. To the great master of the great master, the male disciple stood next to say, no one could be peaceful out there, even if Yu Yui, Zhang Xinyan to stand silent. She had a bit of expectation for this time. He attacked the except for the last sword. We haven't seen his sword at the right time to see what sword he will use to respond to this challenge, to return this challenge. Lu Zhaoge gently walked a few ways to sword. It was the assessment of swordsmanship regrettable that my swordplay. Lu Zhaoge stood in the middle of the rain to earn a white color surrounding him. Lu Zhaoge judged that it was just a normal attack. The content was updated with a regular attack 1, a regular sword of 2 regular swords. Each sword generated 150% to 200% of a simple and fast slashing, damage to 150% of slow slashing sword damage to produce 200% of damage. Lu Zhaoge continuously used strong swords to prevent the attack of the sea leaf of sword from a young age, worshipping and studying pure swordsmanship. There, even the system is considered to be level. At that time, to go to a level we took 10,000 points of experience, and even the death level it only takes 3 to 50,000 points. Each sword leaf is cut off quickly. Lu Zhaoge found that the muscle is also worth. After a while, the sword leaves were divided into the ground. He took the sword standing in the middle of the forest of Lu Zhaoge, telling anyone who could deny a normal blow, but the damage was very high. But, on the outside of your face, everyone is shocked to sweat and talk more and more. So the monster, unexpectedly, his swordsmanship is so sharp. From Zhang An asked, An to silently observe the movement of Lu Zhaoge. Zhang, please. An commented that there was no rule without any binding him. He was just swinging and slashing. This was his sword. Why was surprising? Zhaoge is in front of a strange illegal battle. He reviewed from one turn from the shape to its nature, and then thought that the secret room could be turned into a flower shape to see the appearance of himself. I was reflected in front of Zhaoge again with self. Attachment and strangely here. There is only one example that we want us to admire. Our face is really handsome as tiger. Zhaoge suddenly discovered something when he looked closer to him. But Zhaoge immediately squeezed his hand, and his face grimo mend in the tone of his discontent. So this door was so that the curtain made the face of the star's face. Suddenly the mirror cracked. The reflective image inside brings a strange feeling. Then a black hole opened in the middle of the pressure mirror, emanating. Because of the strong shock, Zhaoge quickly stretched the distance. As well as taking the goods to defend the goods here, the reflective shadow suddenly jumped out. He seemed to confront the confrontation. Zhaoge thought that it was interesting that this gate was a victory for himself. Zhaoge smiled slightly. If so, everything was simple. He transformed the sword into an energy attacking towards the other body inherently promoted to win you but so long. Zhaoge waved one hand, the poster in front of using the sword to stop, but right after that was a heart pounding. Zhaoge stood behind the back of the black body that silently said that this is our difference. Although the capacity is completely the same, but what skills use in the opportunity to determine the strength of a person's strength. Sorry, you're just like me, but it's not that I have a quick attack that has just been called a spiritual style, just that its owner will open, an opponent will immediately dissolve into a cloud of smoke, and notice. Before the fellow of Lu Zhaoge, everyone who finished listening was unexpectedly so gentle. Everyone is going to ask something. He responded to Lu Zhaoge the first ranking of Tantu. The two people were able to be heartbroken again. At the top of the realms of the 2 and 3 are Yu Yui brother. But the realm, because Yu Yui brother feels unnecessary, so he did not participate more than the Grandmaster of this subject. The 2 classes were unexpectedly shortened by half of the Momen, a small sect that did not expect to have such a scary hidden dragon. However, there are still girls like the lady below showing admiration. For the first time we met him, he felt that this Grandmaster was extremely special. There was the Thai man who practiced the boys. Tangon also silently proud Zhaoge. Suddenly, she was startled. Strangely, what this feeling was happy? Why we were happy? Because of others. Zhaoge's image immediately appeared in the mind of Tangon, which made her suspect it was probably because we saw him as a soulmate. The system shows a notice to congratulate him for successful training. Not seeing any additional comments, Zhaoge is a bit disappointed not to mention the award. This means that the system's reward will work with the last idea of swordplay. Zhao Ge walked through that yellow gate easily. He has reached the last place to sword the ball, but the rock in front of him had a wide crack in the middle of Zhao Ge silently guessed the sword. It is a trace left by the first religious life. If you are a sword that looks straight at this sword, more than 3 times will discover its special feature. There are people who break through in this place with people who practice swordsmanship in this place. There are people who train their minds in this place. Lu Zhaoge easily realized what he had looked at this miraculous sword. More than 3 times later, he secretly said that this sword... What is this game? The old memory rushed back to Lu Zhao. Go to realize that his eyebrows furrowed his mother. A pale rose branch fell to the new speech, bringing the palm of the hand to help it. She looked up and looked at the big tree in front of her eyes and called their seniors. Suddenly the voice from the tree rang out of her little girl. And how did he know each other? Tan Gon looked up at the tree from slowly these seniors that had to start from a beast Jiang Xinyan to seriously tell the story of his acquaintance with Lu Zhaoge. After going through contact this time, I feel familiar with him, extremely comfortable. We have considered a soulmate of human life. Ancient hears that teasing is just a soulmate. Tan Ingon nodded. Right, so senior to see him as a soulmate, actually. After the bizarre statement, she thought, how this ancient seniors were thanks to this strange. Again, the words that other subjects told Ms. Tan Ngon also quickly find the love of her life immersed in the light of love, to accept the thing that love can be warm, not only the heart, but also the body. She briefly thinks the old tree in front of the star is somewhat similar to those guys, right? The old tree seemed to feel a little happy. The little girl soon understood her mind if there was one day she did not necessarily deserve him. Tan Ngon did not understand what he said. She tried to ask the seniors to attach seriously him. Ancient did not answer that question but said if she was chosen to seem to be intensive at all later. Tan Ngon still does not understand what to choose. The old tree did not respond anymore. He fell asleep silently. Tan Ngon proved curiosity in the end that he wanted to say to me, on the side of Lu Zhaoge, he is wondering why ordinary attacks are normal attacks. So he also knows this trick to know this technique. He looked up at the slash on the rock, but this is somewhat coincidentally two-shaped. Lu Zhaoge closed his eyes and thought that his sword play was transmitted by a small palace to whether she had something from the first sword of tone, if she had chit. The purple moon chapters that still have many dharma and realms of real power is a riddle still skeptical with origin, with the first genius of the first generation. At this point, Lu Zhaoge felt interested in him. He laughed softly on his head with a very smooth sitting. If it was the first sword of the first life, so it costs a bit of experience. Anyway, strong is only temporary, but hiding the new talent is permanent. According to Lu Zhaoge's wishes, the system is conducting a ranking with your ability to pass through this, which will affect your final reward standard. Review your rank. Level C. With Lu Zhaoge is still something too new. He touched the test and thought that he had never heard of a previous life at the same time with this rank. The system immediately shows the S-level reward depending on the situation that receives a type in the 3rd ranking inheritance of the first life and the powers to buy the specific item of Zhaoge, not thinking that he will be so happy to say that. However, the system is easy to eat so that the emergency reminder is based on the contradiction between your condition and the 3rd ranking inheritance of the first chosen. Zhaoge angrily cursed his mother. But because the aura of the main character Zhaoge is still more favored for compensation, you can own more and more power to buy special items. Zhaoge happily returned to ask for good health. In front of any items, it is really valuable that makes it difficult for people to choose Zhaoge, without the exception to the first time reduction of the first life Kiev Tan, which must not be bad. Because they were not both, Zhaoge said that the male and female was left and right to choose the left. The item furnace opened inside revealed a dazzling light. A roll of mail and letters have not been translated by Google. The notice system you have received the lineage of the first Kiev Ton. Kiev sword, Dharma Thanman immediately educated. Zhaoge accepted the security, and then said that the purple level of purple is a short step, which is the top of the orangey level. But he suddenly remembered that he was in the game of the previous life of Thanman, not the big jest guys of Yu Yui. The emoji of Yu Yui attacking his subconsciousness appears to Zhaoge brother to support a very strong type of Mai. Then Zhaoge will stand still in a calm place to respond. So Zhaoge immediately closed this cheap additional item, only 5,000 values of learning experience. Thangman does not mean this sword is slow, but because it is extremely fast to earn the sound to the back. The bond system adds its use of tan can be coordinated with the use of the attack spectrum. Zhaoga smirked, and then the point of this sword was faster than the other sword who brought with him the violence Yu Yui. Zhaoga remembered something and told the system right, and did not just say that you still have the right to buy specific items. The system of special items is about to appear. You only have a 10-minute time to choose overdue as giving up. Zhaoga silently thought that the rare item of the reward through the S level also needed to choose. Among thousands of good things, only children can choose from the minor. Of course, they want to sock, but combined is 75,000 values of experience. However, Zhaoga is silently thinking if this normal person is a large amount of money in the basic pocket, so that it is not forced to use up, but for us to say that the warmth of 20 years cannot use the value of my experience today. I have to get it back in one day. 75,000. I don't even blink.